Chapter 18, Part 14 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 14. On the 2nd of February 1300, Boniface VIII, who had much at heart the lustre and popularity of the Holy See, published a bull which granted indulgences to the pilgrims who should that year, and every centenary to come, visit the church of the Apostles St. Peter and St. Paul at Rome. At this first celebration of the centenarian Christian Jubilee, the concourse was immense. The most moderate historians say that there were never fewer than 100,000 pilgrims at Rome. Others put the numbers as high as 200,000, and contemporary poetry as well as history has celebrated this pious assemblage of Christians of every nation, language, and age around the tomb of their fathers in the faith. "The old man with white hair goeth far away," says Petrarch, Sonnet 14, "from the sweet haunts where his life hath been passed, and from his little family astonished to find their dear father missing. As for him, in the last days of his age, broken down by weight of years, and aweary of the road, he draggeth along as best he may by force of willing spirit his old and tottering limbs, and cometh to Rome to fulfil his desire of seeing the image of him whom he hopeth to see ere long up yonder in the heavens." The success of the measure and the solemn homage of Christendom filled with joy and proud confidence the heart of the septuagenarian pontiff. He had 3 years before decreed to Louis IX., the most Christian of the kings of France, the honors of canonization and the title of saint. Being chosen as a mediator in 1298 by the kings of France and England in a war which pressed heavily on both, the decree of arbitration which he pronounced, favourable rather to Philip than to Edward I., had been accepted by both of them, and the Pope, on laying his injunctions upon them with some severity of language, had exhibited authority in a manner salutary for both kingdoms. Everything seemed at that time to smile on Boniface, and to invite him to believe himself the real sovereign of Christendom. An opportunity for a splendid confirmation of his universal supremacy in the Christian world came to tempt him. A quarrel had arisen between Philip and the Archbishop of Narbonne on the subject of certain dues claimed by both in that great diocese. Boniface was loud in his advocacy of the Archbishop against the officers of the king. "If, my son, thou tolerate such enterprises against the churches of thy kingdom," he wrote to Philip, on the 18th of July 1300, "thou mayest thereafter have reasonable fear lest God, the author of judgments and the King of kings, exact vengeance for it, and assuredly his vicar will not, in the long run, keep silence. Though he wait a while patiently, in order not to close the door to compassion, there will be full need at last that he rouse himself for the punishment of the wicked and the glory of the good." Nor did Boniface content himself with writing. He sent to Paris, to support his words, Bernard de Saisset, whom he, on his own authority, had just appointed Bishop of Pamiers. The choice of bishops was not yet, at that time, subject to any fixed and generally recognized rule; most often it was the chapter of the diocese that elected its bishop, with a subsequent application for the approbation of the king and the pope; sometimes the king and also the pope made such appointments directly and independently. Boniface VIII. Had quite recently created a new bishopric at Pamiers in order to immediately appoint it to Bernard de Saisset, hitherto simple abbot of St. Antonin in that city. Bernard, who was devoted to his patron, was further a passionate Languedocian and a foe to the dominion of the French kings of the north over southern France, and he gave himself out as a personal descendant of the last counts of Toulouse. On arriving in Paris as the pope's legate, he made use there of violent and inconsiderate language. He even affirmed, it was said, that Saint Louis had predicted the disappearance of his line in the 3rd generation, and that King Philip was only an illegitimate descendant of Charlemagne. He was accused of having incessantly laboured to excite revolts against the king in the south, at one time for the advantage of the local lords, at another in favour of foreign enemies of the kingdom. Being summoned before the king and his council at Senlis, October 14, 1301, he denied, but with an air of arrogance and aggression, the accusations against him. Philip had at that time as his chief counsellors lay lawyers, servants passionately attached to the kingship. They were Peter Flot, his chancellor, William of Nogaret, judge major at Beaucaire, and William of Plassien, lord of Vezenobre, the two latter belonging, as Bernard de Sacy belonged, to southern France, and determined to withstand in the south as well as the north the dominion of ecclesiastics. They in their turn rose up against the doctrine and language of the Bishop of Pamiers. He was arrested and committed to the keeping of the Archbishop of Narbonne, and Philip sent to Rome his chancellor Peter Flot himself and William of Nogaret, with orders to demand of the Pope that he should avenge the wrongs of God, the king, and the whole kingdom, by depriving of his orders and every clerical privilege that man whose longer life would taint the places he inhabited, and this in order that the king might make of him a sacrifice to God in the way of justice, for there could be no hope of his amendment if he were suffered to live, seeing that from his youth up he had always lived ill, and that baseness and abandonment only became more and more confirmed in him by inveterate habit. To this violent and threatening language Boniface replied by changing the venue to his own personal tribunal in the case of the Bishop of Pamiers. "We do bid thy Majesty," he wrote to the king, "to give this bishop free leave to depart and come to us, for we do desire his presence. We do warn thee to have all his goods restored to him, not to stretch out for the future thy rapacious hands toward the like things, and not to offend the divine Majesty or the dignity of the Apostolic See, lest we be forced to employ some other remedy; for thou must know that, unless thou canst allege some excuse founded on reason and truth, we do not see how thou shouldest escape the sentence of the holy canons for having laid rash hands on this bishop." "My power, the spiritual power," said the Pope to the Chancellor of France, "embraces the temporal, and excludes it." "Be it so," answered Peter Flot, "but your power is nominal, the king's real." Here was a coarse challenge hurled by the crown at the tiara, and Boniface VIII. Unhesitatingly accepted it. But instead of keeping the advantage of a defensive position by claiming, in the name of lawful right, the liberties and immunities of the Church, he assumed the offensive against the kingship by proclaiming the supremacy of the Holy See in things temporal as well as spiritual, and by calling upon Philip the Handsome to acknowledge it. On the 5th of December, 1301, he addressed to the king, commencing with the words, "Hearken, most dear son, asculta, carissima fili," a long bull, in which, with circumlocutions and expositions full of obscurity and subtlety, he laid down and affirmed, at bottom, the principle of the final sovereignty of the spiritual power, being of divine origin, over every temporal power, being of human creation. "In spite of the insufficiency of our deserts," said he, "God hath established us above kings and kingdoms by imposing upon us, in virtue of the apostolic office, the duty of plucking away, destroying, dispersing, dissipating, building up and planting in his name and according to his doctrine, to the end that, in tending the flock of the Lord, we may strengthen the weak, heal the sick, bind up the broken limbs, raise the fallen, and pour wine and oil into all wounds. Let none, then, most dear son, persuade thee that thou hast no superior, and that thou art not subject to the sovereign head of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, for he who so thinketh is beside himself, and if he obstinately affirm any such thing, he is an infidel, and hath no place any longer in the fold of the Good Shepherd." At the same time Boniface summoned the bishops of France to a council at Rome, in order to labor for the preservation of the liberties of the Catholic Church, the reformation of the kingdom, the amendment of the king, and the good government of France. Philip the Handsome and his councillors did not misconceive the tendency of such language, however involved and full of specious reservations it might be. The final supremacy of the Pope in the body politic, and over all sovereigns, meant the absorption of the laic community in the religious, and the abolition of the state's independence, not in favor of the national Church, but to the advantage of the foreign head of the universal Church. The defenders of the French kingship formed a better estimate than was formed at Rome of the effect which would be produced by such doctrine on France, in the existing condition of the French mind. They entered upon no theological and abstract polemics; they confined themselves entirely to setting in a vivid light the Pope's pretensions and their consequences, feeling sure that, by confining themselves to this question, they would enlist in their opposition not only all laymen, nobles, and commoners, but the greater part of the French ecclesiastics themselves, who were no strangers to the feeling of national patriotism, and to whom the Pope's absolute power in the body politic was scarcely more agreeable than the King's. In order to make a strong impression upon the public mind, there was published at Paris, as the actual text of the Pope's bull, a very short summary of his long bull, "Hearken, most dear son," in the following terms: Boniface, bishop, servant of the servants of God, to Philip, King of the French: Fear thou God, and keep his commandments. We would have thee to know that thou art subject unto us in things spiritual and temporal. The presentation to benefices and prebends appertaineth to thee in no wise. If thou have the keeping of certain vacancies, thou art bound to reserve the revenues of them for the successors to them. If thou have made any presentations, we declare them void and revoke them. We consider as heretics all those who believe otherwise. Together with this document there was put in circulation the King's answer to the Pope, in the following terms: Philip, by the grace of God, King of the French, to Boniface, who giveth himself out for Sovereign Pontiff, little or no greeting. Let thy extreme fatuity know that we be subject to none in things temporal, that the presentation to churches and prebends that be vacant belongeth to us of kingly right, and that the revenues therefrom be ours, that presentations already made or to be made be valid both now and hereafter, and we will firmly support the possessors of them to thy face and in thy teeth, and we do hold as senseless and insolent those who think otherwise. The Pope disavowed, as a falsification, the summary of his long bull, and there is nothing to prove that the unseemly and insulting letter of Philip the Handsome was sent to Rome. But at the bottom the situation of affairs remained the same; indeed, it did not stop where it was. On the 11th of February, 1302, the bull "Hearken, most dear son" was solemnly burned at Paris in the presence of the king and a numerous multitude. Philip convoked, for the 8th of April following, an assembly of the barons, bishops, and chief ecclesiastics, and of deputies from the communes to the number of 2 or 3 for each city, all being summoned to deliberate on certain affairs which in the highest degree concern the king, the kingdom, the churches, and all and sundry. This assembly, which really met on the 10th of April at Paris, in the church of Notre Dame, is reckoned in French history as the first States General. The 3 estates wrote separately to Rome: the clergy to the Pope himself, the nobility and deputies of the communes to the cardinals, all, however, protesting against the Pope's pretensions in matters temporal, the 2 laic orders writing in a rough and threatening tone, the clergy making an appeal to the wisdom and paternal clemency of the Holy Father, with tearful accents and sobs mingled with their tears. The king evidently had on his side the general feeling of the nation, and the news from Rome was not of a kind to pacify him. In spite of the king's formal prohibition, 45 French bishops had repaired to the council summoned by the Pope for All Saints' Day 1302, and after this meeting, a papal decree of November 18th had declared: "There be 2 swords, the temporal and the spiritual; both are in the power of the Church, but one is held by the Church herself, the other by kings only with the assent and by sufferance of the Sovereign Pontiff. Every human being is subject to the Roman Pontiff, and to believe this is necessary to salvation." Philip made a seizure of the temporalities of such bishops as had been present at that council, and renewed his prohibition forbidding them to leave the kingdom. Boniface ordered those who had not been to Rome to attend there within 3 months, and the Cardinal of St. Marcellinus, the legate of the Holy See, called a fresh council in France itself, without the king's knowledge. On both sides there were at one time words of conciliation and attempts to keep up appearances of respect; at another new explosions of complaints and threats; but amidst all these changes of languages the struggle was day by day becoming more violent, and preparations were being made by both parties for something other than threats. On the 12th of March and the 13th of June 1303, at 2 assemblies of barons, prelates, and legates held at the Louvre, in presence of the king, which several historians have considered to have been States General, one of the crown's most intimate advisers, William of Plassien, proposed, against Boniface, a form of accusation which imputed to him, beyond his ambition and his claims to absolutism, crimes as improbable as they were hateful. It was demanded that the Church should be governed by a lawful pope, and the king, as defender of the faith, was pressed to appeal to the convocation of a general council. On the 24th of June, in the palace garden, a great crowd of people assembled, and after a sermon preached in French, the form of accusation against Boniface, and the appeal to the future council were solemnly made public. The Pope meanwhile did not remain idle; he protested against the imputations of which he was the subject. 40 years ago, he said, we were admitted a doctor of laws, and learned that both powers, the temporal and the spiritual, be ordained of God. Who can believe that such fatuity can have entered into our mind? But who can also deny that the king is subject unto us on a score of sin? We be disposed to grant unto him every grace. So long as I was cardinal, I was French in heart. Since then, we have testified how we do love the king. Without us, he would not have even one foot on the throne. We do know all the secrets of the kingdom. We do know how the Germans, the Burgundians, and the folk who speak the Occ tongue do love the king. If he mend not, we shall know how to chastise him, and treat him as a little boy, sicut unum Garcionum, though greatly against our will. On the 13th of April Boniface declared Philip excommunicate if he persisted in preventing the prelates from attending at Rome. Philip, being warned, effected the arrest at Troyes of the priest who was bringing the Pope's letter to his legate in France. The legate took to flight. Boniface, on his side, being warned that the king was appealing against him to an approaching council, declared by a bull, on the 15th of August, that it appertained to him alone to summon a council. After this bull, there was full expectation that another would be launched, which would pronounce the deposition of the king. And a new bull was actually prepared at Rome on the 5th of September, and was to be published on the 8th. It did not expressly depose the king; it merely announced that measures would be taken more serious even than excommunication. Philip had taken his precautions. He had demanded and obtained from the great towns, churches, and universities more than 700 declarations of support in his appeal to the future council, and an engagement to take no notice of the decree which might be issued by the Pope to release the king's subjects from their oath of allegiance. Only a few, and amongst them the Abbot of Citeaux, gave him a refusal. The Order of the Templars gave only a qualified support. At the approaching advent of the new bull which was being anticipated, the king resolved to act still more roughly and speedily. Notification must be sent to the Pope of the king's appeal to the future council. Philip could no longer confide this awkward business to his chancellor, Peter Flot, for he had fallen at Courtrai, in the battle against the Flemings. William of Nogaret undertook it, at the same time obtaining from the king a sort of blank commission authorizing and ratifying in advance all that, under the circumstances, he might consider it advisable to do. Notification of the appeal had to be made to the Pope at Anagni, his native town, whither he had gone for refuge, and the people of which, being zealous in his favour, had already dragged in the mud the lilies and banner of France. Nogaret was bold, ruffianly, and clever. He repaired in haste to Florence, to the king's banker, got a plentiful supply of money, established communications in Anagni, and secured above all the cooperation of Sciarra Colonna, who was passionately hostile to the Pope, had been formerly proscribed by him, and, having fallen into the hands of corsairs, had worked at the oar for them during many a year rather than reveal his name and be sold to Boniface Gaetani. On the 7th of September 1303, Colonna and his associates introduced Nogaret and his following into Anagni, with shouts of "Death to Pope Boniface! Long live the King of France!" The populace, dumbfounded, remained motionless. The Pope, deserted by all, even by his own nephew, tried to touch the heart of Colonna himself, whose only answer was a summons to abdicate, and to surrender at discretion. "Those be hard words," said Boniface, and burst into tears. But this old man, 75 years of age, had a proud spirit, and a dignity worthy of his rank. "Betrayed like Jesus," said he, "I shall die, but I will die Pope." He donned the cloak of St. Peter, put the crown of Constantinople upon his head, took in his hands the keys and the cross, and, as his enemies drew nigh, he said to them, "Here is my neck, and here is my head." There is a tradition of considerable trustworthiness that Sciarra Colonna would have killed him, and did with his mailed hand strike him in the face. Nogaret, however, prevented the murder, and confined himself to saying, "Thou caitiff Pope, confess, and behold the goodness of my lord the King of France, who, though so far away from thee in his own kingdom, both watcheth over and defendeth thee by my hand." "Thou art of heretic family," answered the Pope; "at thy hands I look for martyrdom." The captivity of Boniface VIII., however, lasted only 3 days, for the people of Anagni, having recovered themselves, and seeing the scanty numbers of the foreigners, rose and delivered the Pope. The old man was conducted to the public square, crying like a child. "Good folks," said he to the crowd around him, "ye have seen that mine enemies have robbed me of all my goods and those of the church. Behold me here, as poor as Job. Nought have I either to eat or drink. If there be any good woman who would give me an alms of wine and bread, I would bestow upon her God's blessing and mine." All the people began to shout, "Long live the Holy Father!" He was reconducted into his palace, and women thronged together thither, bringing him bread, wine, and water. Finding no proper vessels, they poured them into a chest, and any one who liked went in, and talked with the Pope as with any other beggar. So soon as the agitation was somewhat abated, Boniface set out for Rome, with a great crowd following him, but he was broken down in spirit and body. Scarcely had he arrived when he fell into a burning fever, which traditions, probably invented and spread by his enemies, have represented as a fit of mad rage. He died on the 11th of October 1303, without having recovered his reason. It is reported that his predecessor, Celestine V., had said of him, "Thou risest like a fox, thou wilt rule like a lion and die like a dog." The last expression was unjustified. Boniface VIII. Was a fanatic, ambitious, proud, violent, and crafty, but with sincerity at the bottom of his prejudiced ideas, and stubborn and blind in his fits of temper. His death was that of an old lion at bay. End of chapter 18, part 14. Chapter 18, Part 15 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18, The Kingship in France, Part 15. We were bound to get a good idea and understanding of this violent struggle between the two sovereigns of France and Rome, not only because of its dramatic interest, but because it marks an important period in the history of the papacy and its relations with foreign governments. From the 10th century and the accession of the Capetians, the policy of the Holy See had been enterprising, bold, full of initiative, often even aggressive, and more often than not successful in the prosecution of its designs. Under Innocent III. It had attained the apogee of its strength and fortune. At that point its motion forward and upward came to a stop. Boniface had not the wit to recognize the changes which had taken place in European communities, and the decided progress which had been made by laic influences and civil powers. He was a stubborn preacher of maxims he could no longer practice. He was beaten in his enterprise, and the papacy, even on recovering from its defeat, found itself no longer what it had been before him. Starting from the 14th century, we find no second Gregory VII. Or Innocent III. Without expressly abandoning their principles, the policy of the Holy See became essentially defensive and conservative, more occupied in the maintenance than the aggrandizement of itself, and sometimes even more stationary and stagnant than was required by necessity or recommended by foresight. The posture assumed and the conduct adopted by the earliest successors of Boniface VIII. Showed how far the situation of the papacy was altered, and how deep had been the penetration of the stab which, in this conflict between the two aspirants to absolute power, Philip the Handsome had inflicted on his rival. On the 22nd of October, 1303, 11 days after the death of Boniface VIII., Benedict XI., son of a simple shepherd, was elected at Rome to succeed him. Philip the Handsome at once sent his congratulations, but by William of Plassien, who had lately been the accuser of Boniface, and who was charged to hand to the new pope, on the king's behalf, a very bitter memorandum touching his predecessor. Philip at the same time caused an address to be presented to himself in his own kingdom and in the vulgar tongue, called a supplication from the people of France to the king against Boniface. Benedict XI. Exerted himself to give satisfaction to the conqueror. He declared the Colonnas absolved, he released the barons and prelates of France from the excommunications pronounced against them, and he himself wrote to the king to say that he would behave towards him as the good shepherd in the parable, who leaves 99 sheep to go after one that is lost. Nogaret and the direct authors of the assault at Agnani were alone excepted from this amnesty. The Pope reserved for a future occasion the announcement of their absolution, when he should consider it expedient. But on the 7th of June 1304, instead of absolving them, he launched a fresh bull of excommunication against certain wicked men who had dared to commit a hateful crime against a person of good memory, Pope Boniface. A month after this bull Benedict XI was dead. It is related that a young woman had put before him at table a basket of fresh figs, of which he had eaten and which had poisoned him. The chroniclers of the time impute this crime to William of Nogaret, to the Colonnas, and to their associates at Agnani. A single one names King Philip. Popular credulity is great in matters of poisoning, but one thing is certain, namely, that no prosecution was ordered. There is no proof of Philip's complicity, but full as he was of hatred and dissimulation, he was one of those who do their best to profit by crimes which they have not ordered. It is clear that such a pope as Benedict XI would not do either for his passions or his purposes. He found one, however, from whom he flattered himself, not without reason, that he would get more complete and efficient co-operation. The cardinals, after being assembled in conclave for 6 months at Perouse, were unable to arrive at an agreement about a choice of pope. As a way out of their embarrassment, they entered into a secret convention to the effect that one of them, a confidant of Philip the Handsome, should make known to him that the Archbishop of Bordeaux, Bertrand de Goth, was the candidate in respect of whom they could agree. He was a subject of the King of England and a late favourite of Boniface VIII, who had raised him from the bishopric of Comminges to the Archbishopric of Bordeaux. He was regarded as an enemy of France, but Philip knew what may be done with an ambitious man, whose fortune is only half made, by offering to advance him to his highest point. He therefore appointed a meeting with the Archbishop. "Hearken," said he, "I have in my grasp wherewithal to make thee pope if I please, and provided that thou promise to do me 6 things I demand of thee, I will confer upon thee that honour, and to prove to thee that I have the power, here be letters and advices I have received from Rome." After having heard and read, the Gascon, overcome with joy, says the contemporary historian Villani, threw himself at the king's feet, saying, "My lord, now that I know that thou art my best friend, and that thou wouldst render me good for evil, it is for thee to command and for me to obey, such will ever be my disposition." Philip then set before him 6 demands, amongst which there were only 2 which could have caused the archbishop any uneasiness. The 4th purported that he should condemn the memory of Pope Boniface. "The 6th, which is important and secret, I keep to myself," said Philip, "to make known to thee in due time and place." The archbishop bound himself by oath taken on the sacred host to accomplish the wishes of the king, to whom furthermore he gave as hostages his brother and his 2 nephews. 6 weeks after this interview, on the 5th of June 1305, Bertrand de Goth was elected pope, under the name of Clement V. It was not long before he gave the king the most certain pledge of his docility. After having held his pontifical court at Bordeaux and Poitiers, he declared that he would fix his residence in France, in the country of Venaissin at Avignon, a territory which Philip the Bold had remitted to Pope Gregory X, in execution of a deed of gift from Raymond VII, Count of Toulouse. It was renouncing, in fact if not in law, the practical independence of the papacy, to thus place it in the midst of the dominions and under the very thumb of the King of France. "I know the gaseous," said the old Italian Cardinal Matthew Rosso, Dean of the Sacred College, when he heard of this resolution. "It will be ere long the Church comes back to Italy." And indeed it was not until 60 years afterwards, under Pope Gregory XI, that Italy regained possession of the Holy See, and historians call this long absence the Babylonish captivity. Philip lost no time in profiting by his propinquity to make the full weight of his power felt by Clement V. He claimed from him the fulfilment of the 4th promise Bertrand de Goth had made in order to become pope, which was the condemnation of Boniface VIII, and he revealed to him the 6th, that important and secret one which he kept to himself to make known to him in due time and place, and it was the persecution and abolition of the Order of the Templars. The pontificate of Clement V at Avignon was, for him, a 9 years' painful effort, at one time to elude, and at another to accomplish, against the grain, the heavy engagements he had incurred towards the king. He found the condemnation of Boniface VIII rather an embarrassment than a danger. He shrank, on becoming pope, from condemning the pope his predecessor, who had appointed him archbishop and cardinal. Instead of an official condemnation, he offered the king satisfaction in various ways. It was only from headstrong pride and to cloak himself in the eyes of his subjects that Philip clung to the condemnation of the memory of Boniface, and after a long period of mutual tergiversation, it was agreed in the end to let bygones be bygones. The principal promoter of the assault at Anagni, William of Naugrade, was the sole exception to the amnesty, and the pope imposed upon him, by way of penance, merely the obligation of making a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, which he never fulfilled. On the contrary, he remained, in great favour, about the person of King Philip, who made him his chancellor, and gave him, in Languedoc, some rich lands, amongst others those of Calvisson, Massillard, and Manduel. For Philip knew how to liberally reward and faithfully support his servants. And he knew still better how to persecute and ruin his foes. He had no reason of a public kind to consider the Templars his enemies. It is true that they had given him a merely qualified support on his appeal to the council against Boniface VIII., but both before and after that occurrence Philip had shown them marks of the most friendly regard. He had asked to be affiliated to their order, and he had borrowed their money. During a violent outbreak of the populace at Paris in 1306, on the occasion of a fresh tax, he had sought and found refuge in the very palace of the Temple, where the chapters general were held and where its treasures were kept. It is said that the sight of these treasures kindled the longings of Philip, and his ardent desire to get hold of them. At the time of the formation of the order in 1119, after the First Crusade, the Templars were far from being rich. 9 knights had joined together to protect the arrival and sojourning of pilgrims in Palestine, and Baldwin II., the third Christian king of Jerusalem, had given them a lodging in his own palace, to the east of Solomon's Temple, whence they had assumed the name of Poor United Champions of Christ and the Temple. Their valour and pious devotion had soon rendered them famous in the West as well as the East, and St. Bernard had commended them to the Christian world. At the Council of Troyes in 1123, Pope Honorius II. Had recognized their order, and regulated their dress, a white mantle, on which Pope Eugenius III. Placed a red cross. In 1172 the rules of the order were drawn up in 72 articles, and the Templars began to exempt themselves from jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Jerusalem, recognizing that of the Pope only. Their number and their importance rapidly increased. In 1130 the Emperor Lothar II. Gave them lands in the Duchy of Brunswick. They received other gifts in the Low Countries, in Spain, and in Portugal. After a voyage to the west, Hugh de Payan, the chief of the 9 Templars, returned to the east with 300 knights enlisted in his order, and 150 years after its foundation, the Order of the Temple, divided into 14 or 15 provinces, 4 in the east and 10 or 11 in the west, numbered, it is said, 18 or 20,000 knights, mostly French, and 9,000 commanderies or territorial benefices, the revenue of which is calculated at 54 millions of francs, about $10.5 millions. It was an army of monks, once poor men and hard-working soldiers, but now rich and idle, and abandoned to all the temptations of richness and idleness. There was still some fine talk about Jerusalems, pilgrims, and crusades. The Pope still kept these words prominent, either to distract the Western Christians from intestine quarrels, or to really promote some new Christian effort in the East. The Isle of Cyprus was still a small Christian kingdom, and the warrior monks, who were vowed to the defence of Christendom in the East, the Templars and the Hospitallers, had still in Palestine, Syria, Armenia, and the adjacent lands certain battles to fight and certain services to render to the Christian cause. But these were events too petty and too transitory to give serious employment to the 2 great religious and military orders, whose riches and fame were far beyond the proportions of their public usefulness and their real strength, a position fraught with perils for them. It inspired the sovereign powers of the state with the spirit rather of jealousy than fear of them. In 1303 the king and the pope simultaneously summoned from Cyprus to France the Grand Master of the Templars, James de Molay, a Burgundian nobleman, who had entered the order when he was almost a child, had valiantly fought the infidels in the East, and 14 years ago had been unanimously elected Grand Master. For several months he was well treated, to all appearances, by the 2 monarchs. Philip said he wished to discuss with him a new plan of crusade, and asked him to stand godfather to one of his children, and Mole was pallbearer at the burial of the king's sister-in-law. Meanwhile the most sinister reports, the gravest imputations, were bruited abroad against the Templars. They were accused of things distasteful, deplorable, horrible to think on, horrible to hear, of betraying Christendom for the profit of the infidels, of secretly denying the faith, of spitting upon the cross, of abandoning themselves to idolatrous practices and the most licentious lives. In 1307, in the month of October, Philip the Handsome and Clement V. had met at Poitiers, and the king asked the pope to authorize an inquiry touching the Templars and the accusations made against them. James de Molay was forthwith arrested at Paris with 140 of his knights. 60 met the same fate at Beaucaire, many others all over France, and their property was put in the king's keeping for the service of the Holy Land. On the 12th of August, 1308, a papal bull appointed a grand commission of inquiry charged to conduct, at Paris, an examination of the matter according as the law requires. The Archbishops of Canterbury in England and of Mayence, Cologne, and Troves in Germany were also named commissioners, and the pope announced that he would deliver his judgment within 2 years, at a general council held at Vienne in Dauphiny, territory of the empire. 26 princes and laic lords, the Dukes of Burgundy and Brittany, the Counts of Flanders, Nevers, Auxerre, and the Count of Talleyrand de Perigord, offered themselves as the Templars' accusers, and gave powers of attorney to act in their names. On the 22nd of November, 1309, the Grand Master, Molay, was called before the commission. At first he firmly denied all that his order had been accused of; afterwards he became confused and embarrassed, and said that he had not the ability to undertake the defence of his order, that he was but a poor unlettered knight, that the pope had reserved to himself the decision in the case, and that for his part he only wished the pope would summon him as soon as possible before him. On the 28th of May, 1310, 546 knights, who had declared their readiness to defend their order, appeared before the commission, and they were called upon to choose protectors to speak in their name. "We ought also, then," said they, "to have been tortured by proxy only." The prisoners were treated with the uttermost rigour and reduced to the most wretched plight. Out of their poor pay of 12 deniers per diem they were obliged to pay for their passage by water, to go and submit to their examination in the city, and to give money besides to the man who undid and riveted their fetters. In October, 1310, at a council held at Paris, a large number of Templars were examined, several acquitted, some subjected to special penances, and 54 condemned as heretics to the stake, and burned the same day in a field close to the abbey of St. Anthony, and 9 others met the same fate at the hands of a council held at Senlis the same year. They confessed under their tortures, says Bossuet, but they denied at their execution. The business dragged slowly on; different decisions were pronounced, according to the place of decision. The Templars were pronounced innocent on the 17th of June, at Ravenna, on the 1st of July, at Mayence, and on the 21st of October, at Salamanca; and in Aragon they made a successful resistance. Europe began to be wearied at the uncertainty of such judgments and at the sight of such horrible spectacles; and Clement V. felt some shame at thus persecuting monks who, on more than one occasion, had shown devotion to the Holy See. But Philip the Handsome had attained his end; he was in possession of the Templars' riches. On the 11th of June, 1311, the commission of inquiry terminated its sittings, and the report of its labours concluded as follows: "For further precaution, we have deposited the said procedure, drawn up by notaries in authentic form, in the treasury of Notre Dame, at Paris, to be shown to none without special letters from your Holiness." The Council General, announced in 1308 by the Pope, to decide definitively upon this great case, was actually opened at Vienne, in October, 1311. More than 300 bishops assembled, and 9 Templars presented themselves for the defence of their order, saying that there were at Lyons, or in their neighbourhood, 1,500 or 2,000 of their brethren, ready to support them. The Pope had the 9 offenders arrested, adjourned the decision once more, and on the 22nd of March in the following year, at a more secret consistory, made up of the most docile bishops and a few cardinals, pronounced, solely on his pontifical authority, the abolition of the Order of the Temple; and it was subsequently proclaimed officially, on the 3rd of April, 1312, in presence of the king and the council. And not a soul protested. The Grand Master, James de Molay, in confinement at Gisors, survived his order. The Pope had reserved to himself the task of trying him; but, disgusted with the work, he committed the trial to ecclesiastical commissioners assembled at Paris, before whom Mole was brought, together with three of the principal leaders of the Temple, survivors like himself. They had read over to them, from a scaffold erected in the forecourt of Notre Dame, the confessions they had made but lately under torture, and it was announced to them that they were sentenced to perpetual imprisonment. Remorse had restored to the Grand Master all his courage; he interrupted the reading and disavowed his avowals, protesting that torture alone had made him speak so falsely, and maintaining that "of his grand order nought he wist 'gainst honour and the laws of Christ." One of his three comrades in misfortune, the commander of Normandy, made aloud a similar disavowal. The embarrassed judges sent the two Templars back to the provost of Paris, and put off their decision to the following day; but Philip the Handsome, without waiting for the morrow, and without consulting the judges, ordered the two Templars to be burned the same evening, March 11, 1314, at the hour of vespers, in Ile de la Cité, on the site of the present Place Dauphine. A poet chronicler, Godfrey of Paris, who was a witness of the scene, thus describes it: "The Grand Master, seeing the fire prepared, stripped himself briskly. I tell just as I saw; he bared himself to his shirt, light heartedly and with a good grace, without a whit of trembling, though he was dragged and shaken mightily. They took hold of him to tie him to the stake, and they were binding his hands with a cord, but he said to them, 'Sirs, suffer me to fold my hands awhile, and make my prayer to God, for verily it is time. I am presently to die, but wrongfully, God wot. Therefore woe will come, ere long, to those who condemn us without a cause. God will avenge our death.'" It was probably owing to these last words that there arose a popular rumour, soon spread abroad, that James de Molay, at his death, had cited the Pope and the King to appear with him, the former at the end of 40 days, and the latter within a year, before the judgment seat of God. Events gave a sanction to the legend, for Clement V. actually died on the 20th of April 1314, and Philip the Handsome on the 29th of November 1314. The Pope, undoubtedly uneasy at the servile acquiescence he had shown towards the king, and the king expressing some sorrow for his greed and for the imposts, maltolti, malatolta, or blackmail, with which he had burdened his people. End of Chapter 18, Part 15. Chapter 18, Part 16 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 18. The Kingship in France, Part 16. In excessive and arbitrary imposts, indeed, consisted the chief grievance for which France in the 14th century had to complain of Philip the Handsome, and probably it was the only wrong for which he upbraided himself. Being badly wounded, out hunting, by a wild boar, and perceiving himself to be in bad case, he gave orders for his removal to Fontainebleau, and there, says Godfrey of Paris, the poet chronicler just quoted in reference to the execution of the Templars, he said and commanded that his children, his brothers, and his other friends should be sent for. They were no long time in coming; they entered Fontainebleau, into the chamber in which the king was, and where there was very little light. So soon as they were there, they asked him how he was, and he answered, "Ill in body and in soul; if Our Lady the Virgin save me not by her prayers, I see that death will seize me here. I have put on so many talliages, and laid hands on so many riches, that I shall never be absolved. Sirs, I know I am in such a state that I shall die, methinks to-night, for I suffer grievous hurt from the curses which pursue me. There will be no fine tales to be told of me." Philip's anxiety about his memory was not without foundation; his greed is the vice which has clung to his name. Not only did he load his subjects with poll taxes and other taxes unauthorized by law and the traditions of the feudal system, not only was he unjust and cruel towards the Templars in order to appropriate their riches, but he committed, over and over again, that kind of spoliation which imports most trouble into the general life of a people. He debased the coinage so often and to such an extent, that he was everywhere called the base coiner. This was a financial process of which none of his predecessors, neither Saint Louis nor Philip Augustus, had set him an example, though they had quite as many costly wars and expeditions to keep up as he had. Some chroniclers of the 14th century say that Philip the Handsome was particularly munificent and lavish towards his family and his servants, but it is difficult to meet with any precise proof of this allegation, and we must impute the financial difficulties of Philip the Handsome to his natural greed, and to the secret expenses entailed upon him by his policy of dissimulation and hatred, rather than to his lavish generosity. As he was no stranger to the spirit of order in his own affairs, he tried, towards the end of his reign, to obtain an exact account of his finances. His chief adviser, Enguerrand de Marigny, became his superintendent general, and on the 19th of January 1311, at the close of a grand council held at Poissy, Philip passed an ordinance which established, under the headings of expenses and receipts, two distinct tables and treasuries, one for ordinary expenses, the civil list, and the payment of the great bodies of the state, incomes, pensions, etc., and the other for extraordinary expenses. The ordinary expenses were estimated at 175,500 livres of Tours, that is, according to M. Boutaric, who published this ordinance, 15,900,000 francs, about $3,084,000. Numerous articles regulated the execution of the measure, and the royal treasurers took an oath not to reveal, within 2 years, the state of their receipts, save to Enguerrand de Marigny, or by order of the king himself. This first budget of the French monarchy dropped out of sight after the death of Philip the Handsome, in the reaction which took place against his government. "God forgive him his sins," says Godfrey of Paris, "for in the time of his reign great loss came to France, and there was small regret for him." The general history of France has been more indulgent towards Philip the Handsome than his contemporaries were. It has expressed its acknowledgments to him for the progress made, under his sway, by the particular and permanent characteristics of civilization in France. The kingly domain received in the Pyrenees, in Aquitaine, in Franche Comté, and in Flanders territorial increments which extended national unity. The legislative power of the king penetrated into and secured footing in the lands of his vassals. The scattered semi sovereigns of feudal society bowed down before the incontestable preeminence of the kingship, which gained the victory in its struggle against the papacy. Far be it from us to attach no importance to the intervention of the deputies of the communes in the States General of 1302, on the occasion of that struggle; it was certainly homage paid to the nascent existence of the Third Estate, but it is puerile to consider that homage as a real step towards public liberties and constitutional government. The burghers of 1302 did not dream of such a thing. Philip, knowing that their feelings were, in this instance, in accordance with his own, summoned them in order to use their co operation as a useful appendage for himself, and absolute kingship gained more strength by the co operation than the Third Estate acquired influence. The general constitution of the judiciary power, as delegated from the kingship, the creation of several classes of magistrates devoted to this great social function, and especially the strong organization and the permanence of the Parliament of Paris, were far more important progressions in the development of civil order and society in France. But it was to the advantage of absolute power that all these facts were turned, and the perverted ability of Philip the Handsome consisted in working them for that single end. He was a profound egotist; he mingled with his imperiousness the leaven of craft and patience, but he was quite a stranger to the two principles which constitute the morality of governments, respect for rights and patriotic sympathy with public sentiment. He concerned himself about nothing but his own position, his own passions, his own wishes, or his own fancies. And this is the radical vice of absolute power. Philip the Handsome is one of the kings of France who have most contributed to stamp upon the kingship in France this lamentable characteristic, from which France has suffered so much, even in the midst of her glories, and which in our time was so grievously atoned for by the kingship itself when it no longer deserved the reproach. Philip the Handsome left 3 sons: Louis X, called Le Hutin, the Quarreller; Philip V, called the Long; and Charles IV, called the Handsome, who between them occupied the throne only 13 years and 10 months. None of them distinguished himself by his personal merits, and the events of the 3 reigns hold scarcely a higher place in history than the actions of the 3 kings do. Shortly before the death of Philip the Handsome, his greedy despotism had already excited amongst the people such lively discontent, that several leagues were formed in Champagne, Burgundy, Artois, and Beauvaisis, to resist him; and the members of these leagues, nobles and commoners, say the accounts, engaged to give one another mutual support in their resistance, at their own cost and charges. After the death of Philip the Handsome, the opposition made head more extensively and effectually, and it produced two results: 10 ordinances of Louis the Quarreller for redressing the grievances of the feudal aristocracy, for one; and for the other, the trial and condemnation of Enguerrand de Marigny, coadjutor and rector of the kingdom, under Philip the Handsome. Marigny, at the death of the king his master, had against him, rightly or wrongly, popular clamour and feudal hostility, especially that of Charles of Valois, Philip the Handsome's brother, who acted as leader of the barons. "What has become of all those subsidies, and all those sums produced by so much tampering with the coinage?" asked the new king one day in council. "Sir," said Prince Charles, "it was Marigny who had the administration of everything, and it is for him to render an account." "I am quite ready," said Marigny. "This moment, then," said the prince. "Most willingly, my lord; I gave a great portion to you." "You lie!" cried Charles. "Nay, you, by God!" replied Marigny. The prince drew his sword, and Marigny was on the point of doing the same. The quarrel was, however, stifled for the moment; but shortly afterwards Marigny was accused, condemned by a commission assembled at Vincennes, and hanged on the gibbet of Montfaucon, which he himself, it is said, had set up. He walked to execution with head erect, saying to the crowd, "Good folks, pray for me." Some months afterwards, the young king, who had endorsed the sentence reluctantly, since he did not well know, between his father's brother and minister, which of the two was guilty, left by will a handsome legacy to Marigny's widow, in consideration of the great misfortune which had befallen her and hers; and Charles of Valois himself, falling into a decline, considered himself stricken by the hand of God, as a punishment for the trial of Enguerrand de Marigny, had liberal alms distributed to the poor with this injunction: "Pray God for Enguerrand de Marigny, and for the Count of Valois." None can tell, after this lapse of time, whether this remorse proceeded from weakness of mind or sincerity of heart, and which of the two personages was really guilty; but ages afterward, such is the effect of blind, popular clamour and unrighteous judicial proceedings, that the condemned lives in history as a victim and all but a guileless being. Whilst the feudal aristocracy was thus avenging itself of kingly tyranny, the spirit of Christianity was noiselessly pursuing its work, the general enfranchisement of men. Louis the Quarreller had to keep up the war with Flanders, which was continually being renewed; and in order to find, without hateful exactions, the necessary funds, he was advised to offer freedom to the serfs of his domain. Accordingly he issued, on the 3rd of July, 1315, an edict to the following effect: "Whereas, according to natural right, every one should be born free; and whereas, by certain customs which, from long age, have been introduced into and preserved to this day in our kingdom, many persons amongst our common people have fallen into the bonds of slavery, which much displeaseth us, we, considering that our kingdom is called and named the kingdom of the free (Franks), and willing that the matter should in verity accord with the name, have by our grand council decreed and do decree that generally throughout our whole kingdom such serfdoms will be redeemed to freedom on fair and suitable conditions; and we will, likewise, that all other lords who have body men, or serfs, do take an example by us to bring them to freedom." Great credit has very properly been given to Louis the Quarreller for this edict, but it has not been sufficiently noticed that Philip the Handsome had himself set his sons the example, for, on confirming the enfranchisement granted by his brother Charles to the serfs in the county of Valois, he had based his decree on the following grounds: "Seeing that every human being, which is made in the image of our Lord, should generally be free by natural right." The history of Christian communities is full of these happy inconsistencies: when a moral and just principle is implanted in the soul, absolute power itself does not completely escape from its healthy influence, and the good makes its way athwart the evil, just as a source of fresh and pure water ceases not to flow and spread over a land wasted by the crimes or follies of men. It is desirable to give an idea and an example of the conduct which was already beginning to be adopted, and of the authority which was already beginning to be exercised in France, amidst the feudal reaction that set in against Philip the Handsome, and amidst the feeble government of his sons, by that magistracy, of such recent and petty origin, which was called upon to defend, in the king's name, order and justice against the countless anarchical tyrannies scattered over the national territory. During the early years of the 15th century, a lord of Gascony, Jordan de Lisle, of most noble origin, but most ignoble deeds, says a contemporary chronicler, abandoned himself to all manner of irregularities and crimes. Confident in his strength and his connections, for Pope John XXII. Had given his niece to him in marriage, he committed homicides, entertained evildoers and murderers, countenanced robbers, and rose against the king. He killed, with the man's own truncheon, one of the king's servants, who was wearing the royal livery according to the custom of the royal servants. When his misdeeds were known, he was summoned for trial to Paris, and he went thither surrounded by a stately retinue of counts, nobles, and barons of Aquitaine. He was confined at first in the prison of Châtelet, and when a hearing had been accorded to his reply and to what he alleged in his defence against the crimes of which he was accused, he was finally pronounced worthy of death by the doctors of the Parliament, and on Trinity Eve he was dragged at the tail of horses and hanged, as he deserved, on the public gallows at Paris. It was assuredly a difficult and a dangerous task for the obscure members of this Parliament, scarcely organised as it was and quite lately established for a permanence in Paris, to put down such disorders and such men. In the course of its long career the French magistracy has committed many faults. It has more than once either aspired to overstep its proper limits or failed to fulfil all its duties, but history would be ungrateful and untruthful not to bring into the light the virtues this body has displayed from its humble cradle, and the services it has rendered to France, to her security at home, to her moral dignity, to her intellectual glory, and to the progress of her civilization with all its brilliancy and productiveness, though it is still so imperfect and so thwarted. Another fact which has held an important place in the history of France, and exercised a great influence over her destinies, likewise dates from this period, and that is the exclusion of women from the succession to the throne, by virtue of an article, ill understood, of the Salic law. The ancient law of the Salian Franks, drawn up, probably, in the 7th century, had no statute at all touching this grave question. The article relied upon was merely a regulation of civil law prescribing that no portion of really Salic land, that is to say, in the full territorial ownership of the head of the family, should pass into the possession of women, but it should belong altogether to the virile sex. From the time of Hugh Capet, heirs male had never been wanting to the crown, and the succession in the male line had been a fact uninterrupted indeed, but not due to prescription or law. Louis the Quarreller, at his death, on the 5th of June 1316, left only a daughter, but his second wife, Queen Clemence, was pregnant. As soon as Philip the Long, then Count of Poitiers, heard of his brother's death, he hurried to Paris, assembled a certain number of barons, and got them to decide that he, if the queen should be delivered of a son, should be regent of the kingdom for 18 years, but that if she should bear a daughter he should immediately take possession of the crown. On the 15th of November 1316, the queen gave birth to a son, who was named John, and who figures as John I. in the series of French kings, but the child died at the end of 5 days, and on the 6th of January 1317, Philip the Long was crowned king at Rheims. He forthwith summoned, there is no knowing exactly where and in what numbers, the clergy, barons, and third estate, who declared, on the 2nd of February, that the laws and customs inviolably observed among the Franks excluded daughters from the crown. There was no doubt about the fact, but the law was not established, nor even in conformity with the entire feudal system or with general opinion. And thus the kingdom went, says Froissart, as seemeth to many folks, out of the right line. But the measure was evidently wise and salutary for France as well as for the kingship, and it was renewed after Philip the Long died on the 3rd of January 1322, and left daughters only, in favour of his brother Charles the Handsome, who died in his turn on the 1st of January 1328, and likewise left daughters only. The question as to the succession of the throne then lay between the male line represented by Philip, Count of Valois, grandson of Philip the Bold through Charles of Valois, his father, and the female line represented by Edward III., King of England, grandson through his mother Isabel, sister of the late King of Charles the Handsome, of Philip the Handsome. A war of more than a century's duration between France and England was the result of this lamentable rivalry, which all but put the kingdom of France under an English king; but France was saved by the stubborn resistance of the national spirit and by Joan of Arc, inspired by God. 128 years after the triumph of the national cause, and 4 years after the accession of Henry IV., which was still disputed by the League, a decree of the Parliament of Paris, dated the 28th of June, 1593, maintained against the pretensions of Spain the authority of the Salic law; and on the 1st of October, 1789, a decree of the National Assembly, in conformity with the formal and unanimous wish of the memorials drawn up by the States General, gave a fresh sanction to that principle which, confining the heredity of the crown to the male line, had been salvation to the unity and nationality of the monarchy in France. Chapter 18.
Chapter 19, Part 1 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterraud. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 19. The Communes and the Third Estate. Part 1. The history of the Merovingians is that of barbarians invading Gaul and settling upon the ruins of the Roman Empire. The history of the Carlovingians is that of the greatest of the barbarians taking upon himself to resuscitate the Roman Empire, and of Charlemagne's descendants disputing among themselves for the fragments of this fabric, as fragile as it was grand. Amidst this vast chaos, and upon this double ruin, was formed the feudal system, which by transformation after transformation became ultimately France. Hugh Capet, one of its chieftains, made himself its king. The Capetians achieved the French kingship. We have traced its character and progressive development from the 11th to the 14th century, through the reigns of Louis the Fat, of Philip Augustus, of Saint Louis, and of Philip the Handsome, princes very diverse and very unequal in merit, but all of them able and energetic. This period was likewise the cradle of the French nation. This was the time when it began to exhibit itself in its different elements, and to arise under monarchical rule from the midst of the feudal system. Its earliest features and its earliest efforts in the long and laborious work of its development are now to be set before the reader's eyes. The two words inscribed at the head of this chapter, the Communes and the Third Estate, are verbal expressions for the two great facts at that time revealing that the French nation was in labor of formation. Closely connected one with the other, and tending toward the same end, these two facts are, nevertheless, very diverse, and even when they have not been confounded, they have not been with sufficient clearness distinguished and characterized, each of them apart. They are diverse both in their chronological date and their social importance. The Communes are the first to appear in history. They appear there as local facts, isolated one from another, often very different in point of origin, though analogous in their aim, and in every case neither assuming nor pretending to assume any place in the government of the state. Local interests and rights, the special affairs of certain populations, agglomerated in certain spots, are the only objects, the only province of the Communes. With this purely municipal and individual character they come to their birth, their confirmation, and their development from the 11th to the 14th century, and at the end of 2 centuries they enter upon their decline. They occupy far less room and make far less noise in history. It is exactly then that the Third Estate comes to the front, and uplifts itself as a general fact, a national element, a political power. It is the successor, not the contemporary, of the Communes. They contributed much towards, but did not suffice for, its formation. It drew upon other resources, and was developed under other influences than those which gave existence to the Communes. It has subsisted, it has gone on growing throughout the whole course of French history, and at the end of 5 centuries, in 1789, when the communes had for a long while sunk into languishment and political insignificance, at the moment at which France was electing her Constituent Assembly, the Abbé Cisse, a man of powerful rather than scrupulous mind, could say, "What is the third estate? Everything. What has it hitherto been in the body politic? Nothing. What does it demand? To be something." These words contain 3 grave errors. In the course of government anterior to 1789, so far was the third estate from being nothing, that it had been every day becoming greater and stronger. What was demanded for it in 1789 by M. Cisse and his friends was not that it might become something, but that it should be everything. That was a desire beyond its right and its strength, and the very Revolution, which was its own victory, proved this. Whatever may have been the weaknesses and faults of its foes, the third estate had a terrible struggle to conquer them, and the struggle was so violent and so obstinate that the third estate was broken up therein and had to pay dearly for its triumph. At first it obtained thereby despotism instead of liberty, and when liberty returned, the third estate found itself confronted by twofold hostility, that of its foes under the old regimen, and that of the absolute democracy, which claimed in its turn to be everything. Outrageous claims bring about intractable opposition and excite unbridled ambition. What there was in the words of the Abbé Cisse in 1789 was not the verity of history, it was a lying program of revolution. We have anticipated dates in order to properly characterize and explain the facts as they present themselves, by giving a glimpse of their scope and their attainment. Now that we have clearly marked the profound difference between the third estate and the communes, we will return to the communes alone, which had the priority in respect of time. We will trace the origin and the composition of the third estate, when we reach the period at which it will become one of the great performers in the history of France, by reason of the place it assumed and the part it played in the States General of the kingdom. In dealing with the formation of the communes from the 11th to the 14th century, the majority of the French historians, even M. Thierry, the most original and clear-sighted of them all, often entitle this event the communal revolution. This expression hardly gives a correct idea of the fact to which it is applied. The word revolution, in the sense or at least the aspect given to it amongst us by contemporary events, points to the overthrow of a certain regimen, and of the ideas and authority predominant thereunder, and the systematic elevation in their stead of a regimen essentially different in principle and in fact. The revolutions of our day substitute, or would fain substitute, a republic for a monarchy, a democracy for aristocracy, political liberty for absolute power. The struggles which, from the 11th to the 14th century, gave existence to so many communes, had no such profound character. The populations did not pretend to any fundamental overthrow of the regimen they attacked. They conspired together, they swore together, as the phrase is according to the documents of the time, they rose to extricate themselves from the outrageous oppression and misery they were enduring, but not to abolish feudal sovereignty, and to change the personalities of their masters. When they succeeded, they obtained those treaties of peace called charters, which brought about in the condition of the insurgents salutary changes accompanied by more or less effectual guarantees. When they failed, or when the charters were violated, the result was violent reactions, mutual excesses. The relations between the populations and their lords were tempestuous and full of vicissitudes, but at bottom neither the political regimen nor the social system of the communes was altered. And so there were, at many spots, without any connection between them, local revolts and civil wars, but no communal revolution. One of the earliest facts of this kind, which have been brought forth with some detail in history, clearly shows their primitive character. A fact the more remarkable in that the revolt described by the chroniclers originated and ran its course in the country among peasants with a view of recovering complete independence, but not amongst an urban population with a view of resulting in the erection of a commune. Toward the end of the 10th century, under Richard II, Duke of Normandy, called the Good, and whilst the good King Robert was reigning in France, in several courtships of Normandy, says William of Jumièges, all the peasants, assembling in their conventicles, resolved to live according to their inclinations and their own laws, as well in the interior of the forest as along the rivers, and to reck naught of any established right. To carry out this purpose, these mobs of madmen chose each 2 deputies, who were to form at some central point an assembly charged to see the execution of their decrees. As soon as the Duke, Richard II, was informed thereof, he sent a large body of men-at-arms to repress this audaciousness of the county districts and to scatter this rustic assemblage. In execution of his orders, the deputies of the peasants and many other rebels were forthwith arrested, their feet and hands were cut off, and they were sent away thus mutilated to their homes, in order to deter their like from such enterprises, and to make them wiser, for fear of worse. After this experience, the peasants left off their meetings and returned to their ploughs. It was about 80 years after the event when the monk William of Jumièges told the story of this insurrection of peasants so long anterior, and yet so similar to that which more than 3 centuries afterwards broke out in nearly the whole of northern France, and which was called the Jacquerie. Less than a century after William of Jumièges, a Norman poet, Robert Wace, told the same story in his Romance of Rou, a history in verse of Rollo and the first dukes of Normandy. The lords do us naught but ill, he makes the Roman peasants say. With them we have nor gain nor profit from our labors. Every day is for us a day of suffering, of travail and of fatigue. Every day our beasts are taken from us for forced labor and services. Why put up with all this evil, and why not get quit of travail? Are we not men even as they are? Have we not the same stature, the same limbs, the same strength for suffering? Bind we ourselves by oath, swear we to aid one another, and if they be minded to make war on us, have we not for every knight 30 or 40 young peasants ready and willing to fight with club or boar spear or arrow or axe or stones, if they have not arms? Learn we to resist the knights, and we shall be free to hew down trees, to hunt game, and to fish after our fashion, and we shall work our will on flood and in field and wood. These 2 passages have already been quoted in chapter 14 of this history, in the course of describing the general condition of France under the Capetians before the Crusades, and they are again brought forward here because they express and paint to the life the chief cause which formed the end of the 10th century led to so many insurrections among the rural as well as urban populations, and brought about the establishment of so many communes. We say the chief cause only, because oppression and insurrection were not the sole origin of the communes. Evil, moral and material, abounds in human communities, but it never has the sole dominion there. Force never drives justice into utter banishment, and the ruffianly violence of the strong never stifles in all hearts every sympathy for the weak. 2 causes, quite distinct from feudal opposition, viz., Roman traditions and Christian sentiments, had their share in the formation of the communes and in the beneficial results thereof. The Roman municipal regimen, which is described in M. Guizot's L'Essai sur l'Histoire de France, first essay, pages 1 through 44, did not everywhere perish with the empire. It kept its footing in a great number of towns, especially in those of southern Gaul, Marseilles, Arles, Nîmes, Narbonne, Toulouse, etc. At Arles, the municipality actually bore the name of commune, communitas. Toulouse gave her principal magistrates the name of capitals, after the capital of Rome, and in the greater part of the other towns in the south they were called consuls. After the great invasion of barbarians, from the 7th to the end of the 11th centuries, the existence of these Roman municipalities appears but rarely and confusedly in history. But in this there is nothing peculiar to the towns and the municipal system, for confusion and obscurity were at that time universal, and the nascent feudal system was plunged therein as well as the dying little municipal systems were. Many Roman municipalities were still subsisting without influencing any event of at all a general kind, and without leaving any trace. And as the feudal system grew and grew, they still went on in the midst of universal darkness and anarchy. They had penetrated into the north of Gaul in fewer numbers, and with a weaker organization than in the south, but still keeping their footing and vaunting themselves on their Roman origin in the face of their barbaric conquerors. The inhabitants of Rheims remembered with pride that their municipal magistracy and its jurisdiction were anterior to Clovis, dating as they did from before the days of Saint Remigius, the apostle of the Franks. The burghers of Metz boasted of having enjoyed civil rights before there was any district of Lorraine. Lorraine, says they, is young, and Metz is old. The city of Bourges was one of the most complete examples of successive transformations and denominations attained by a Roman municipality from the 6th to the 13th century, under the Merovingians, the Carolingians, and the earliest Capetians. At the time of the invasion it had arenas, an amphitheater, and all that characterized a Roman city. In the 7th century, the author of the life of Saint Estadiola, born at Bourges, says that she was the child of illustrious parents who, as worldly dignity is accounted, were notable by reason of senatorial rank, and Gregory of Tours quotes a judgment delivered by the principals, primores, of the city of Bourges. Coins of the time of Charles the Bald are struck with the name of the city of Bourges and its inhabitants, Bitorige. In 1107, under Philippe I, the members of the municipal city of Bourges are named Prud'homme. In two charters, one of Louis the Young in 1145, and the other of Philip Augustus in 1218, the old senators of Bourges have the name at one time of Bonhomme, at another of Baron of the city. Under different names, in accordance with change of language, the Roman municipal regimen held on and adapted itself to new social conditions. End of chapter 19, part 1. Recording by Alan Winterowd, boomcoach.blogspot.com. Chapter 19, Part 2, of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 19, The Communes and the Third Estate, Part 2. In our own day there has been far too much inclination to dispute, and M. Augustin Thierry has, in M. Guizot's opinion, made far too little of the active and effective part played by the Kingship in the formation and protection of the French communes. Not only did the kings, as we shall presently see, often interpose as mediators in the quarrels of the communes with their lac or ecclesiastical lords, but many amongst them assumed in their own domains, and to the profit of the communes, an intelligent and beneficial initiative. The city of Orleans was a happy example of this. It was of ancient date, and had prospered under the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, the continuance of the Roman municipal regimen does not appear there clearly, as we have just seen that it did in this case of Bourges. It is chiefly from the Middle Ages and their kings that Orleans held its municipal franchises and its privileges. They never raised it to a commune, properly so called, by a charter sworn to and guaranteed by independent institutions, but they set honestly to work to prevent local oppression, to reform abuses, and make justice prevail there. From 1051 to 1281, there can be found in the Recueil des Ordonnances des Rois 7 important charters relating to Orleans. In 1051, at the demand of the people of Orleans and its bishop, who appears in the charter as the head of the people, the defender of the city, Henry I, secures to the inhabitants of Orleans freedom of labor and of going to and fro during the vintages, and interdicts his agents from exacting anything upon the entry of wines. From 1137 to 1178, during the administration of Suger, Louis the Young in 4 successive ordinances gives, in respect of Orleans, precise guarantees for freedom of trade, security of persons and property, and the internal peace of the city; and in 1183 Philip Augustus exempts all from talliage, that is, from all personal impost, the present and future inhabitants of Orleans, and grants them divers privileges, amongst others that of not going to law courts farther from their homes than Étampes. In 1281 Philip the Bold renews and confirms the concessions of Philip Augustus. Orleans was not, within the royal domain, the only city where the kings of that period were careful to favor the progress of the population, of wealth, and of security. Several other cities, and even less considerable burghs, obtained similar favor, and in 1155 Louis the Young, probably in confirmation of an act of his father, Louis the Fat, granted to the little town of Loris in Gâtinais, nowadays chief place of a canton in the department of the Loiret, a charter full of detail, which regulated its internal regimen in financial, commercial, judicial, and military matters, and secured to all its inhabitants good conditions in respect of civil life. This charter was in the course of the 12th century regarded as so favorable that it was demanded by a great number of towns and burghs. The king was asked for the customs of Loris, and in the space of 50 years they were granted to 7 towns, some of them a considerable distance from Orleans. The towns which obtained them did not become by this qualification communes properly so called in the special and historical sense of the word. They had no jurisdiction of their own, no independent magistracy. They had not their own government in their hands. The king's officers, provosts, bailiffs, or others, were the only persons who exercised there a real and decisive power. But the king's promises to the inhabitants, the rights which he authorized them to claim from him, and the rules which he imposed upon his officers in their government, were not concessions which were of no value or which remained without fruit. As we follow in the course of our history the towns which, without having been raised to communes properly so called, had obtained advantages of that kind, we see them developing and growing in population and wealth, and sticking more and more closely to that kingship from which they had received their privileges, and which, for all its imperfect observance and even frequent violation of promises, was nevertheless accessible to complaint, repressed from time to time the misbehavior of its officers, renewed at need and even extended privileges, and, in a word, promoted in its administration the progress of civilization and the counsels of reason, and thus attached the burghers to itself without recognizing on their side those positive rights and those guarantees of administrative independence which are, in a perfect and solidly constructed social fabric, the foundation of political liberty. Nor was it the kings alone who, in the Middle Ages, listened to the counsels of reason, and recognized in their behavior toward their towns the right of justice. Many bishops had become the feudal lords of the episcopal city, and the Christian spirit enlightened and animated many amongst them, just as the monarchical spirit sometimes enlightened and guided the kings. Troubles had arisen in the town of Cambrai between the bishops and the people. There was amongst the members of the metropolitan clergy, says M. Augustin Thierry, a certain Baudry de Sarchianville, a native of Artois, who had the title of chaplain of the bishopric. He was a man of high character, and of wise and reflecting mind. He did not share the violent aversion felt by most of his order for the institution of communes. He saw in this institution a sort of necessity beneath which it would be inevitable sooner or later, willy-nilly, to bow, and he thought it was better to surrender to the wishes of the citizens than to shed blood in order to postpone for a while an unavoidable revolution. In 1098 he was elected Bishop of Noyon. He found this town in the same state in which he had seen that of Cambrai. The burghers were at daily loggerheads with the metropolitan clergy, and the registers of the church contained a host of documents entitled "Peace made between us and the burghers of Noyon." But no reconciliation was lasting. The truce was soon broken either by the clergy or by the citizens, who were the more touchy in that they had less security for their persons and their property. The new bishop thought that the establishment of a commune sworn to by both the rival parties might become a sort of compact of alliance between them, and he set about realizing this noble idea before the word commune had served at Noyon as a rallying cry of popular insurrection. Of his own mere motion, he convoked in assembly all the inhabitants of the town, clergy, knights, traders, and craftsmen. He presented them with a charter which constituted the body of burghers an association forever under magistrates called jurymen, like those of Cambrai. "Whosoever," says the charter, "shall desire to enter this commune shall not be able to be received as a member of it by a single individual, but only in the presence of the jurymen. The sum of money he shall then give shall be employed for the benefit of the town, and not for the private advantage of any one whatsoever. If the commune be outraged, all those who have sworn to it shall be bound to march to its defense, and none shall be empowered to remain at home unless he be infirm or sick, or so poor that he must needs be himself the watcher of his own wife and children lying sick. If any one have wounded or slain any one on the territory of the commune, the jurymen shall take their vengeance therefor." The other articles guaranteed to the members of the commune of Noyon the complete ownership of their property, and the right of it not being handed over to justice save before their own municipal magistrates. The bishop first swore to this charter, and the inhabitants of every condition took the same oath after him. In virtue of his pontifical authority he pronounced the anathema, and all curses of the Old and New Testament, against whoever should come in time to dare to dissolve the commune or infringe its regulations. Furthermore, in order to give this new pact a stronger warranty, Baudry requested the King of France, Louis the Fat, to corroborate it, as they used to say at the time, by his approbation and by the great seal of the crown. The king consented to this request of the bishop, and that was all the part taken by Louis the Fat in the establishment of the commune of Noyon. The king's charter is not preserved, but under the date of 1108 there is extant one of the bishop's own, which may serve to substantiate the account given. Baudry, by the grace of God, Bishop of Noyon, to all those who do preserve and go on in the faith. Most dear brethren, we learn by the example and words of the Holy Fathers, that all good things ought to be committed to writing, for fear lest hereafter they come to be forgotten. Know then, all Christians present and to come, that I have formed at Noyon a commune, constituted by the council, and in an assembly of clergy, knights, and burghers, that I have confirmed it by oath, by pontifical authority, and by the bond of anathema, that I have prevailed upon our Lord King Louis to grant this commune and corroborate it with the king's seal. This establishment formed by me, sworn to by a great number of persons, and granted by the king, let none be so bold as to destroy or alter. I give warning thereof, on behalf of God and myself, and I forbid it in the name of pontifical authority. Whoever shall transgress and violate the present law be subjected to excommunication, and whosoever, on the contrary, shall faithfully keep it, be preserved forever amongst those who dwell in the house of the Lord. This good example was not without fruit. The communal regimen was established in several towns, notably at Saint-Quentin and at Soissons, without trouble or violence, and with one accord amongst the laic and ecclesiastical lords and the inhabitants. We arrive now at the third and chief source of the communes, at the case of those which met feudal opposition with energetic resistance, and which, after all the sufferings, vicissitudes, and outrages, on both sides, of a prolonged struggle, ended by winning a veritable administration, and to a certain extent political independence. The number of communes thus formed from the 11th to the 13th century was great, and we have a detailed history of the fortunes of several among them: Cambrai, Beauvais, Léon, Amiens, Rheims, Étampes, Vézelay, etc. To give a correct and vivid picture of them, we will choose the commune of Léon, which was one of those whose fortunes were most checkered as well as most tragic, and which, after more than 2 centuries of a very tempestuous existence, was sentenced to complete abolition, first by Philip the Handsome, then by Philip the Long and Charles the Handsome, and finally by Philip of Valois, for certain misdeeds and excesses notorious, enormous, and detestable, and on full deliberation of our council. The early portion of the history connected with the commune of Léon has been narrated for us by Guibert, an abbot of Nogent-sur-Coussay, in the diocese of Léon, a contemporary writer, sprightly and bold. "In all that I have written, and am still writing," says he, "I dismiss all men from my mind, caring not a whit about pleasing anybody. I have taken my side in the opinions of the world, and with calmness and indifference on my own account I expect to be exposed to all sorts of language, to be, as it were, beaten with rods. I proceed with my task, being fully proposed to bear with equanimity the judgments of all who come snarling after me." Léon was, at the end of the 11th century, one of the most important towns in the kingdom of France. It was full of rich and industrious inhabitants, the neighboring people came thither for provisions or diversion, and such concourse led to the greatest disturbances. "The nobles and their servitors," says M. Augustus Thierry, "sword in hand, committed robbery upon the burghers. The streets of the town were not safe by night or even by day, and none could go out without running a risk of being stopped and robbed or killed. The burghers, in their turn, committed violence upon the peasants, who came to buy or sell at the market of the town. Let me give as example," says Guibert of Nogent, "a single fact, which had it taken place among the barbarians or the Scythians, would assuredly have been considered the height of wickedness, in the judgment even of those who recognize no law. On Saturday, the inhabitants of the country places used to leave their fields, and come from all sides to Léon to get provisions at the market. The townsfolk used then to go round the place, carrying in baskets or bowls or otherwise, samples of vegetables or grain, or any other article as if they wished to sell. They would offer them to the first peasant who was in search of such things to buy. He would promise to pay the price agreed upon, and then the seller would say to the buyer, 'Come with me to my house to see and examine the whole of the articles I am selling you.' The other would go, and then, when they came to the bin containing the goods, the honest seller would take off and hold up the lid, saying to the buyer, 'Step hither and put your head or arms into the bin, to make quite sure that all is exactly of the same goods as I showed you outside.' And then when the other, jumping on to the edge of the bin, remained leaning on his belly, with his head and shoulders hanging down, the worthy seller, who kept in the rear, would hoist up the thoughtless rustic by the feet, push him suddenly into the bin, and, clapping on the lid as he fell, keep him shut up in the safe prison until he had bought himself out." End of chapter 19, part 2. Recording by Alan Winterowd, boomcoach.blogspot.com. Chapter 19, part 3, of volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 19. The Communes and the Third Estate, Part 3. In 1106, the bishopric of Léon had been 2 years vacant. It was sought after and obtained for a sum of money, say contemporaries, by Gaudry, a Norman by birth, referendary of Henry I, King of England, and one of those churchmen who, according to M. Augustin Thierry's expression, had gone in the train of William the Bastard to seek their fortunes amongst the English by seizing the property of the vanquished. It appears that thenceforth the life of Gaudry had been scarcely edifying. He had, it is said, the tastes and habits of a soldier. He was hasty and arrogant, and he liked beyond everything to talk of fighting and hunting, of arms, of horses, and of hounds. When he was repairing with a numerous following to Rome, to ask for confirmation of his election, he met at Langres Pope Pascal II, come to France to keep the festival of Christmas at the Abbey of Cluny. The Pope had no doubt heard something about the indifferent reputation of the new bishop, for the very day after his arrival at Langres he held a conference with the ecclesiastics who had accompanied Gaudry, and plied them with questions concerning him. He asked us first, said Gilbert of Nogent, who was in the train, why we had chosen a man who was unknown to us. As none of the priests, some of whom did not even know the first rudiments of the Latin language, made any answer to this question, he turned to the abbots. I was seated between my two colleagues. As they likewise kept silence, I began to be urged right and left to speak. I was one of those whom this election had displeased, but with culpable timidity I had yielded to the authority of my superiors in dignity. With the bashfulness of youth, I could only with great difficulty and much blushing prevail upon myself to open my mouth. The discussion was carried on, not in our mother tongue, but in the language of scholars. I therefore, though with great confusion of mind and face, betook myself to speak in a manner to tickle the palate of him who was questioning us, wrapping up in artfully arranged form of speech expressions which were softened down, but were not entirely removed from the truth. I said that we did not know, it was true, to the extent of having been familiar by sight and intercourse with him, the man of whom we had made choice, but that we had received favorable reports of his integrity. The Pope strove to confound my arguments by this quotation from the Gospel: "He that hath seen giveth testimony." But as he did not explicitly raise the objection that Gaudry had been elected by desire of the court, all subtle subterfuge on any such point became useless, so I gave it up, and confessed that I could say nothing in opposition to the pontiff's words, which pleased him very much, for he had less scholarship than would have become his high office. Clearly perceiving, however, that all the phrases I had piled up in defence of our election had but little weight, I launched out afterwards upon the urgent straits wherein our church was placed, and on this subject I gave myself the more rein in proportion as the person elected was unfitted for the functions of the episcopate. Gaudry was indeed very scantily fitted for the office of bishop, as the town of Laon was not slow to perceive. Scarcely had he been installed when he committed strange outrages. He had a man's eyes put out on suspicion of connivance with his enemies, and he tolerated the murder of another in the metropolitan church. In imitation of rich crusaders on their return from the East, he kept a black slave, whom he employed upon its deeds of vengeance. The burghers began to be disquieted and to wax wroth. During a trip the bishop made to England, they offered a great deal of money to the clergy and knights who ruled in his absence, if they would consent to recognize, by a genuine act, the right of the commonalty of the inhabitants to be governed by authorities of their own choice. The clergy and knights, says a contemporary chronicler, came to an agreement with the common folk in hopes of enriching themselves in a speedy and easy fashion. A commune was therefore set up and proclaimed at Laon, on the model of that of Noyon, and invested with effective powers. The bishop, on his return, was very wroth, and for some days abstained from re-entering the town. But the burghers acted with him as they had with his clergy and his knights. They offered him so large a sum of money that it was enough, says Gilbert of Nogent, to appease the tempest of his words. He accepted the commune and swore to respect it. The burghers wished to have a higher warranty, so they sent to Paris, to King Louis the Fat, a deputation laden with rich presents. The king, said the chronicler, won over by this plebeian bounty, confirmed the commune by his own oath, and the deputation took back to Laon their charter sealed with the great seal of the crown, and augmented by 2 articles to the following purport: The folks of Laon shall not be liable to be forced to law away from their own town. If the king have a suit against any one amongst them, justice shall be done him in the episcopal court. For these advantages, and others further granted to the aforesaid inhabitants by the king's munificence, the folks of the commune have covenanted to give the king, besides the old plenary court dues, and man and horse dues, paid for exemption from active service in case of war, 3 lodgings a year if he come to town, and if he do not come, they will pay him instead 20 livres for each lodging. For 3 years the town of Laon was satisfied and tranquil. The burghers were happy in the security they enjoyed, and proud of the liberty they had won. But in 1112, the knights, the clergy of the metropolitan church, and the bishop himself had spent the money they had received, and keenly regretted the power they had lost, and they meditated reducing to the old condition the serfs emancipated from their yoke. The bishop invited King Louis the Fat to come to Laon for the keeping of Holy Week, calculating upon his presence for the intimidation of the burghers. But the burghers, who were in fear of ruin, says Gilbert of Nogent, promised the king and those about him 400 livres or more, I am not quite sure which, whilst the bishop and the grandees on their side urged the monarch to come to an understanding with them, and engaged to pay him 700 livres. King Louis was so striking in person that he seemed made expressly for the majesty of the throne. He was courageous in war, a foe to all slowness in business, and stout-hearted in adversity. Sound, however, as he was on every other point, he was hardly praiseworthy in this one respect, that he opened too readily both heart and ear to vile fellows corrupted by avarice. This vice was a fruitful source of hurt as well as blame to himself, to say nothing of unhappiness to many. The cupidity of this prince always caused him to incline towards those who promised him most. All his own oaths, and those of the bishops and the grandees, were consequently violated. The charter sealed with the king's seal was annulled, and on the part of the king and the bishop, an order was issued to all the magistrates of the commune to cease from their functions, to give up the seal and banner of the town, and to no longer ring the belfry chimes which rang out in the opening and closing of their audiences. But at this proclamation, so violent was the uproar in the town, that the king, who had hitherto lodged in a private hotel, thought it prudent to leave, and to go to pass the night in the episcopal palace, which was surrounded by strong walls. Not content with this precaution, and probably a little ashamed of what he had done, he left Laon the next morning at daybreak, with all his train, without waiting for the festival of Easter, for the celebration of which he had undertaken his journey. All the day after his departure, the shops of the tradespeople and the houses of the innkeepers were kept closed. No sort of article was offered for sale. Everybody remained shut up at home. But when there is a wrath at the bottom of men's souls, the silence and stupor of the first paroxysm are of short duration. Next day a rumor spread that the bishop and the grandees were busy in calculating the fortunes of all citizens, in order to demand that, to supply the sum promised to the king, each should pay on account of the destruction of the commune as much as he had given for its establishment. In a fit of violent indignation the burghers assembled, and 40 of them bound themselves by oaths, for life or death, to kill the bishop and all those grandees who had labored for the ruin of the commune. The archdeacon, Anselm, was a good sort of man, of obscure birth, who heartily disapproved of the bishop's perjury, went nevertheless and warned him, quite privately and without betraying any one, of the danger that threatened him, urging him not to leave his house, and particularly not to accompany the procession on Easter day. "Pooh!" answered the bishop. "I die by the hands of such fellows?" Next day, nevertheless, he did not appear at matins, and did not set foot within the church, but when the hour for the procession came, fearing to be accused of cowardice, he issued forth at the head of his clergy, closely followed by his domestics and some knights with arms and armor under their clothes. As the company filed past, one of the 40 conspirators, thinking the moment favorable for striking the blow, rushed out suddenly from under an arch with a shout of "Commune! Commune!" A low murmur ran through the throng, but not a soul joined in the shout or the movement, and the ceremony came to an end without any explosion. The day after, another solemn procession was to take place to the church of St. Vincent. Somewhat reassured, but still somewhat disquieted, the bishop fetched from the domains of the bishopric a body of peasants, some of whom he charged to protect the church, others his own palace, and once more accompanied the procession without the conspirators daring to attack him. This time he was completely reassured, and dismissed the peasants he had sent for. On the 4th day after Easter, says Guibert of Nogent, my corn having been pillaged in consequence of the disorder that reigned in the town, I repaired to the bishop's, and prayed him to put a stop to this state of violence. What do you suppose, said he to me, those fellows can do with all their outbreaks? Why, if my blackamoor John were to pull the nose of the most formidable among them, the poor devil durst not even grumble. Have I not forced them to give up what they call their commune for the whole duration of my life? I held my tongue, adds Guibert. Many folks besides me warned him of his danger, but he would not deign to believe anybody. 3 days later all seemed quiet, and the bishop was busy with his archdeacon in discussing the sums to be exacted from the burghers. All at once a tumult arose in the town, and a crowd of people thronged the streets, shouting, "Commune! Commune!" Bands of burghers, armed with swords, axes, bows, hatchets, clubs, and lances, rushed into the episcopal palace. At the news of this, the knights who had promised the bishop to go to his assistance if he needed it, came up one after another to his protection, and 3 of them in succession were hotly attacked by the burgher bands and fell after a short resistance. The episcopal palace was set on fire. The bishop, not being in a condition to repulse the attacks of the populace, assumed the dress of one of his own domestics, fled to the cellar of the church, shut himself in, and ensconced himself in a cask, the bunghole of which he was stopped up by a faithful servitor. The crowd wandered about everywhere in search of him on whom they wished to wreak their vengeance. A bandit named Togard, notorious in those times for his robberies, assaults, and murders of travelers, had thrown himself headlong into the cause of the commune. The bishop, who knew him, had, by way of pleasantry and on account of his evil mien, given him the nickname of Isengrin. This was the name which was given in the fables of the day to the wolf, and which responded to that of Master Reynard. Tutgard and his men penetrated into the cellar of the church. They went along tapping upon all the casks, and on what suspicion there is no knowing, but Tutgard hauled up in front of that in which the poor bishop was huddled up, and had it open, crying, "Is there anyone here?" "Only a poor prisoner," answered the bishop, trembling. "Ha, ha!" said the playful bandit, who recognized the voice. "So it is you, Master Isengrin, who are hiding here?" And he took him by the hair, and dragged him out of the cask. The bishop implored the conspirators to spare his life, and offered to swear on the Gospels to abdicate the bishopric, promising them all the money he possessed, and saying that if they pleased he would leave the country. The reply was insults and blows. He was immediately dispatched, and Tutgard, seeing the episcopal ring glittering on his finger, cut off the finger to get possession of the ring. The body, stripped of all covering, was thrust into a corner, where passers-by threw stones or mud at it, accompanying their insults with ribaldry and curses. Murder and arson are contagious. All the day of the insurrection, and all the following night, armed bands wandered about the streets of Laon, searching everywhere for relatives, friends, or servitors of the bishop, for all whom the angry populace knew or supposed to be such, and wreaking on their persons or their houses a ghastly and a brutal vengeance. In a fit of terror, many poor innocents fled before the blind wrath of the populace. Some were caught and cut down pell-mell amongst the guilty. Others escaped through the vineyards planted between 2 hills on the outskirts of the town. The progress of the fire, kindled on 2 sides at once, was so rapid, says Guibert of Nogent, and the winds drove the flames so furiously in the direction of the convent of St. Vincent, that the monks were afraid of seeing all they possessed become the fire's prey, and all the persons who had taken refuge in this monastery trembled as if they had seen swords hanging over their heads. Some insurgents stopped a young man who had been body servant to the bishop, and asked him whether the bishop had been killed or not. They knew nothing about it, nor did he know any more. He helped them to look for the corpse, and when they came upon it, it had been so mutilated that not a figure was recognizable. "I remember," said the young man, "that when the prelate was alive, he liked to talk of deeds of war, for which to his hurt he always showed too much bent, and he often used to say that one day in a sham fight, just as he was, all in the way of sport, attacking a certain knight, the latter hit him with his lance and wounding him under the neck, near the tracheal artery. The body of Gaudry was eventually recognized by this mark, and Archdeacon Anselm went the next day," says Gilbert of Nogent, "to beg of the insurgents permission at least to bury it, if only because it had once borne the title and worn the insignia of bishop. They consented, but reluctantly. It were impossible to tell how many threats and insults were launched against those who undertook the obsequies, and what outrageous language was vented against the dead himself. His corpse was thrown into a half-dug hole, and at church there was none of the preachers or ceremonies prescribed for the burial of, I will not say a bishop, but the worst of Christians. A few days afterwards, Raoul, Archbishop of Rheims, came to Laon to purify the church. The wise and venerable archbishop, said Gilbert, after having on his arrival seen to the more decently disposing the remains of some of the dead, and celebrated divine service in memory to all, amidst the tears and utter grief of their relatives and connections, suspended the holy sacrifice of the Mass in order to deliver a discourse touching those execrable institutions of communes whereby we see serfs, contrary to all right and justice, withdrawing themselves by force from the lawful authority of their masters. Here is a striking instance of the changeableness of men's feelings and judgments, and it causes a shock even when it is natural and almost allowable. Gilbert of Nogent, the contemporary historian, who was but lately loud in his blame of the Bishop of Lyon's character and conduct, now takes issue with the reaction aroused by popular excesses and vindictiveness, and is indignant with those execrable institutions of communes, the source of so many disturbances and crimes. The burghers of Laon themselves, having reflected upon the number and enormity of the crimes they had committed, shrank up with fear, says Gilbert, and dreaded the judgment of the king. To protect himself against the consequences of his resentment, they added a fresh wound to the old by summoning to their aid Thomas de Marle, son of Earl Enguerrand de Coucy. This Thomas, from his earliest youth, enriched himself by plundering the poor and the pilgrim, contracted several incestuous marriages, and exhibited a ferocity so unheard of in our age, that certain people, even amongst those who have a reputation for cruelty, appear less lavish of the blood of common sheep than Thomas was of human blood. Such was the man whom the burghers of Laon implored to come and put himself at their head, and whom they welcomed with joy when he entered their town. As for him, when he had heard their request, he consulted his own people to know what he ought to do, and they all replied that his forces were not sufficiently numerous to defend such a city against the king. Thomas then induced the burghers to go out and hold a meeting in a field where he would make known to them his plan. When they were about a mile from the town, he said to them, Laon is the head of the kingdom. It is impossible for me to keep the king from making himself master of it. If you dread his arms, follow me to my own land, and you will find in me a protector and a friend. These words threw them into an excess of consternation. Soon, however, the popular party, troubled by the recollection of the crime they had committed, and fancying that they already saw the king threatening their lives, fled away to the number of a great many in the wake of Thomas. Tutgard himself, that murderer of Bishop Gaudry, hastened to put himself under the wing of the Lord of Mery. Before long, the rumor spread abroad amongst the population of the country places near Laon that the town was quite empty of inhabitants, and all the peasants rushed thither and took possession of the houses they found without defenders. Who could tell, or be believed if he were to attempt to tell, how much money, raiment, and provisions of all kinds was discovered in this city? Before long there arose between the first and last comers disputes about the partition of their plunder. All that the small folks had taken soon passed into the hands of the powerful. If two men met a third quite alone, they stripped him. The state of the town was truly pitiable. The burghers who had quitted it with Thomas de Marle had beforehand destroyed and burned the houses of the clergy and grandees whom they hated, and now the grandees, escaped from the massacre, carried off in their turn from the houses of the fugitives all means of subsistence and all movables to the very hinges and bolts. End of chapter 19, part 3. Recording by Alan Winterowd, boomcoach.blogspot.com. Chapter 19, Part 4, of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 19, The Communes and the Third Estate, Part 4. The rumor of so many disasters, crimes, and reactions succeeding one another spread rapidly throughout all districts. Thomas de Marle was put under the ban of the kingdom and visited with excommunication by a general assembly of the Church of the Gauls, says Gilbert of Nogent, assembled at Beauvais, and this sentence was read every Sunday after Mass in all the metropolitan and parochial churches. Public feeling against Thomas de Marle became so strong that Enguerrand de Beau, Lord of Coucy, who passed, says Suger, for his father, joined those who declared war against him in the name of Church and King. Louis the Fat took the field in person against him. Men-at-arms, and in very small numbers too, says Gilbert of Nogent, were with difficulty induced to second the king, and did not do so heartily, but the light-armed infantry made up a considerable force, and the Archbishop of Rheims and the bishops had summoned all the people to this expedition, whilst offering to all absolution from their sins. Thomas de Marle, though at that time helpless and stretched upon his bed, was not sparing of scoffs and insult towards his assailants, and at first he absolutely refused to listen to the king's summons. But Louis persisted without wavering in his enterprise, exposing himself freely and in person, leading his infantry to the attack when the men-at-arms did not come on or bore themselves slackly. He carried successively the castles of Crécy and Nogent, domains belonging to Thomas de Marle, and at last reduced him to the necessity of buying himself off at a heavy ransom, indemnifying the churches he had spoiled, giving guarantees for future behavior, and earnestly praying for readmission to the communion of the faithful. As for those folks of Laon, perpetrators of, or accomplices in the murder of Bishop Gaudry, who had sought refuge with Thomas de Marle, the king showed them no mercy. He ordered them, says Suger, to be strung up to the gibbet, and left for food to the voracity of kites and crows and vultures. There are certain discrepancies between the two accounts, both contemporaneous, which we possess of this incident in the earliest years of the 12th century, one in the Life of Louis the Fat by Suger, and the other in the Life of Gilbert de Nogent by himself. They will be easily recognized on comparing what was said, after Suger, in chapter 18 of this history, with what has just been said here after Gilbert. But these discrepancies are of no historical importance, for they make no difference in respect of the essential facts characteristic of social condition at the period, and of the behavior and position of the actors. Louis the Fat, after his victory over Thomas de Marle and the fugitives from Léon, went to Léon with the Archbishop of Rheims, and the presence of the king, whilst restoring power to the foes of the Commune, inspired them no doubt with a little of the spirit of moderation, for there was an interval of peace, during which no attention was paid to anything but expiatory ceremonies and the restoration of the churches which had been a prey to the flames. The Archbishop celebrated a solemn mass for the repose of the souls of those who had perished during the disturbances, and he preached a sermon exhorting serfs to submit themselves to their masters, and warning them on pain of anathema from resisting by force. The burghers of Léon, however, did not consider every sort of resistance forbidden, and the lords had, no doubt, been taught not to provoke it, for in 1128, 16 years after the murder of Bishop Gaudry, fear of a fresh insurrection determined his successor to consent to the institution of a new commune, the charter of which was ratified by Louis the Fat in an assembly held at Compiègne. Only the name of the commune did not recur in this charter. It was replaced by that of peace establishment. The territorial boundaries of the commune were called peace boundaries, and to designate its members recourse was had to the formula, all those who have signed this peace. The preamble of the charter runs, "In the name of the Holy and Indivisible Trinity, we, Louis, by the grace of God, King of the French, do make known to all our liege, present and to come, that, with the consent of the barons of our kingdom and the inhabitants of the city of Léon, we have set up in the said city a peace establishment." And after having enumerated the limits, forms and rules of it, the charter concludes with this declaration of amnesty: all former trespasses and offences committed before the ratification of the present treaty are wholly pardoned. If anyone, banished for having trespassed in past time, desire to return to the town, he shall be admitted, and shall recover possession of his property. Excepted from pardon, however, are the 13 whose names do follow, and then come the names of the 13 excepted from the amnesty and still under banishment. Perhaps, says M. Augustin Thierry, these 13 under banishment, shut out forever from their native town at the very moment it became free, had been distinguished amongst all the burghers of Léon by their opposition to the power of the lords. Perhaps they had sullied by deeds of violence this patriotic opposition. Perhaps they had been taken at haphazard to suffer alone for the crimes of their fellow citizens. The second hypothesis appears the most probable, for that deeds of violence and cruelty had been committed alternately by the burghers and their foes is an ascertained fact, and that the charter of 1128 was really a work of liberal pacification is proved by its contents and wording. After such struggles, and at the moment of their subsidence, some of the most violent actors always bear the burden of the past, and amongst the most violent some are often the most sincere. For 47 years after the charter of Louis the Fat, the town of Léon enjoyed the internal peace and the communal liberties it had thus achieved. But in 1175, a new bishop, Roger de Rousseau, a man of high birth, and related to several of the great lords, his neighbors, took upon himself to disregard the regimen of freedom established at Léon. The burghers of Léon, taught by experience, applied to the king, Louis the Young, and offered him a sum of money to grant them a charter of commune. Bishop Roger, by himself and through his friends, says a chronicler, a canon of Léon, implored the king to have pity on his church, and abolish the serfs' commune, but the king, clinging to the promise he had received of money, would not listen to the bishop or his friends, and in 1177 gave the burghers of Léon a charter which confirmed their peace establishment of 1128. Bishop Roger, however, did not hold himself beaten. He claimed the help of the lords his neighbors, and renewed the war against the burghers of Léon, who on their side asked and obtained the aid of several communes in the vicinity. In an access of democratic rashness, instead of awaiting within their walls the attack of their enemies, they marched out without cavalry to the encounter, ravaging as they went the lands of the lords whom they suspected of being ill-disposed toward them. But on arriving in front of the bishop's allies, all this rustic multitude, says the canon chronicler, terror-stricken at the bare names of the knights they found assembled, took suddenly to flight, and a great number of the burghers were massacred before reaching their city. Louis the Young then took the field to help them, but Baldwin, Count of Hainaut, went to the aid of the Bishop of Leon with 700 knights and several thousand infantry. King Louis, after having occupied and for some time held in sequestration the lands of the bishop, thought it advisable to make peace rather than continue so troublesome a war, and at the intercession of the Pope and the Count of Hainaut, he restored to Roger de Rossoy his lands and his bishopric on condition of living in peace with the Commune. And so long as Louis VI lived, the bishop did refrain from attacking the liberties of the burghers of Leon. But at the king's death in 1180, he applied to his successor, Philip Augustus, and offered to cede to him the lordship of Fères-sur-Oise, of which he was the possessor, provided that Philip by charter abolished the Commune of Leon. Philip yielded to the temptation, and in 1190 published an ordinance to the following purport: desiring to avoid for our soul every sort of danger, we do entirely quash the Commune established in the town of Leon, as being contrary to the rights and liberties of the Metropolitan Church of St. Mary. In regard for justice, and for the sake of a happy issue to the pilgrimage which we be bound to make to Jerusalem. But next year, upon entreaty and offers from the burghers of Leon, Philip changed his mind, and without giving back the lordship of Fères-sur-Oise to the bishop, guaranteed and confirmed in perpetuity the peace establishment granted in 1128 to the town of Leon, on the condition that every year at the festival of All Saints they shall pay to us and our successors 200 livres of Paris. For a century all strife of any consequence ceased between the burghers of Leon and their bishop. There was no real accord or good understanding between them, but the public peace was not troubled, and neither the kings of France nor the great lords of the neighborhood interfered in its affairs. In 1294, some knights and clergy of the metropolitan chapter of Leon took to quarreling with some burghers, and on both sides they came to deeds of violence, which caused sanguinary struggles in the streets of the town and even in the precincts of the episcopal palace. The bishop and his chapter applied to the Pope, Boniface VIII, who applied to the king, Philip the Handsome, to put an end to these scandalous disturbances. Philip the Handsome, in his turn, applied to the Parliament of Paris, which, after inquiry, deprived the town of Leon of every right of commune and college under whatsoever name. The king did not like to execute this decree in all its rigor. He granted the burghers of Leon a charter which maintained them provisionally in the enjoyment of their political rights, but with this destructive clause: said commune and said shrievalty shall be in force only so far as shall be our pleasure. For nearly 30 years, from Philip the Handsome to Philip of Valois, the bishops and burghers of Leon were in litigation before the crown of France, the former for the maintenance of the commune of Leon in its precarious condition and at the king's good pleasure, the latter for the recovery of its independent and durable character. At last, in 1331, Philip of Valois, considering that the olden commune of Leon, by reason of certain misdeeds and excesses, notorious, enormous, and detestable, had been removed and put down forever, by decree of the court of our most clear lord and uncle, King Philip the Handsome, confirmed and approved by our most dear lords, King Philip and Charles, whose souls are with God, we, on great deliberation of our council, have ordained that no commune, corporation, college, shrievalty, mayor, juryman, or any other estate or symbol belonging thereto, be at any time set up or established at Leon. By the same ordinance the municipal administration of Leon was put under the sole authority of the king and his delegates, and to blot out all remembrance of the olden independence of the commune, a later ordinance forbade that the tower from which the two huge communal bells had been removed should thenceforth be called Belfry Tower. The history of the commune of Leon is that of the majority of the towns which, in northern and central France, struggled from the 11th to the 14th century to release themselves from feudal opposition and violence. Cambrai, Beauvais, Amiens, Soissons, Reims, Vézelay, and several other towns displayed at this period a great deal of energy and perseverance in bringing their lords to recognize the most natural and the most necessary rights of every human creature and community. But within their walls dissensions were carried to extremity, and existence was ceaselessly tempestuous and troublous. The burghers were hasty, brutal, and barbaric as the lords against whom they were defending their liberties. Amongst these mayors, sheriffs, jurats, and magistrates of different degrees and with different titles, set up in the communes, many came before long to exercise dominion arbitrarily, violently, and in their own personal interests. The lower orders were in a habitual state of jealousy and sedition of a ruffianly kind toward the rich, the heads of the labor market, the controllers of capital and of work. This reciprocal violence, this anarchy, these internal evils and dangers, with their incessant renewals, called incessantly for intervention from without, and when, after releasing themselves from oppression and iniquity coming from above, the burghers fell a prey to pillage and massacre coming from below, they sought for a fresh protector to save them from this fresh evil. Hence that frequent recourse to the king, the great suzerain whose authority could keep down the bad magistrates of the commune or reduce the mob to order, and hence also, before long, the progressive downfall, or, at any rate, the utter enfeeblement of those communal liberties so painfully won. France was at that stage of existence and of civilization at which security can hardly be purchased save at the price of liberty. We have a phenomenon peculiar to modern times in the provident and persistent effort to reconcile security with liberty, and the bold development of individual powers with the regular maintenance of public order. This admirable solution of the social problem, still so imperfect and unstable in our time, was unknown in the Middle Ages. Liberty was then so stormy and so fearful that people conceived before long, if not a disgust for it, at any rate a horror of it, and sought at any price a political regimen which would give them some security, the essential aim of the socialist state. When we arrive at the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th century, we see a host of communes falling into decay or entirely disappearing. They cease really to belong to and govern themselves. Some, like Léon, Cambrai, Beauvais, and Reims, fought a long while against decline, and tried more than once to re-establish themselves in all their independence. But they could not do without the king's support in their resistance to their lords, laic or ecclesiastical, and they were not in a condition to resist the kingship, which had grown whilst they were perishing. Others, Moulins and Soissons, for example, in 1320 and 1335, perceived their weakness early, and themselves requested the king to deliver them from their communal organization, and itself assume their administration. And so it is about this period, under St. Louis and Philip the Handsome, that there appear in the collection of acts of the French kingship those great ordinances which regulate the administration of all communes within the kingly domains. Hitherto the kings had ordinarily dealt with each town severally, and as the majority were almost independent, or invested with privileges of different kiwis and carefully respected, neither the king nor any great suzerain dreamed of prescribing general rules for communal regimen, nor of administering after a uniform fashion all the communes in their domains. It was under St. Louis and Philip the Handsome that general regulations on this subject began. The French communes were associations too small and too weak to suffice for self-maintenance and self-government amidst the disturbances of the great Christian community, and they were too numerous and too little enlightened to organize themselves into one vast confederation, capable of giving them a central government. The communal liberties were not in a condition to found in France a great republican community. To the kingship appertained the power and fell the honor of presiding over the formation and the fortunes of the French nation. But the kingship did not alone accomplish this great work. At the very time that the communes were perishing and the kingship was growing, a new power, a new social element, the third estate, was springing up in France, and it was called to take a far more important place in the history of France, and to exercise far more influence upon the fate of the French fatherland than it had been granted to the communes to acquire during their short and incoherent existence. End of chapter 19, part 4. Recording by Alan Winterowd, boomcoach.blogspot.com. Chapter 19, Part 5 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 19, The Communes and the Third Estate, Part 5. It may astonish many who study the records of French history from the 11th to the 14th century not to find anywhere the words Third Estate, and a desire may arise to know whether those inquirers of our day who have devoted themselves professedly to this particular study have been more successful in discovering that grand term at the time when it seems that we ought to expect to meet with it. The question was, therefore, submitted to a learned member of the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles-Lettres, Monsieur Litre, in fact, whose Dictionnaire Etymologique de la langue française is consulted with respect by the whole literary world, and to a young magistrate, Monsieur Picot, to whom the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques but lately assigned the first prize for his great work on the question it had propounded as to the history and influence of States General in France, and here are inserted, textually, the answers given by two gentlemen of so much enlightenment and authority upon such a subject. Monsieur Litre, writing on the 3rd of October, 1871, says, "I do not find, in my account of the word Third Estate before the 16th century. I quote these two instances of it. As to the third order, called Third Estate, and clerks and deputies for the Third Estate, same for the estate of laborers. In the 15th century, or at the end of the 14th, in the poems of Eustace Deschamps, I have, Prince, dost thou yearn for good old times again? In good old ways the three estates restrain. At date of 14th century, in Ducagne, we read under the word status, per tre status concili generali praetorium baronum nobilium et universitam comitatum. According to these documents, I think it is in the 14th century that they begin to call the three orders tres status, and that it was only in the 16th century that they begin to speak in French of the tiers état, third estate. But I cannot give this conclusion as final, seeing that it is supported only by the documents I consulted for my dictionary." Monsieur Picot replied on the 3rd of October, 1871, "It is certain that acts contemporary with King John frequently speak of the three estates, but do not utter the word tiers état, third estate. The great chronicles and Froissart say nearly always the churchmen, the nobles, and the good towns. The royal ordinances employ the same terms, but sometimes, in order not to limit their enumeration to the deputies of closed cities, they add the good towns and the open country. When they apply to the provincial estates of the Oiltongue, it is as the custom to say the burghers and inhabitants. When it is a question of the estates of Languedoc, the commonalities of the seneschalty. Such were, in the middle of the 14th century, the only expressions for designating the third order. Under Louis XI, Juvenal des Ursins, in his harangue, addresses the deputies of the third by the title of burghers and inhabitants of the good towns. At the States of Tours, the spokesman of the estates, Jean de Rayleigh, says, "The people of the common estate, the estate of the people." The special memorial presented to Charles VIII by the three orders of Languedoc likewise uses the word people. It is in Massillon's report, and the memorial of grievances presented in 1485, that I meet for the first time with the expression third estate. Massillon says, it was decided that each section should furnish 6 commissioners, 2 ecclesiastics, 2 nobles, and 2 of the third estate. The commencement of the chapter headed "of the commons" is, "For the third and common estate the said folks do represent," and a few lines lower, comparing the kingdom with the human body, the compilers of the memorial say, "The members are the clergy, the nobles, and the folks of the third estate." Thus, at the end of the 15th century, the expression third estate was constantly employed, but is it not of older date? There are words which spring so from the nature of things that they ought to be contemporaneous with the ideas they express. Their appearance in language is inevitable, and is scarcely noticed there. On the day when the deputies of the communes entered an assembly, and seated themselves beside the 2 orders, the newcomer, by virtue of the situation and rank occupied, took the name of third order; and as our fathers used to speak of the third order, tiers dernier, and the third day, tierce journée, so they must have spoken of the tiers état, third estate. It was only at the end of the 15th century that the expression became common, but I am inclined to believe that it existed in the beginning of the 14th. For an instant I had imagined, in the course of my researches, that, under King John, the ordinances had designated the good towns by the name of third estate. I very soon saw my mistake, but you will see how near I found myself to the expression of which we are seeking the origin. 4 times, in the great ordinance of December 1335, the deputies wrest from the king a promise that in the next assemblies the resolution shall be taken according to the unanimity of the orders, without 2 estates, if they be of one accord, being able to bind the third. At first sight, it might be supposed that the deputies of the town had an understanding to secure themselves from the dangers of common action on the part of the clergy and noblesse, but a more attentive examination made me fly back to a more correct opinion. It is certain that the 3 orders had combined for mutual protection against an alliance of any 2 of them. Besides, the States of 1576 saw how the clergy readopted to their profit, against the 2 laic orders, the proposition voted in 1355. It is beyond a doubt that this doctrine served to keep the majority from oppressing the minority, whatever may have been its name. Only, in point of fact, it was most frequently the third estate that must have profited by the regulation. In brief, we may, before the 15th century, make suppositions, but they are no more than mere conjectures. It was at the great state of Tours, in 1468, that for the first time the third order bore the name which has been given to it by history. The fact was far before its name. Had the third estate been centered entirely in the communes at strife with their lords, had the fate of burgherdom in France depended on the communal liberties won in that strife, we should see, at the end of the 13th century, that element of French society in a state of feebleness and decay. But it was far otherwise. The third estate drew its origin and nourishment from all sorts of sources, and whilst one was within an ace of drying up, the others remained abundant and fruitful. Independently of the commune properly so called, and invested with the right of self-government, many towns had privileges, serviceable through limited franchises, and under the administration of the king's officers they grew in population and wealth. These towns did not share, towards the end of the 13th century, in the decay of the once warlike and victorious communes. Local political liberty was to seek in them, the spirit of independence and resistance did not prevail in them. But we see growing up in them another spirit which has played a grand part in French history, a spirit of little or no ambition, of little or no enterprise, timid even and scarcely dreaming of actual resistance, but honorable, inclined to order, persevering, attached to its traditional franchises, and quite able to make them respected sooner or later. It was especially in the towns administered in the king's name and by his provosts there was a development of this spirit, which has long been the predominant characteristic of French burgherdom. It must not be supposed that, in the absence of real communal independence, these towns lacked all internal security. The kingship was ever fearful lest its local officers should render themselves independent, and remembered what had become in the 9th century of the crown's offices, the duchies and the countships, and of the difficulty it had at that time to recover the scattered remnants of the old imperial authority. And so the Capetian kings with any intelligence, such as Louis VI, Philip Augustus, Saint Louis, and Philip the Handsome, were careful to keep a hand over their provosts, sergeants, and officers of all kinds, in order that their power should not grow so great as to become formidable. At this time, besides, Parliament and the whole judicial system was beginning to take form, and many questions relating to the administration of the towns, many disputes between the provosts and burghers, were carried before the Parliament of Paris, and there decided with more independence and equity than they would have been by any other power. A certain measure of impartiality is inherent in judicial power. The habit of delivering judgment according to written texts, of applying laws to facts, produces a natural and almost instinctive respect for old acquired rights. In Parliament, the towns often obtain justice and the maintenance of their franchises against the officers of the king. The collection of kingly ordinances at this time abounds with instances of the kind. These judges, besides these bailiffs, these provosts, these seneschals, and all these officers of the king or of the great suzerains, formed before long a numerous and powerful class. Now the majority amongst them were burghers, and their number and their power were turned to the advantage of burgherdom, and led day by day to its further extension and importance. Of all the original sources of the third estate, this it is, perhaps, which has contributed most to bring about the social preponderance of that order. Just when burgherdom, but lately formed, was losing in many of the communes a portion of its local liberties, at that same moment it was seizing by the hand of parliaments, provosts, judges, and administrators of all kinds, a large share of central power. It was through burghers admitted into the king's service, and acting as administrators or judges in his name, that communal independence and charters were often attacked and abolished. But at the same time they fortified and elevated burgherdom, they caused it to acquire from day to day more wealth, more credit, more importance and power in the internal and external affairs of the state. Philip the Handsome, that ambitious and despotic prince, was under no delusion when, in 1302, 1308, and 1314, on convoking the first States General of France, he summoned thither the deputies of the good towns. He did not yet give them the name of Third Estate, but he was perfectly aware that he was thus summoning to his aid against Boniface VIII, and the Templars and the Flemings, a class already invested throughout the country with great influence and ready to lend him efficient support. His son, Philip the Long, was under no delusion when, in 1317 and 1321, he summoned to the States General the commonalities and good towns of the kingdom to decide upon the interpretation of the Sale law as to the succession to the throne, or to advise as to the means of establishing a uniformity of coins, weights, and measures. He was perfectly aware that the authority of burgherdom would be of great assistance to him in the accomplishment of acts so grave. And the Third Estates played the prelude to the formation, painful and slow as it was, of constitutional monarchy, when in 1338, under Philippe of Valois, they declared, in the presence of the said king, Philippe of Valois, who assented thereto, there should be no power to impose or levy talliage in France if urgent necessity or evident utility did not require it, and then only by grant of the peoples of the estates. In order to properly understand the French Third Estate and its importance, more is required than to look on at its birth. A glance must be taken at its grand destiny and the results at which it at last arrived. Let us, therefore, anticipate centuries and get a glimpse, now at once, of that upon which the course of events from the 14th to the 19th century will shed full light. Taking the history of France in its entirety and under all its phases, the Third Estate has been the most active and determining element in the process of French civilization. If we follow it in its relation with the general government of the country, we see it at first allied for 6 centuries to the kingship, struggling without cessation against the feudal aristocracy, and giving predominance in place thereof to a single central power, pure monarchy, closely bordering, though with some frequently repeated but rather useless reservations, on absolute monarchy. But, so soon as it had gained this victory, and brought about this revolution, the Third Estate went in pursuit of a new one, attacking that single power to the foundation of which it had contributed so much, and entered upon the task of changing pure monarchy into constitutional monarchy. Under whatever aspect we regard it during those 2 great enterprises, so different one from the other, whether we study the progressive formation of French society or that of its government, the Third Estate is the most powerful and the most persistent of the forces which have influenced French civilization. This fact is unique in the history of the world. We recognize in the career of the chief nations of Asia and ancient Europe nearly all the great facts which have agitated France. We meet in them mixture of different races, conquest of people by people, immense inequality between classes, frequent changes in the forms of government and extent of public power. But nowhere is there any appearance of a class which, starting from the very lowest, from being feeble, despised, and almost imperceptible at its origin, rises by perpetual motion and by labor without respite, strengthens itself from period to period, acquires in succession whatever it lacked, wealth, enlightenment, influence, changes the face of society and the nature of government, and arrives at last at such a pitch of predominance that it may be said to be absolutely the country. More than once in the world's history, the external semblances of such and such a society have been the same as those which have just been reviewed here, but it is a mere semblance. In India, for example, foreign invasions and the influx and establishment of different races upon the same soil have occurred over and over again, but with what result? The permanence of caste has not been touched, and society has kept its divisions into distinct and almost changeless classes. After India, take China. There, too, history exhibits conquests similar to the conquest of Europe by the Germans. And there, too, more than once, the barbaric conquerors settled amidst the population of the conquered. What was the result? The conquered all but absorbed the conquerors, and changelessness was still the predominant characteristic of the social condition. In Western Asia, after the invasions of the Turks, the separation between victors and vanquished remained insurmountable. No ferment in the heart of society, no historical event, could efface this first effect of conquest. In Persia, similar events succeeded one another. Different races fought and intermingled, and the end was irredeemable social anarchy, which has endured for ages without any change in the social condition of the country, without a shadow of any development of civilization. So much for Asia. Let us pass to the Europe of the Greeks and Romans. At the first blush we seem to recognize some analogy between the progress of these brilliant societies and that of French society. But the analogy is only apparent. There is, once more, nothing resembling the fact and the history of the French Third Estate. One thing only has struck sound judgment as being somewhat like the struggle of burgherdom in the Middle Ages against the feudal aristocracy, and that is the struggle between the plebeians and patricians at Rome. They have often been compared, but it is a baseless comparison. The struggle between the plebeians and patricians commenced in the very cradle of the Roman Republic. It was not, as happened in the France of the Middle Ages, the result of a slow, difficult, incomplete development on the part of a class which, through a long course of great inferiority in strength, wealth, and credit, little by little extended itself and raised itself, and ended by engaging in a real struggle with the superior class. It is now acknowledged that the struggle at Rome between the plebeians and patricians was a sequel and a prolongation of the war of conquest, was an effort on the part of the aristocracy of the cities conquered by Rome to share the rights of the conquering aristocracy. The families of plebeians were the chief families of the vanquished people, and though placed by defeat in a position of inferiority, they were not any the less aristocratic families, powerful but lately in their own cities, encompassed by clients, and calculated from the very first to dispute with their conquerors the possession of power. There is nothing in all this like that slow, obscure, heart-breaking travail of modern burgherdom escaping, full hardly, from the midst of slavery or a condition approximating to slavery, and spending centuries, not in disputing political power, but in winning its own civil existence. The more closely the French Third Estate is examined, the more it is recognized as a new fact in the world's history, appertaining exclusively to the civilization of modern Christian Europe. Not only is the fact new, but it has for France an entirely special interest, since, to employ an expression much abused in the present day, it is in fact eminently French, essentially national. Nowhere has burgherdom so wide and so productive a career as to that which fell to its lot in France. There have been communes in the whole of Europe, in Italy, Spain, Germany, and England, as well as in France. Not only have there been communes everywhere, but the communes of France are not those which, as communes, under that name and in the Middle Ages, have played the chiefest part and taken the highest place in history. The Italian communes were the parents of glorious republics. The German communes became free and sovereign towns which had their own special history, and exercised a great deal of influence upon the general history of Germany. The communes of England made alliance with a portion of the English feudal aristocracy, formed with it the preponderating house in the British government, and thus played full early a mighty part in the history of their own country. Far were the French communes, under that name and in their day of special activity, from rising to such political importance and to such historical rank, and yet it is in France that the people of the communes, the burgherdom, reached the most complete and most powerful development, and ended by acquiring the most decided preponderance in the general social structure. There have been communes, we say, throughout Europe, but there has not really been a victorious Third Estate anywhere save in France. The Revolution of 1789, the greatest ever seen, was the culminating point arrived at by the Third Estate, and France is the only country in which a man of large mind could, in a burst of burgher's pride, exclaim, "What is the Third Estate? Everything." Since the explosion, and after all the changes, liberal and illiberal, due to the Revolution of 1789, there has been a commonplace, ceaselessly repeated, to the effect that there are no more classes in French society. There is only a nation of 37 millions of persons. If it be meant that there are now no more privileges in France, no special laws and private rights for such and such families, proprietorships and occupations, and that legislation is the same, and there is perfect freedom of movement for all, at all steps of the social ladder, it is true. Oneness of laws and similarity of rights is now the essential and characteristic fact of civil society in France, an immense, an excellent, and a novel fact in the history of human associations. But beneath the dominance of this fact, in the midst of this social unity and this social equality, there evidently and necessarily exist numerous and important diversities and inequalities, which oneness of laws and similarity of rights neither prevent nor destroy. In point of property, real or personal, land or capital, there are rich and poor. There are the large, the middling, and the small property. Though the great proprietors may be less numerous and less rich, and the middling and the small proprietors more numerous and more powerful than they were of yore, this does not prevent the difference from being real and great enough to create, in the civil body, social positions widely different and unequal. In the professions which are called liberal, and which live by brains and knowledge, amongst barristers, doctors, scholars, and literates of all kinds, some rise to the first rank, attract to themselves practice and success, and win fame, wealth, and influence. Others make enough, by hard work, for the necessities of their families and the calls of their position. Others vegetate obscurely in a sort of lazy discomfort. In the other vocations, those in which the labor is principally physical and manual, there also it is according to nature that there should be different and unequal positions. Some, by brains and good conduct, make capital, and get a footing upon the ways of competence and progress. Others, being dull or idle or disorderly, remain in the straitened and precarious condition of existence depending solely on wages. Throughout the whole extent of the social structure, in the ranks of labor as well as of property, differences and inequalities of position are produced or kept up and coexist with oneness of laws and similarity of rights. Examine any human associations, in any place and at any time, and whatever diversity there may be in point of their origin, organization, government, extent, and duration, there will be found in all three types of social position always fundamentally the same, though they may appear under different and differently distributed forms. First, men living on income from their properties, real or personal, land or capital, without seeking to increase them by their own personal and assiduous labor. Second, men devoted to working up and increasing, by their own personal and assiduous labor, the real or personal properties, land or capital they possess. Third, men living by their daily labor, without land or capital to give them an income. And these differences, these inequalities in the social position of men, are not matters of accident or violence, or peculiar to such and such a time, or such and such a country. They are matters of universal application, produced spontaneously in every human society, by virtue of the primitive and general laws of human nature, in the midst of events and under the influence of social systems utterly different. These matters exist now, and in France, as they did of old and elsewhere. Whether you do or do not use the name of classes, the new French social fabric contains, and will not cease to contain, social positions widely different and unequal. What constitutes its blessing and its glory is, that privileges and fixity no longer cling to the difference of positions, that there are no more special rights and advantages legally assigned to some and inaccessible to others, that all roads are free and open to all to rise to everything, that personal merit and toil have an infinitely greater share than was ever formerly allowed to them in the fortunes of men. The third estate of the old regimen exists no more. It disappeared in its victory over privilege and absolute power. It has for heirs the middle classes, as they are now called. But these classes, whilst inheriting the conquests of the old third estate, hold them on new conditions also, as legitimate as binding. To secure their own interests, as well as to discharge their public duty, they are bound to be at once conservative and liberal. They must, on the one hand, enlist and rally beneath their flag the old, once privileged superiotics, which have survived the fall of the old regimen, and, on the other hand, fully recognize the continual upward movement which is fermenting in the whole body of the nation. That, in its relations with the aristocratic classes, the third estate of the old regimen should have been, and for a long time remained, uneasy, disposed to take umbrage, jealous and even envious, is no more than natural. It had won its rights to urge and its conquests to gain. Nowadays, its conquests have been won, the rights are recognized, proclaimed, and exercised. The middle class have no longer any legitimate ground for uneasiness or envy. They can rest with full confidence in their own dignity and their own strength. They have undergone all the necessary trials, and passed all the necessary tests. In respect of the lower orders, and the democracy properly so called, the position of the middle class is no less favorable. They have no fixed line of separation, for who can say where the middle classes begin and where they end? In the name of the principles of common rights and general liberty they were formed, and by the working of the same principles they are being constantly recruited, and are incessantly drawing new vigor from the sources whence they sprang. To maintain common rights and free movement upward against the retrograde tendencies of privilege and absolute power, on the one hand, and on the other against the insensate and destructive pretensions of levelers and anarchists, is now the double business of the middle classes, and it is at the same time for themselves the sure way of preserving preponderance in the state, in the name of general interests of which those classes are the most real and most efficient representatives. On reaching in our history the period at which Philip the Handsome, by giving admission amongst the States General to the burghers of the good towns, substituted the third estate for the communes, and the united action of the three great classes of Frenchmen for their local struggles, we did well to halt a while, in order clearly to mark the position and part of the new actor in the great drama of national life. We will now return to the real business of the drama, that is, to the history of France, which became in the 14th century more complex, more tragic, and more grand than it had ever yet been. End of chapter 19. Recording by Alan Winterroud. boomcoach.blogspot.com.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20, The 100 Years' War, Philip VI and John II, Part 1. We have just been spectators at the labor of formation of the French kingship and the French nation. We have seen monarchical unity and national unity rising, little by little, out of and above the feudal system, which had been the first result of barbarians settling upon the ruins of the Roman Empire. In the 14th century, a new and a vital question arose: will the French dominion preserve its nationality? Will the kingship remain French, or pass to the foreigner? This question brought ravages upon France, and kept her fortunes in suspense for 100 years of war with England, from the reign of Philip of Valois to that of Charles VII, and a young girl of Lorraine, called Joan of Arc, had the glory of communicating to France that decisive impulse which brought to a triumphant issue the independence of the French nation and kingship. As we have seen in the preceding chapter, the elevation of Philip of Valois to the throne, as representative of the male line amongst the descendants of Hugh Capet, took place of virtue, not of any old written law, but of a traditional right, recognized and confirmed by two recent resolutions taken at the death of the two eldest sons of Philip the Handsome. The right thus promulgated became at once a fact accepted by the whole of France. Philip of Valois had for a rival none but a foreign prince, and there was no mind in France, say contemporary chroniclers, to be subjects of the King of England. Some weeks after his accession, on the 29th of May, 1328, Philip was crowned at Rheims, in presence of a brilliant assemblage of princes and lords, French and foreign; and next year, on the 6th of June, Edward III., King of England, being summoned to fulfil a vassal's duties by doing homage to the King of France for the duchy of Aquitaine, which he held, appeared in the cathedral of Amiens, with his crown on his head, his sword at his side, and his gilded spurs on his heels. When he drew near to the throne, the Viscount de Melun, king's chamberlain, invited him to lay aside his crown, his sword, and his spurs, and to go down on his knees before Philip. Not without a murmur, Edward obeyed; but when the chamberlain said to him, "Sir, you, as Duke of Aquitaine, became liegeman of my lord the king who is here, and do promise to keep towards him faith and loyalty," Edward protested, saying that he owed only simple homage, and not liege homage, a closer bond, imposing on the vassal a more stringent obligation, to serve and defend his suzerain against every enemy whatsoever. "Cousin," said Philip to him, "we would not deceive you, and what you have now done contenteth us well until you have returned to your own country, and seen from the acts of your predecessors what you ought to do." "Gramercy, dear sir," answered the King of England; and, with the reservation he had just made, and which was added to the formula of homage, he placed his hands between the hands of the King of France, who kissed him on the mouth, and accepted his homage, confiding in Edward's promise to certify himself by reference to the archives of England of the extent to which his ancestors had been bound. This certification took place on the 30th of March 1331, about 2 years after his visit to Amiens. Edward III. recognized, by letters express, the said homage which we did at Amiens to the King of France in general terms, is and must be understood as liege; and that we are bound, as Duke of Aquitaine and peer of France, to show him faith and loyalty. The relations between the two kings were not destined to be for long so courteous and so pacific. Even before the question of the succession to the throne of France arose between them, they had adopted contrary policies. When Philip was crowned at Rheims, Louis de Nevers, Count of Flanders, repaired thither with a following of 86 knights, and he it was to whom the right belonged of carrying the sword of the kingdom. The heralds at arms repeated 3 times, "Count of Flanders, if you are here, come and do your duty." He made no answer. The king was astounded, and bade him explain himself. "My lord," answered the count, "may it please you not to be astounded; they call the Count of Flanders, and not Louis de Nevers." "What, then?" replied the king; "are you not the Count of Flanders?" "It is true, sir," rejoined the other, "that I bear the name, but I do not possess the authority; the burghers of Bruges, Ypres, and Cassel have driven me from my land, and there scarce remains but the town of Ghent where I dare show myself." "Fair cousin," said Philip, "we will swear by you by the holy oil which hath this day trickled over our brow that we will not enter Paris again before seeing you reinstated in peaceable possession of the Countship of Flanders." Some of the French barons who happened to be present represented to the king that the Flemish burghers were powerful, that autumn was a bad season for a war in their country, and that Louis the Quarreller, in 1315, had been obliged to come to a standstill in a similar expedition. Philip consulted his constable, Walter de Chatillon, who had served the kings his predecessors in their wars against Flanders. "Whoso hath good stomach for fight," answered the constable, "findeth all times seasonable." "Well, then," said the king, embracing him, "whoso loveth me will follow me." The war thus resolved upon was forthwith begun. Philip, on arriving with his army before Cassel, found the place defended by 16,000 Flemings under the command of Nicholas Zanequin, the richest of the burghers of Furness, and already renowned for his zeal in the insurrection against the count. For several days the French remained inactive around the mountain on which Cassel is built, and which the knights, mounted on ironclad horses, were unable to scale. The Flemings had planted on a tower of Cassel a flag carrying a cock, with this inscription: "When the cock that is hereon shall crow, the foundling king herein shall go." They called Philip the Foundling King because he had no business to expect to be king. Philip in his wrath gave up to fire and pillage the outskirts of the place. The Flemings marshalled at the top of the mountain made no movement. On the 24th of August, 1328, about 3 in the afternoon, the French knights had disarmed. Some were playing at chess, others strolled about from tent to tent in their fine robes, in search of amusement, and the king was asleep in his tent after a long carouse, when all on a sudden his confessor, a Dominican friar, shouted out that the Flemings were attacking the camp. Zanequin, indeed, came out full softly and without a bit of noise, says Froissart, with his troops in 3 divisions, to surprise the French camp at 3 points. He was quite close to the king's tent, and some chroniclers say that he was already lifting his mace over the head of Philip, who had armed in hot haste, and was defended only by a few knights, one of whom was waving the oriflamme around him, when others hurried up, and Zanequin was forced to stay his hand. At two other points of the camp the attack had failed. The French gathered about the king and the Flemings about Zannequin, and there took place so stubborn a fight, that of 16,000 Flemings who were there not one recoiled, says Froissart, and all were left there dead and slain in three heaps one upon the other, without budging from the spot where the battle had begun. The same evening Philip entered Castle, which he set on fire, and in a few days afterwards, on leaving for France, he said to Count Louis, before the French barons, "Count, I have worked for you at my own and my barons' expense; I give you back your land, recovered and in peace; so take care that justice be kept up in it, and that I have not, through your fault, to return; for if I do, it will be to my own profit and to your hurt." The Count of Flanders was far from following the advice of the King of France, and the King of France was far from foreseeing whither he would be led by the road upon which he had just set foot. It has already been pointed out to what a position of wealth, population, and power, industrial and commercial activity had in the 13th century raised the towns of Flanders, Bruges, Ghent, Lille, Ypres, Fumez, Courtrai, and Douai, and with what energy they had defended against their lords their prosperity and their liberties. It was the struggle, sometimes sullen, sometimes violent, of feudal lordship against municipal burgherdom. The able and imperious Philip the Handsome had tested the strength of the Flemish cities, and had not cared to push them to extremity. When, in 1322, Count Louis de Nevers, scarcely 18 years of age, inherited from his grandfather Robert III. The countship of Flanders, he gave himself up, in respect of the majority of towns in the countship, to the same course of oppression and injustice as had been familiar to his predecessors. The burghers resisted him with the same, often ruffianly, energy; and when, after a 6 years' struggle amongst Flemings, the Count of Flanders, who had been conquered by the burghers, owed his return as master of his countship to the King of the French, he troubled himself about nothing but avenging himself and enjoying his victory at the expense of the vanquished. He chastised, despoiled, proscribed, and inflicted atrocious punishments; and not content with striking at individuals, he attacked the cities themselves. Nearly all of them, save Ghent, which had been favourable to the count, saw their privileges annulled or curtailed of their most essential guarantees. The burghers of Bruges were obliged to meet the count halfway to his castle of Vale, and on their knees implore his pity. At Ypres the bell in the tower was broken up. Philip of Valois made himself a partner in these severities; he ordered the fortifications of Bruges, Ypres, and Courtrai to be destroyed, and he charged French agents to see to their demolition. Absolute power is often led into mistakes by its insolence, but when it is in the hands of rash and reckless mediocrity there is no knowing how clumsy and blind it can be. Neither the King of France nor the Count of Flanders seemed to remember that the Flemish communes had at their door a natural and powerful ally who could not do without them any more than they could do without him. Woollen stuffs, cloths, carpets, warm coverings of every sort, were the chief articles of the manufactures and commerce of Flanders. There chiefly was to be found all that the active and enterprising merchants of the time exported to Sweden, Norway, Hungary, Russia, and even Asia; and it was from England that they chiefly imported their wool, the primary staple of their handiwork. All Flanders, says Froissart, was based upon cloth, and no wool, no cloth. On the other hand, it was to Flanders that England, her landowners and farmers, sold the fleeces of their flocks, and the two countries were thus united by the bond of their mutual prosperity. The Count of Flanders forgot or defied this fact so far as in 1336, at the instigation, it is said, of the King of France, to have all the English in Flanders arrested and kept in prison. Reprisals were not long deferred. On the 5th of October in the same year the King of England ordered the arrest of all Flemish merchants in his kingdom and the seizure of their goods, and he at the same time prohibited the exportation of wool. Flanders was given over, says her principal historian, to desolation; nearly all her looms ceased rattling on one and the same day, and the streets of her cities, but lately filled with rich and busy workmen, were overrun with beggars who asked in vain for work to escape from misery and hunger. The English landowners and farmers did not suffer so much, but were scarcely less angered; only it was to the King of France and the Count of Flanders rather than their own king that they held themselves indebted for the stagnation of their affairs, and their discontent sought vent only in execration of the foreigner. When great national interests are to such a point misconceived and injured, there crop up, before long, clear-sighted and bold men who undertake the championship of them, and foment the quarrel to explosion heat, either from personal views or patriotic feeling. The question of succession to the throne of France seemed settled by the inaction of the King of England, and the formal homage he had come and paid to the King of France at Amiens, but it was merely in abeyance. Many people both in England and in France still thought of it, and spoke of it, and many intrigues bred of hope or fear were kept up with reference to it at the courts of the two kings. When the rumblings of anger were loud on both sides in consequence of affairs in Flanders, two men of note, a Frenchman and a Fleming, considering that the hour had come, determined to revive the question, and turn the great struggle which could not fail to be excited thereby to the profit of their own and their country's cause, for it is singular how ambition and devotion, selfishness and patriotism, combine and mingle in the human soul, and even in great souls. Philip VI. Had embroiled himself with a prince of his line, Robert of Artois, great-grandson of Robert, the first Count of Artois, who was a brother of Saint Louis, and was killed during the crusade in Egypt, at the battle of Mansoura. As early as the reign of Philip the Handsome, Robert claimed the countship of Artois as his heritage, but having had his pretensions rejected by a decision of the peers of the kingdom, he had hoped for more success under Philip of Valois, whose sister he had married. Philip tried to satisfy him with another domain raised to a peerage, but Robert, more and more discontented, got involved in a series of intrigues, plots, falsehoods, forgeries, and even, according to public report, imprisonments and crimes, which in 1332 led to his being condemned by the Court of Peers to banishment and the confiscation of his property. He fled for refuge first to Brabant, and then to England, to the court of Edward III., who received him graciously, and whom he forthwith commenced inciting to claim the crown of France, his inheritance, as he said, which King Philip holds most wrongfully. Edward III., who was naturally prudent, and had been involved, almost ever since his accession, in a stubborn war with Scotland, cared but little for rushing into a fresh and far more serious enterprise. But of all human passions, hatred is perhaps the most determined in the prosecution of its designs. Robert accompanied the King of England in his campaigns northward, and "Sir," said he, whilst they were marching together over the heaths of Scotland, "leave this poor country, and give your thoughts to the noble crown of France." When Edward, on returning to London, was self-complacently rejoicing at his successes over his neighbours, Robert took pains to pique his self-respect, by expressing astonishment that he did not seek more practical and more brilliant successes. Poetry sometimes reveals sentiments and processes about which history is silent. We read in a poem of the 14th century, entitled "The Vow on the Heron," "In the season when summer is verging upon its decline, and the gay birds are forgetting their sweet converse on the trees, now despoiled of their verdure, Robert seeks for consolation in the pleasures of fowling, for he cannot forget the gentle land of France, the glorious country whence he is in exile. He carries a falcon, which goes flying over the waters till a heron falls its prey. Then he calls two young damsels to take the bird to the king's palace, singing the while in sweet discourse, 'Fly, fly, ye honourless knights, give place to gallants on whom love smiles. Here is the dish for gallants who are faithful to their mistresses.' The heron is the most timid of birds, for it fears its own shadow. It is for the heron to receive the vows of King Edward, who, though lawful King of France, dares not claim that noble heritage." At these words the king flushed, his heart was wroth, and he cried aloud, "Since coward is thrown in my teeth, I make vow on this heron to the God of Paradise, that ere a single year rolls by I will defy the King of Paris." Count Robert hears and smiles, and lo, to his own heart he says, "Now have I won, and my heron will cause a great war." Robert's confidence in this tempter's work of his was well founded, but a little premature. Edward III. Did not repel him, complained loudly of the assistance rendered by the King of France to the Scots, gave an absolute refusal to Philip's demands for the extradition of the rebel Robert, and retorted by protesting, in his turn, against the reception accorded in France to David Bruce, the rival of his own favourite Baliol for the throne of Scotland. In Aquitaine he claimed as of his own domain some places still occupied by Philip. Philip, on his side, neglected no chance of causing Edward embarrassment, and more or less overtly assisting his foes. The two kings were profoundly distrustful one of the other, foresaw, both of them, that they would one day come to blows, and prepared for it by mutually working to entangle and enfeeble one another. But neither durst as yet proclaim his wishes or his fears, and take the initiative in those unknown events which war must bring about to the great peril of their people and perhaps of themselves. From 1334 to 1337, as they continued to advance towards the issue, foreseen and at the same time deferred, of this situation, they were both of them seeking allies in Europe for their approaching struggle. Philip had a notable one under his thumb, the Pope at that time settled at Avignon, and he made use of him for the purpose of proposing a new crusade, in which Edward III. Should be called upon to join with him. If Edward complied, any enterprise on his part against France would become impossible, and if he declined, Christendom would cry fie upon him. Two successive popes, John XXII. And Benedict XII., preached the crusade, and offered their mediation to settle the differences between the two kings, but they were unsuccessful in both their attempts. The two kings strained every nerve to form laic alliances. Philip did all he could to secure to himself the fidelity of Count Louis of Flanders, whom the King of England several times attempted, but in vain, to win over. Philip drew into close relations with himself the kings of Bohemia and Navarre, the dukes of Lorraine and Burgundy, the Count of Foix, the Genoese, the Grand Prior of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, and many other lords. The two principal neighbours of Flanders, the Count of Hainault and the Duke of Brabant, received the solicitations of both kings at one and the same time. The former had to wife Joan of Valois, sister of the King of France, but he had married his daughter Philippa to the King of England, and when Edward's envoys came and asked for his support in the great business which their master had in view, "If the king can succeed in it," said the count, "I shall be right glad. It may well be supposed that my heart is with him who hath my daughter, rather than with King Philip, though I have married his sister, for he hath filched from me the hand of the young Duke of Brabant, who should have wedded my daughter Isabel, and hath kept him for a daughter of his own. So help will I my dear and beloved son, the King of England, to the best of my power. But he must get far stronger aid than mine, for Hainault is but a little place in comparison with the kingdom of France, and England is too far off to succour us. Dear sir," said the envoys, "advise us of what lords our master might best seek aid, and in what he might best put his trust." "By my soul," said the count, "I could not point to lords so powerful to aid him in this business as would be the Duke of Brabant, who is his cousin germain, the Duke of Gueldres, who hath his sister to wife, and Sire de Fauquemont. They are those who have the most men at arms in the least time, and they are right good soldiers, provided that money be given them in proportion, for they are lords and men who are glad of pay." Edward III. Went for powerful allies even beyond the Rhine; he treated with Louis V. of Bavaria, Emperor of Germany; he even had a solemn interview with him at a diet assembled at Coblentz, and Louis named Edward Vicar Imperial throughout all the empire situated on the left bank of the Rhine, with orders to all princes of the Low Countries to follow and obey him, for a space of 7 years, in the field. But Louis of Bavaria was a tottering emperor, excommunicated by the Pope, and with a formidable competitor in Frederick of Austria. When the time for action arrived, King John of Bohemia, a zealous ally of the French king, persuaded the Emperor of Germany that his dignity would be compromised if he were to go and join the army of the English king, in whose pay he would appear to have enlisted, and Louis of Bavaria withdrew from his alliance with Edward III., sending back the subsidies he had received from him. End of Chapter 20, Part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20. The 100 Years' War. Philip VI and John II, Part II. Which side were the Flemings themselves to take in a conflict of such importance, and already so hot, even before it had reached bursting point? It was clearly in Flanders that each king was likely to find his most efficient allies, and so it was there that they made the most strenuous applications. Edward III hastened to restore between England and the Flemish communes the commercial relations which had been for a while disturbed by the arrest of the traders in both countries. He sent into Flanders, even to Ghent, ambassadors charged to enter into negotiations with the burghers, and one of the most considerable amongst these burghers, Salver of Courtrai, who had but lately supported Count Louis in his quarrels with the people of Bruges, loudly declared that the alliance with the King of England was the first requirement of Flanders, and gave apartments in his own house to one of the English envoys. Edward proposed the establishment in Flanders of a magazine for English wools, and he gave assurance to such Flemish weavers as would settle in England of all the securities they could desire. He even offered to give his daughter Joan in marriage to the son of the Count of Flanders. Philip, on his side, tried hard to reconcile the communes of Flanders to their count, and so make them faithful to himself. He let them off 2 years' payment of a rent due to him of 40,000 livres of Paris per annum. He promised them the monopoly of exporting wools from France. He authorized the Brugesmen to widen the moats of their city, and even to repair its ramparts. The King of England's envoys met in most of the Flemish cities with favour which was real, but intermingled with prudent reservations, and Count Louis of Flanders remained ever closely allied with the King of France, for he was right French and loyal, says Froissart, and with good reason, for he had the King of France almost alone to thank for restoring him to his country by force. Whilst by both sides preparations were thus being made on the Continent for war, the question which was to make it burst forth was being decided in England. In the soul of Edward temptation overcame indecision. As early as the month of June 1336, in a Parliament assembled at Northampton, he had complained of the assistance given by the King of France to the Scots, and he had expressed a hope that, if the French and the Scots were to join, they would at last offer him battle, which the latter had always carefully avoided. In September of the same year he employed similar language in a Parliament held at Nottingham, and he obtained therefrom subsidies for the war going on not only in Scotland, but also in Aquitaine, against the French king's lieutenants. In April and May of the following year, 1337, he granted to Robert of Artois, his tempter for 3 years past, court favours which proved his resolution to have been already taken. On the 21st of August following he formally declared war against the King of France, and addressed to all the sheriffs, archbishops, and bishops of his kingdom a circular in which he attributed the initiative to Philip. On the 26th of August he gave his ally, the Emperor of Germany, notice of what he had just done, whilst for the first time insultingly described Philip as setting himself up for King of France. At last, on the 7th of October 1337, he proclaimed himself King of France, as his lawful inheritance, designating as representatives and supporters of his right the Duke of Brabant, the Marquis of Juliers, the Count of Hainault, and William de Bohun, Earl of Northampton. The enterprise had no foundation in right, and seemed to have few chances of success. If the succession to the crown of France had not been regulated beforehand by a special and positive law, Philip of Valois had on his side the traditional right of nearly 3 centuries past, and actual possession, without any disputes having arisen in France upon the subject. His title had been expressly declared by the peers of the kingdom, sanctioned by the Church, and recognised by Edward himself, who had come to pay him homage. He had the general and free assent of his people. To repeat the words of the chroniclers of the time, there was no mind in France to be subjects of the King of England. Philip VI was regarded in Europe as a greater and more powerful sovereign than Edward III. He had the Pope settled in the midst of his kingdom, and he had often traversed it with an array of valiant nobility whom he knew how to support and serve on occasion as faithfully as he was served by them. He was highly prized and honoured, says Froissart, for the victory he had won at Cassel over the Flemings, and also for the handsome service he had done his cousin, Count Louis. He did thereby abide in great prosperity and honour, and he greatly increased the royal state. Never had there been king in France, it was said, who had kept state like King Philip, and he provided tourneys and jousts and diversions in great abundance. No national interest, no public ground, was provocative of war between the two peoples. It was a war of personal ambition, like that which in the 11th century William the Conqueror had carried into England. The memory of that great event was still, in the 14th century, so fresh in France, that when the pretensions of Edward were declared, and the struggle was begun, an assemblage of Normans, barons and knights, or, according to others, the estates of Normandy themselves, came and proposed to Philip to undertake once more, and at their own expense, the conquest of England, if he would put at their head his eldest son, John, their own duke. The king received their deputation at Vincennes, on the 23rd of March 1339, and accepted their offer. They bound themselves to supply for the expedition 4,000 men at arms and 20,000 foot, whom they promised to maintain for 10 weeks, and even a fortnight beyond, if, when the Duke of Normandy had crossed to England, his council should consider the prolongation necessary. The conditions in detail and the subsequent course of the enterprise thus projected were minutely regulated and settled in a treaty published by Du Tillet in 1588, from a copy found at Caen when Edward III became master of that city in 1346. The events of the war, the long fits of hesitation on the part of both kings, and the repeated alternations from hostilities to truces and truces to hostilities, prevented anything from coming of this proposal, the authenticity of which has been questioned by M. Michelet among others, but the genuineness of which has been demonstrated by M. Adolphe Despons, member of the Appeal Court of Caen, in his learned Histoire du Cotentin. Edward III, though he had proclaimed himself King of France, did not at the outset of his claim adopt the policy of a man firmly resolved and burning to succeed. From 1337 to 1340 he behaved as if he were at strife with the Count of Flanders rather than with the King of France. He was incessantly to and fro, either by embassy or in person, between England, Flanders, Hainault, Brabant, and even Germany, for the purpose of bringing the princes and people to actively co operate with him against his rival; and during this diplomatic movement such was the hostility between the king and the Count of Flanders that Edward's ambassadors thought it impossible for them to pass through Flanders in safety, and went to Holland for a ship in which to return to England. Nor were their fears groundless, for the Count of Flanders had caused to be arrested, and was still detaining in prison at the castle of Rupelmonde, the Fleming Sohier of Courtrai, who had received into his house at Ghent one of the English envoys, and had shown himself favourable to their cause. Edward keenly resented these outrages, demanded but did not obtain the release of Sohier of Courtrai, and by way of revenge gave orders in November 1337 to two of his bravest captains, the Earl of Derby and Walter de Manny, to go and attack the fort of Cadsand, situated between the island of Walcheren and the town of Vaucluse, or Sluis, a port of consequence to the Count of Flanders, who had confided the keeping of it to his bastard brother Guy, with 5,000 of his most faithful subjects. It was a sanguinary affair. The besieged were surprised, but defended themselves bravely; the landing cost the English dear; the Earl of Derby was wounded and hurled to the ground; but his comrade, Walter de Manny, raised him up with a shout to his men of "Lancaster for the Earl of Derby!" and at last the English prevailed. The bastard of Flanders was made prisoner, the town was pillaged and burned, and the English returned to England, and told their adventure, says Froissart, to the king, who was right joyous when he saw them and learned how they had sped. Thus began that war which was to be so cruel and so long. The Flemings bore the brunt of it. It was a lamentable position for them; their industrial and commercial prosperity was being ruined; their security at home was going from them; their communal liberties were compromised; divisions set in amongst them; by interest and habitual intercourse they were drawn towards England; but the Count, their lord, did all he could to turn them away from her, and many amongst them were loath to separate themselves entirely from France. Burghers of Ghent, as they chatted in the thoroughfares and at the cross roads, said one to another that they had heard much wisdom, to their mind, from a burgher who was called James van Artevelde, and who was a brewer of beer. They had heard him say that, if he could obtain a hearing and credit, he would in a little while restore Flanders to the good estate, and they would recover all their gains without standing ill with the King of France or the King of England. These sayings began to get spread abroad, insomuch that a quarter or half the city was informed thereof, especially the small folks of the commonalty, whom the evil touched most nearly. They began to assemble in the streets, and it came to pass that one day, after dinner, several went from house to house calling for their comrades, and saying, "Come and hear the wise man's counsel." On the 26th of December 1337 they came to the house of the said James van Artevelde, and found him leaning against his door. Far off as they were when they first perceived him, they made him a deep obeisance, and "Dear sir," they said, "we are come to you for counsel, for we are told that by your great and good sense you will restore the country of Flanders to good case. So tell us how." Then James van Artevelde came forward, and said, "Sirs comrades, I am a native and burgher of this city, and here I have my means. Know that I would gladly aid you with all my power, you and all the country; if there were here a man who would be willing to take the lead, I would be willing to risk body and means by his side; and if the rest of ye be willing to be brethren, friends and comrades to me, to abide in all matters at my side, notwithstanding that I am not worthy of it, I will undertake it willingly." Then said all with one voice, "We promise you faithfully to abide at your side in all matters, and to therewith adventure body and means; for we know well that in the whole countship of Flanders there is not a man but you worthy so to do." Then Van Artevelde bound them to assemble on the next day but one in the grounds of the monastery of Biloque, which had received numerous benefits from the ancestors of Soheir of Courtrai, whose son in law Van Artevelde was. This bold burgher of Ghent, who was born about 1285, was sprung from a family the name of which had been for a long while inscribed in their city upon the register of industrial corporations. His father, John Van Artevelde, a cloth worker, had been several times over sheriff of Ghent, and his mother, Mary van Groete, was a great aunt to the grandfather of the illustrious publicist called in history Grotius. James Van Artevelde in his youth accompanied Count Charles of Valois, brother of Philip the Handsome, upon his adventurous expeditions in Italy, Sicily, and Greece, and to the island of Rhodes; and it had been close by the spots where the soldiers of Marathon and Salamis had beaten the armies of Darius and Xerxes that he had heard of the victory of the Flemish burghers and the workmen attacked in 1302, at Courtrai, by the splendid army of Philip the Handsome. James Van Artevelde, on returning to his country, had been busy with his manufactures, his fields, the education of his children, and Flemish affairs up to the day when, at his invitation, the burghers of Ghent thronged to the meeting on the 28th of December 1337, in the grounds of the monastery of Biloque. There he delivered an eloquent speech, pointing out unhesitatingly but temperately the policy which he considered good for the country. "Forget not," he said, "the might and glory of Flanders. Who, pray, shall forbid that we defend our interests by using our rights? Can the King of France prevent us from treating with the King of England? And may we not be certain that if we were to treat with the King of England, the King of France would not be the less urgent in seeking our alliance? Besides, have we not with us all the communes of Brabant, of Hainault, of Holland, and of Zealand?" The audience cheered these words; the commune of Ghent forthwith assembled, and on the 3rd of January 1337, according to the old style, which made the year begin at the 25th of March, re-established the offices of captains of parishes according to olden usage, when the city was exposed to any pressing danger. It was carried that one of these captains should have the chief government of the city, and James Van Artevelde was at once invested with it. From that moment the conduct of Van Artevelde was ruled by one predominant idea, to secure free and fair commercial intercourse for Flanders with England, whilst observing a general neutrality in the war between the kings of England and France, and to combine so far all the communes of Flanders in one and the same policy. And he succeeded in this twofold purpose. On the 29th of April 1338 the representatives of all the communes of Flanders, the city of Bruges numbering amongst them 108 deputies, repaired to the castle of Melle, a residence of Count Louis, and then James Van Artevelde set before the count what had been resolved upon amongst them. The count submitted, and swore that he would thenceforth maintain the liberties of Flanders in the state in which they had existed since the treaty of Athis. In the month of May following, a deputation consisting of James Van Artevelde and other burghers appointed by the cities of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres, scoured the whole of Flanders, from Bailleul to Termonde, and from Ninove to Dunkirk, to reconcile the good folks of the communes to the Count of Flanders, as well for the count's honour as for the peace of the country. Lastly, on the 10th of June 1338, a treaty was signed at Anvers between the deputies of the Flemish communes and the English ambassadors, the latter declaring, We do all to wit that we have negotiated way and substance of friendship with the good folks of the communes of Flanders, in form and manner hereinafter following. First, they shall be able to go and buy the wools and other merchandise which have been exported from England to Holland, Zealand, or any other place whatsoever; and all traders of Flanders who shall repair to the ports of England shall there be safe and free in their persons, and their goods, just as in any other place where their ventures might bring them together. Item. We have agreed with the good folk, and with all the common country of Flanders, that they must not mix nor intermeddle in any way, by assistance of men or arms, in the wars of our lord the king and the noble Sir Philip of Valois, who holdeth himself for King of France. 3 articles following regulated in detail the principles laid down in the first 2, and by another charter Edward III ordained that all stuffs marked with the seal of the city of Ghent might travel freely in England, without being subject according to ellage and quality to the control to which all foreign merchandise was subject. Histoire de Flandre, by M. le Baron Curwan de Lettenhove, pp. 199 to 203. Van Artevelde was right in telling the Flemings that, if they treated with the King of England, the King of France would be only the more anxious for their alliance. Philip of Valois, and even Count Louis of Flanders, when they got to know of the negotiations entered into between the Flemish communes and King Edward, redoubled their offers and promises to them. But when the passions of men have taken full possession of their souls, words of concession and attempts at accommodation are nothing more than postponements or lies. Philip, when he heard about the conclusion of a treaty between the Flemish communes and the King of England, sent word to Count Louis that this James Van Artevelde must not, on any account, be allowed to rule, or even live, for if it were so for long the count would lose his land. The count, very much disposed to accept such advice, repaired to Ghent and sent for Van Artevelde to come and see him at his hotel. He went, but with so large a following that the count was not at the time at all in a position to resist him. He tried to persuade the Flemish burgher that, if he would keep a hand on the people so as to keep them to their love for the King of France, he having more authority than any one else for such a purpose, much good would result to him, mingling besides with this address some words of threatening import. Van Artevelde, who was not the least afraid of the threat, and who at heart was fond of the English, told the count that he would do as he had promised the communes. Hereupon he left the count, who consulted his confidants as to what he was to do in this business, and they counselled him to let them go and assemble their people, saying that they would kill Van Artevelde secretly or otherwise. And indeed they did lay many traps and made many attempts against the captain, but it was of no avail, since all the commonalty was for him. When the rumour of these projects and these attempts was spread abroad in the city, the excitement was extreme, and all the burghers assumed white hoods, which was the mark peculiar to the members of the commune when they assembled under their flags, so that the count found himself reduced to assuming one, for he was afraid of being kept captive at Ghent, and on the pretext of a hunting party he lost no time in gaining his castle of Melle. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Chapter 20, Part 3 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20. The 100 Years' War. Philip VI and John II. Part 3. The burghers of Ghent had their minds still filled with their late alarm when they heard that, by order, it was said, of the King of France, Count Louis had sent and beheaded at the castle of Ruppehonde, in the very bed in which he was confined by his infirmities, their fellow citizen Salver of Courtrai, Van Artevelde's father-in-law, who had been kept for many months in prison for his intimacy with the English. On the same day the Bishop of Senlis and the Abbot of Saint Denis had arrived at Tournai, and had superintended the reading out in the market-place of a sentence of excommunication against the Ghentese. It was probably at this date that Van Artevelde, in his vexation and disquietude, assumed in Ghent an attitude threatening and despotic even to tyranny. He had continually after him, says Froissart, 60 or 80 armed varlets, among whom were 2 or 3 who knew some of his secrets. When he met a man whom he had hated or had in suspicion, this man was at once killed, for Van Artevelde had given this order to his varlets: "The moment I meet a man, and make such and such a sign to you, slay him without delay, however great he may be, without waiting for more speech." In this way he had many great masters slain. As soon as these 60 varlets had taken him home to his hotel, each went to dinner at his own house; and the moment dinner was over they returned and stood before his hotel, and waited in the street until that he was minded to go and play and take his pastime in the city; and so they attended him till supper time. And know that each of these hirelings had per diem 4 groschen of Flanders for their expenses and wages, and he had them regularly paid from week to week; and even in the case of all that were most powerful in Flanders, knights, esquires, and burghers of the good cities, whom he believed to be favourable to the Count of Flanders, them he banished from Flanders, and levied half their revenues. He had levies made of rents, of dues on merchandise, and all the revenues belonging to the count, wherever it might be in Flanders, and he dispersed them at his will, and gave them away without rendering any account. And when he would borrow of any burghers on his word for payment, there was none that durst say him nay. In short, there was never in Flanders, or in any other country, duke, count, prince, or other, who can have had a country at his will as James Van Artevelde had for a long time. It is possible that, as some historians have thought, Froissart, being less favourable to burghers than to princes, did not deny himself a little exaggeration in this portrait of a great burgher patriot, transformed by the force of events and passions into a demagogic tyrant. But some of us may have too vivid a personal recollection of similar scenes to doubt the general truth of the picture; and we shall meet before long in the history of France during the 14th century with an example still more striking and more famous than that of Van Artevelde. Whilst the Count of Flanders, after having vainly attempted to excite an uprising against Van Artevelde, was being forced, in order to escape from the people of Bruges, to mount his horse in hot haste, at night and barely armed, and to flee away to St. Omer, Philip of Valois and Edward III. Were preparing, on either side, for the war which they could see drawing near. Philip was vigorously at work on the Pope, the Emperor of Germany, and the princes neighbours of Flanders, in order to raise obstacles against his rival or rob him of his allies. He ordered that short-lived meeting of his States General about which we have no information left us, save that it voted the principle that no talliage could be imposed on the people if urgent necessity or evident utility should not require it, and unless by concession of the estates. Philip, as chief of feudal society, rather than of the nation which was forming itself little by little around the lords, convoked at Amiens all his vassals, great and small, laic or cleric, placing all his strength in their co operation, and not caring at all to associate the country itself in the affairs of his government. Edward, on the contrary, whilst equipping his fleet and amassing treasure at the expense of the Jews and Lombard usurers, was assembling his parliament, taking to it of this important and costly war, for which he obtained large subsidies, and accepting without making any difficulty the vote of the Commons' House, which expressed a desire to consult their constituents upon this subject, and begged him to summon an early parliament, to which there should be elected, in each county, 2 knights taken from among the best landowners of their counties. The king set out for the Continent; the parliament met and considered the exigencies of the war by land and sea, in Scotland and in France; traders, shipowners, and mariners were called and examined; and the forces determined to be necessary were voted. Edward took the field, pillaging, burning, and ravaging, destroying all the country for 12 or 14 leagues to extent, as he himself said in a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury. When he set foot on French territory, Count William of Hainault, his brother in law, and up to that time his ally, came to him and said that he would ride with him no farther, for that his presence was prayed and required by his uncle, the King of France, to whom he bore no hate, and whom he would go and serve in his own kingdom, as he had served King Edward on the territory of the Emperor, whose vicar he was; and Edward wished him God speed. Such was the binding nature of feudal ties that the same lord held himself bound to pass from one camp to another, according as he found himself upon the domains of one or the other of his suzerains in a war one against the other. Edward continued his march towards St. Quentin, where Philip had at last arrived with his allies, the kings of Bohemia, Navarre, and Scotland, after delays which had given rise to great scandal and murmurs throughout the whole kingdom. The two armies, with a strength, according to Froissart, of 100,000 men on the French side, and 44,000 on the English, were soon facing one another, near Bois-en-Fausse, a large burgh of Picardy. A herald came from the English camp to tell the King of France that the King of England demanded of him battle. To which demand, says Froissart, the King of France gave willing assent, and accepted the day, which was fixed at first for Thursday the 21st, and afterwards for Saturday the 25th of October, 1339. To judge from the somewhat tangled accounts of the chroniclers and of Froissart himself, neither of the two kings was very anxious to come to blows. The forces of Edward were much inferior to those of Philip, and the former had accordingly taken up, as it appears, a position which rendered attack difficult for Philip. There was much division of opinion in the French camp. Independently of military grounds, a great deal was said about certain letters from Robert, King of Naples, a mighty necromancer and full of mighty wisdom, it was reported, who, after having several times cast their horoscopes, had discovered by astrology and from experience that if his cousin the King of France were to fight the King of England, the former would be worsted. In thus disputing and debating, says Froissart, the time passed till full midday. A little afterwards a hare came leaping across the fields, and rushed amongst the French. Those who saw it began shouting and making a great halloo. Those who were behind thought that those who were in front were engaging in battle, and several put on their helmets and gripped upon their swords. Thereupon several knights were made, and the Count of Hainault himself made 14, who were thenceforth nicknamed Knights of the Hare. Whatever his motive may have been, Philip did not attack, and Edward promptly began a retreat. They both dismissed their allies, and during the early days of November Philip fell back upon St. Quentin, and Edward went and took up his winter quarters at Brussels. For Edward it was a serious check not to have dared to attack the king whose kingdom he made a pretence of conquering, and he took it grievously to heart. At Brussels he had an interview with his allies, and asked their counsel. Most of the princes of the Low Countries remained faithful to him, and the Count of Hainault seemed inclined to go back to him, but all hesitated as to what he was to do to recover from the check. Van Artevelde showed more invention and more boldness. The Flemish communes had concentrated their forces not far from the spot where the two kings had kept their armies looking at one another, but they had maintained a strict neutrality, and at the invitation of the Count of Flanders, who promised them that the King of France would entertain all their claims, Artevelde and Bradel, the deputies from Ghent and Bruges, even repaired to Courtrai to make terms with him. But as they got there nothing but ambiguous engagements and evasive promises, they let the negotiation drop, and whilst Count Louis was on his way to rejoin Philip at St. Quentin, Artevelde, with the deputies from the Flemish communes, started for Brussels. Edward, who was already living on very confidential terms with him, told him that if the Flemings were minded to help him keep up the war, and go with him whithersoever he would take them, they should aid him to recover Lille, Douai, and Bethune, then occupied by the King of France. Artevelde, after consulting his colleagues, returned to Edward, and, "Dear sir," said he, "you have already made such request to us, and verily if we could do so whilst keeping our honour and faith, we would do as you demand; but we be bound by faith and oath, and on a bond of 2 millions of florins entered into with the Pope, not to go to war with the King of France without incurring a debt to the amount of that sum, and a sentence of excommunication; but if you do that which we are about to say to you, if you will be pleased to adopt the arms of France, and quarter them with those of England, and openly call yourself King of France, we will uphold you for the true King of France. You, as King of France, shall give us quittance of our faith, and then we will obey you as King of France, and will go whithersoever you shall ordain." This prospect pleased Edward mightily, but it irked him to take the name and arms of that which he had as yet won no title. He consulted his allies. Some of them hesitated, but his most privy and especial friend, Robert d'Artois, strongly urged him to consent to the proposal. So a French prince and a Flemish burgher prevailed upon the King of England to pursue, as in assertion of his avowed rights, the conquest of the kingdom of France. King, prince, and burgher fixed Ghent as their place of meeting for the official conclusion of the alliance, and there, in January 1340, the mutual engagement was signed and sealed. The King of England assumed the arms of France quartered with those of England, and thenceforth took the title of King of France. Then burst forth in reality that war which was to last 100 years, which was to bring upon the two nations the most violent struggles, as well as the most cruel sufferings, and which, at the end of 100 years, was to end in the salvation of France from her tremendous peril, and the defeat of England in her unrighteous attempt. In January 1340, Edward thought he had won the most useful of allies; Artevelde thought the independence of the Flemish communes and his own supremacy in his own country secured; and Robert d'Artois thought with complacency how he had gratified his hatred for Philip of Valois. And all three were deceiving themselves in their joy and their confidence. Edward, leaving Queen Philippa at Ghent with Artevelde for her adviser, had returned to England, and had just obtained from the Parliament, for the purpose of vigorously pushing on the war, a subsidy almost without precedent, when he heard that a large French fleet was assembling on the coasts of Zealand, near the port of Eclus, or Sluis, with the design of surprising and attacking him when he should cross over again to the Continent. For some time past this fleet had been cruising in the Channel, making descents here and there upon English soil, at Plymouth, Southampton, Sandwich, and Dover, and everywhere causing alarm and pillage. Its strength, they said, was 140 large vessels, without counting the smaller, having on board 35,000 men, Normans, Picards, Italians, sailors, and soldiers of all countries, under the command of two French leaders, Hugh Curret, titular admiral, and Nicholas Behuche, King Philip's treasurer, and of a famous Genoese buccaneer, named Barbavera. Edward, so soon as he received this information, resolved to go and meet their attack, and he gave orders to have his vessels and troops summoned from all parts of England to Orwell, his point of departure. His advisers, with the Archbishop of Canterbury at their head, strove, but in vain, to restrain him. "Ye are all in conspiracy against me," said he. "I shall go, and those who are afraid can abide at home." And go he did, on the 22nd of June, 1340, and aboard of his fleet went with him many an English dame, says Froissart, wives of earls, and barons, and knights, and burghers, of London, who were off to Ghent to see the Queen of England, for whom a long time past they had not seen, and King Edward guarded them carefully. "For many a long day," said he, "have I desired to fight those fellows, and now we will fight them, please God and St. George, for verily they have caused me so many displeasures that I would fain take vengeance for them, if I can but get it." On arriving off the coast of Flanders, opposite Eclus, or Sluis, he saw so great a number of vessels that of mass there seemed to be verily a forest. He made his arrangements forthwith, placing his strongest ships in front, and manoeuvring so as to have the wind on the starboard quarter and the sun astern. The Normans marvelled to see the English thus twisting about, and said, "They are turning tail; they are not man enough to fight us." But the Genoese buccaneer was not misled. When he saw the English fleet approaching in such fashion, he said to the French admiral and his colleague Behuche, "Sirs, here is the King of England, with all his ships, bearing down upon us. If ye will follow my advice, instead of remaining shut up in port, ye will draw out into the open sea; for if ye abide here, they, whilst they have in their favour sun and wind and tide, will keep you so short of room that ye will be helpless and unable to manoeuvre." Whereupon answered the treasurer Behuche, who knew more about arithmetic than sea fights, "Let him go hang, whoever shall go out; here will we wait and take our chance." "Sir," replied Barbavera, "if ye will not be pleased to believe me, I have no mind to work my own ruin, and will get me gone with my galleys out of this hole." And out he went, with all his squadron, engaged the English on the high seas, and took the first ship which attempted to board him. But Edward, though he was wounded in the thigh, quickly restored the battle. After a gallant resistance, Barbavera sailed off with his galleys, and the French fleet found itself alone at grips with the English. The struggle was obstinate on both sides. It began at 6 in the morning of June 24, 1340, and lasted to midday. It was put an end to by the arrival of the reinforcements promised by the Flemings to the King of England. The deputies of Bruges, says their historian, had employed the whole night in getting under way an armament of 200 vessels, and before long the French heard echoing about them the horns of the Flemish mariners sounding to quarters. These latter decided the victory; Béhuchet, Philip of Valois' treasurer, fell into their hands, and they, heeding only their desire of avenging themselves for the devastation of Cadsand in 1337, hanged him from the mast of his vessel, out of spite to the King of France. The admiral, Hugh Curré, though he surrendered, was put to death, and with him perished so great a number of men at arms that the sea was dyed with blood on this coast, and the dead were put down at quite 30,000 men. End of chapter 20, part 3. Chapter 20, Part 4 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20, The 100 Years' War, Philip VI and John II, Part 2. The very day after the battle, the Queen of England came up from Ghent to join the king her husband, whom his wound confined to his ship, and at Valenciennes, whither the news of the victory speedily arrived, Artevelde, mounting a platform set up in the market-place, maintained, in the presence of a large crowd, the right which the King of England had to claim the kingdom of France. He vaunted the puissance of the three countries, Flanders, Hainault, and Brabant, when at one accord amongst themselves, and what with his words and his great sense, says Froissart, he did so well that all who heard him said that he had spoken mighty well, and with mighty experience, and that he was right worthy to govern the countship of Flanders. From Valenciennes he repaired to King Edward at Bruges, where all the allied princes were assembled, and there, in concert with the other deputies from the Flemish communes, Artevelde offered Edward 100,000 men for the vigorous prosecution of the war. All these burghers, says the modern historian of the Flemings, had declared that, in order to promote their country's cause, they would serve without pay, so heartily had they entered into the war. The siege of Tournai was the first operation Edward resolved to undertake. He had promised to give this place to the Flemings; the burghers were getting a taste for conquest in company with kings. They found Philip of Valois better informed, and also more hot for war, than perhaps they had expected. It is said that he learned the defeat of his navy at Ecluse from his court fool, who was the first to announce it, and in the following fashion: "The English are cowards," said he. "Why so?" asked the king. "Because they lacked courage to leap into the sea at Ecluse, as the French and Normans did." Philip lost no time about putting the places on his northern frontier in a state of defence. He took up his quarters first at Arras, and then 3 leagues from Tournai, into which his constable, Raoul d'O, immediately threw himself, with a considerable force, and whither his allies, the Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Savoy, the Bishops of Liege, Metz, and Verdun, and nearly all the barons of Burgundy came and joined him. On the 27th of July 1340, he received there from his rival a challenge of portentous length, the principal terms of which are set forth as follows: "Philip of Valois, for a long time past we have taken proceedings, by means of messages and other reasonable ways, to the end that you might restore to us our rightful heritage of France, which you have this long while withheld from us, and do most wrongfully occupy. And as we do clearly see that you do intend to persevere in your wrongful withholding, we do give you notice that we are marching against you to bring our rightful claims to an issue. And whereas so great a number of folks assembled on our side and on yours cannot keep themselves together for long without causing great destruction to the people and the country, we desire, as the quarrel is between you and us, that the decision of our claims should be between our two bodies. And if you have no mind to this way, we propose that our quarrel should end by a battle, body to body, between 100 persons, the most capable on your side and on ours. And if you have no mind either to one way or to the other, that you do appoint us a fixed day for fighting before the city of Tournai, power to power. Given under our privy seal, on the field near Tournai, the 26th day of July, in the first year of our reign in France and in England the 14th. Philip replied, Philip, by the grace of God, King of France, to Edward, King of England. We have seen your letters brought to our court, as from you to Philip of Valois, and containing certain demands which you make upon the said Philip of Valois. And as the said letters did not come to ourself, we make you no answer. Our intention is, when it shall seem good to us, to hurl you out of our kingdom for the benefit of our people, and of that we have firm hope in Jesus Christ, from whom all power cometh to us." Events were not satisfactory either to the haughty pretensions of Edward or to the patriotic hopes of Philip. The war continued in the north and southwest of France without any result. In the neighbourhood of Tournai some encounters in the open country were unfavourable to the English and their allies. The siege of the place was prolonged for 74 days without the attainment of any success by assault or investment, and the inhabitants defended themselves with so obstinate a courage, that when at length the King of England found himself obliged to raise the siege, Philip, to testify his gratitude towards them, restored them their law, that is, their communal charter, for some time past withdrawn, and they were greatly rejoiced, says Froissart, at having no more royal governors, and at appointing provosts and jurymen according to their fancy. The Flemish burghers, in spite of their display of warlike zeal, soon grew tired of being so far from their business and of living under canvas. In Aquitaine the lieutenants of the King of France had the advantage over those of the King of England. They retook or delivered several places in dispute between the two crowns, and they closely pressed Bordeaux itself both by land and sea. Edward the aggressor was exhausting his pecuniary resources, and his Parliament was displaying but little inclination to replenish them. For Philip, who had merely to defend himself and his own dominions, any cessation of hostilities was almost a victory. A pious princess, Joan of Valois, sister of Philip and mother-in-law of Edward, issued from her convent at Fontenelle, for the purpose of urging the two kings to make peace, or at least to suspend hostilities. "The good dame," says Froissart, "saw there, on the two sides, all the flower and honour of the chivalry of the world, and many a time she had fallen at the feet of her brother the King of France, praying him for some respite or treaty of agreement between himself and the English king. And when she had laboured with them of France, she went her way to them of the Empire, to the Duke of Brabant, to the Marquis of Juillet, and to my Lord John of Hainault, and prayed them, for God's and pity's sake, that they would be pleased to hearken to some terms of accord, and would win over the King of England to be pleased to condescend thereto." In concert with the envoys of Pope Benedict VII., Joan of Valois at last succeeded in bringing the two sovereigns and their allies to a truce, which was concluded on the 25th of September 1340, at first for 9 months, and was afterwards renewed on several occasions up to the month of June 1342. Neither sovereign and none of their allies gave up anything, or bound themselves to anything more than not to fight during that interval, but they were on both sides without the power of carrying on without a pause a struggle which they would not entirely abandon. An unexpected incident led to its recommencement in spite of the truce, not, however, throughout France or directly between the two kings, but with fiery fierceness, though it was limited to a single province, and arose not in the name of the Kingship of France, but out of a purely provincial question. John III., Duke of Brittany, and a faithful vassal of Philip of Valois, whom he had gone to support at Tournai, more stoutly and substantially than any of the other princes, says Froissart, died suddenly at Caen, on the 30th of April 1341, on returning to his domain. Though he had been thrice married, he left no child. The duchy of Brittany then reverted to his brothers or their posterity, but his very next brother, Guy, Count of Ponthièvre, had been dead 6 years, and had left only a daughter, Joan, called the Cripple, married to Charles of Blois, nephew of the King of France. The third brother was still alive; he too was named John, had from his mother the title of Count of Montfort, and claimed to be the heir to the duchy of Brittany in preference to his niece Joan. The niece, on the contrary, believed in her own right to the exclusion of her uncle. The question was exactly the same as that which had arisen touching the crown of France, when Philip the Long had successfully disputed it with the only daughter of his brother, Louis the Quarreller; but the Salic law, which had for more than 3 centuries prevailed in France, had just lately, to the benefit of Philip of Valois, had no existence in the written code, or the traditions of Brittany. There, as in several other great fiefs, women had often been recognized as capable of holding and transmitting sovereignty. At the death of John III., his brother, the Count of Montfort, immediately put himself in possession of the inheritance, seized the principal Breton towns, Nantes, Brest, Rennes, and Vannes, and crossed over to England to secure the support of Edward III. His rival, Charles of Blois, appealed to the decision of the King of France, his uncle and natural protector. Philip of Valois thus found himself the champion of succession in the female line in Brittany, whilst he was himself reigning in France by virtue of the Salic law, and Edward III. Took up in Brittany the defence of succession in the male line which he was disputing and fighting against in France. Philip and his court of peers declared on the 7th of September 1341 that Brittany belonged to Charles of Blois, who at once did homage for it to the King of France, whilst John of Montfort demanded and obtained the support of the King of England. War broke out between the two claimants, effectually supported by the two kings, who nevertheless were not supposed to make war upon one another and in their own dominions. The feudal system sometimes entailed these strange and dangerous complications. If the two parties had been reduced for leaders to the two claimants only, the war would not, perhaps, have lasted long. In the first campaign the Count of Montfort was made prisoner at the siege of Nantes, carried off to Paris, and shut up in the tower of the Louvre, whence he did not escape until 3 years were over. Charles of Blois, with all his personal valour, was so scrupulously devout that he often added to the embarrassments and at the same time the delays of war. He never marched without being followed by his almoner, who took with him everywhere bread and wine and water and fire in a pot, for the purpose of saying mass by the way. One day, when Charles was accordingly hearing it and was very near the enemy, one of his officers, Offroy de Montboucher, said to him, "Sir, you see right well that your enemies are yonder, and you halt a longer time than they need to take you." "Offroy," answered the prince, "we shall always have towns and castles, and if they are taken we shall, with God's help, recover them; but if we miss hearing of mass we shall never recover it." Neither side, however, had much detriment from either the captivity or pious delays of its chief. Joan of Flanders, Countess of Montfort, was at Rennes when she heard that her husband had been taken prisoner at Nantes. "Although she made great mourning in her heart," says Froissart, "she made it not like a disconsolate woman, but like a proud and gallant man. She showed to her friends and soldiers a little boy she had, and whose name was John, even as his father's, and she said to them, 'Ah, sirs, be not discomforted and cast down because of my lord whom we have lost. He was but one man. See, here is my little boy, who, please God, shall be his avenger. I have wealth in abundance, and of it I will give you enow, and I will provide you with such a leader as shall give you all fresh heart.' She went through all her good towns and fortresses, taking her young son with her, reinforcing the garrisons with men and all they wanted, and giving away abundantly wherever she thought it would be well laid out. Then she went her way to Hennebon sur Mer, which was a strong town and strong castle, and there she abode, and her son with her, all the winter. In May 1342 Charles of Blois came to besiege her, but the attempts at assault were not successful. The Countess of Montfort, who was cased in armour and rode on a fine steed, galloped from street to street through the town, summoned the people to defend themselves stoutly, and called on the women, dames, damoiselles, and others, to pull up the roads and carry the stones to the ramparts to throw down on the assailants. She attempted a bolder enterprise. She sometimes mounted a tower right up to the top, that she might see the better how her people bore themselves. She one day saw that all they of the hostile army, lords and others, had left their quarters and gone to watch the assault. She mounted her steed, all armed as she was, and summoned to horse with her about 300 men at arms who were on guard at a gate which was not being assailed. She went out thereat with all her company and threw herself valiantly upon the tents and quarters of the lords of France, which were all burned, being guarded only by boys and varlets, who fled as soon as they saw the countess and her folk entering and setting fire. When the lords saw their quarters burning and heard the noise which came therefrom, they ran up all dazed and crying, "Betrayed! betrayed!" so that none remained for the assault. When the countess saw the enemy's host running up from all parts, she reassembled all her folk, and seeing right well that she could not enter the town again without too great loss, she went off by another road to the castle of Brest, or more probably Darre, as Brest is much more than 3 leagues from Hennebon, which lies as near as 3 leagues from thence. Though hotly pursued by the assailants, She rode so fast and so well that she and the greater part of her folks arrived at the castle of Brest, where she was received and feasted right joyously. Those of her folks who were in Hennebon were all night in great disquietude, because neither she nor any of her company returned; and the assailant lords, who had taken up quarters near to the town, cried, come out, and seek your countess; she is lost; you will not find a bit of her." In such fear the folks in Hennebon remained 5 days. But the countess wrought so well that she had now full 500 comrades armed and well mounted; then she set out from Brest about midnight and came away, arriving at sunrise and riding straight upon one of the flanks of the enemy's host. There she had the gate of Hennebon Castle opened, and entered in with great joy and a great noise of trumpets and drums, whereby the besiegers were roughly disturbed and awakened. The joy of the besieged was short. Charles of Blois pressed on the siege more rigorously every day, threatening that, when he should have taken the place, he would put all the inhabitants to the sword. Consternation spread even to the brave, and a negotiation was opened with a view of arriving at terms of capitulation. By dint of prayers Countess Joan obtained a delay of 3 days. The first 2 had expired, and the besiegers were preparing for a fresh assault, when Joan, from the top of her tower, saw the sea covered with sails. "See, see," she cried, "the aid so much desired!" Every one in the town, as best they could, rushed up at once to the windows and battlements of the walls to see what it might be, says Froissart. In point of fact it was a fleet with 6,000 men brought from England to the relief of Hennebon by Amaury de Clisson and Walter de Manny, and they had been a long while detained at sea by contrary winds. When they had landed the countess herself went to them and feasted them and thanked them greatly, which was no wonder, for she had sore need of their coming. It was far better still when, next day, the new arrivals had attacked the besiegers and gained a brilliant victory over them. When they re entered the place, whoever, says Froissart, saw the countess descend from the castle and kiss my lord Walter de Manny and his comrades, one after another, 2 or 3 times, might well have said that it was a gallant dame. All the while that the Count of Montfort was a prisoner in the Tower of the Louvre, the countess his wife strove for his cause with the same indefatigable energy. He escaped in 1345, crossed over to England, swore fealty and homage to Edward III. For the duchy of Brittany, and immediately returned to take in hand, himself, his own cause. But in the very year of his escape, on the 26th of September, 1345, he died at the castle of Hennebon, leaving once more his wife with a young child, alone at the head of his party, and having in charge the future of his house. The Countess Joan maintained the rights and interests of her son as she had maintained those of her husband. For 19 years she, with the help of England, struggled against Charles of Blois, the head of a party growing more and more powerful and protected by France. Fortune shifted her favours and her asperities from one camp to the other. Charles of Blois had at first pretty considerable success, but on the 18th of June, 1347, in a battle in which he personally displayed a brilliant courage, he was in his turn made prisoner, carried to England, and immured in the Tower of London. There he remained 9 years. But he too had a valiant and indomitable wife, Joan of Penthièvre the cripple. She did for her husband all that Joan of Montfort was doing for hers. All the time that he was a prisoner in the Tower of London, she was the soul and the head of his party, in the open country as well as in the towns, turning to profitable account the inclinations of the Breton population, whom the presence and the ravages of the English had turned against John of Montfort and his cause. She even convoked at Dinan, in 1352, a general assembly of her partisans, which is counted by the Breton historians as the second holding of the states of their country. During 9 years, from 1347 to 1356, the 2 Joans were the heads of their parties in politics and in war. Charles of Blois at last obtained his liberty from Edward III. On hard conditions, and returned to Brittany to take up the conduct of his own affairs. The struggle between the 2 claimants still lasted 8 years, with vicissitudes ending in nothing definite. In 1363 Charles of Blois and young John of Montfort, weary of the fruitless efforts and the sufferings of their countries, determined both of them to make peace and share Brittany between them. Rennes was to be Charles's capital, and Nantes that of his rival. The treaty had been signed, an altar raised between the 2 armies, and an oath taken on both sides; but when Joan of Penthièvre was informed of it, She refused downright to ratify it. "I married you," she said to her husband, "to defend my inheritance, and not to yield the half of it. I am only a woman, but I would lose my life, and 2 lives if I had them, rather than consent to any cession of the kind." Charles of Blois, as weak before his wife as brave before the enemy, broke the treaty he had but just sworn to, and set out for Nantes to resume the war. "My lord," said Countess Joan to him in presence of all his knights, "you are going to defend my inheritance and yours, which my lord of Montfort, wrongfully God knows, doth withhold from us, and the barons of Brittany who are here present know that I am rightful heiress of it. I pray you affectionately not to make any ordinance, composition, or treaty, whereby the duchy corporate remain not ours." Charles set out, and in the following year, on the 29th of September 1364, the battle of Auray cost him his life and the countship of Brittany. When he was wounded to death, he said, "I have long been at war against my conscience." At the sight of his dead body on the field of battle, young John of Montfort, his conqueror, was touched, and cried out, "Alas, my cousin, by your obstinacy you have been the cause of great evils in Brittany; may God forgive you! It grieves me much that you are come to so sad an end." After this outburst of generous compassion came the joy of victory, which Montfort owed above all to his English allies and to John Chandos their leader, to whom, "My lord John," said he, "this great fortune hath come to me through your great sense and prowess; wherefore, I pray you, drink out of my cup." "Sir," answered Chandos, "let us go hence, and render you our thanks to God for this happy fortune you have gotten; for without the death of yonder warrior, you could not have come into the inheritance of Brittany." From that day forth John of Montfort remained in point of fact Duke of Brittany, and Joan of Penthièvre, the cripple, the proud princess who had so obstinately defended her rights against him, survived for full 20 years the death of her husband and the loss of her duchy. Chapter 20 Part 5 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20 The 100 Years' War. Philip VI and John II, Part 5. Whilst the 2 Joans were exhibiting in Brittany, for the preservation or recovery of their little dominion, so much energy and persistency, another Joan, no princess, but not the less a heroine, was, in no other interest than the satisfaction of her love and her vengeance, making war all by herself on the same territory. Several Norman and Breton lords, and amongst others Oliver de Clisson and Godfrey d'Harcourt, were suspected, nominally attached as they were to the King of France, of having made secret overtures to the King of England. Philip of Valois had them arrested at a tournament, and had them beheaded without any form of trial, in the middle of the market-place at Paris, to the number of 14. The head of Clisson was sent to Nantes and exposed on one of the gates of the city. At the news thereof, his widow, Joan of Belleville, attended by several men of family, her neighbours and friends, set out for a castle occupied by the troops of Philip's candidate, Charles of Blois. The fate of Clisson was not yet known there; it was supposed that his wife was on a hunting excursion, and she was admitted without distrust. As soon as she was inside, the blast of a horn gave notice to her followers, whom she had left concealed in the neighbouring woods. They rushed up, and took possession of the castle, and Joan de Clisson had all the inhabitants, but one, put to the sword. But this was too little for her grief and her zeal. At the head of her troops, augmented, she scoured the country and seized several places, everywhere driving out or putting to death the servants of the King of France. Philip confiscated the property of the house of Clisson. Joan moved from land to sea. She manned several vessels, attacked the French ships she fell in with, ravaged the coasts, and ended by going and placing at the service of the Countess of Montfort her hatred and her son, a boy of 7 years of age, whom she had taken with her in all her expeditions, and who was afterwards the great constable, Oliver de Clisson. We shall find him under Charles V. and Charles VI. As devoted to France and her kings as if he had not made his first essays in arms against the candidate of their ancestor Philip. His mother had sent him to England, to be brought up at the court of Edward III., but shortly after taking a glorious part with the English in the battle of Auray, in which he lost an eye, and which secured the duchy of Brittany to the Count of Montfort, de Clisson got embroiled none the less with his suzerain, who had given John Chandos the castle of Gavre, near Nantes. "Devil take me, my lord," said Oliver to him, "if ever Englishman shall be my neighbour." And he went forthwith and attacked the castle, which he completely demolished. The hatreds of women whose passions have made them heroines of war are more personal and more obstinate than those of the roughest warriors. Accordingly the war for the duchy of Brittany in the 14th century has been called in history the War of the Three Joans. This war was, on both sides, remarkable for cruelty. If Joan de Clisson gave to the sword all the people in a castle, belonging to Charles of Blois, to which she had been admitted on a supposition of pacific intentions, Charles of Blois, on his side, finding in another castle 30 knights, partisans of the Count of Montfort, had their heads shot from catapults over the wall of Nantes, which he was besieging, and at the same time that he saved from pillage the churches of Quimper, which he had just taken, he allowed his troops to massacre 1,400 inhabitants, and had his principal prisoners beheaded. One of them being a deacon he caused to be degraded, and then handed over to the populace, who stoned him. It is characteristic of the Middle Ages that in them the ferocity of barbaric times existed side by side with the sentiments of chivalry and the fervour of Christianity, so slow is the race of man to eschew evil, even when it has begun to discern and relish good. War was the passion and habitual condition of men. They made it without motive as well as without provision, in a transport of feeling or for the sake of pastime, to display their strength or to escape from listlessness; and whilst making it, they abandoned themselves without scruple to all those deeds of violence, vengeance, brutal anger, or fierce delight which war provokes. At the same time, however, the generous impulses of feudal chivalry, the sympathies of Christian piety, tender affections, faithful devotion, noble tastes, were fermenting in their souls, and human nature appeared with all its complications, its inconsistencies, and its irregularities, but also with all its wealth of prospective development. The three Joans of the 14th century were but 80 years in advance of the Joan of Arc of the 15th, and the knights of Charles V., du Guesclin and de Clisson, were the forerunners of the Bayards of Francis I. An incident which has retained its popularity in French history, to wit, the fight between 30 Bretons and 30 English during the just now commemorated war in Brittany, will give a better idea than any general observations could of the real, living characteristics of facts and manners, barbaric and at the same time chivalric, at that period. No apology is needed for here reproducing the chief details as they have been related by Froissart, the dramatic chronicler of the Middle Ages. In 1351, it happened on a day that Sir Robert de Beaumanoir, a valiant knight and commandant of the castle which is called Castle Josselin, came before the town and castle of Ploermel, whereof the captain, called Brandebourg, or Brembro, probably Bremborough, had with him plenty of soldiers of the Countess of Montfort. "Brandebourg," said Robert, "have ye within there never a man at arms, or 2 or 3, who would fain cross swords with other 3 for love of their ladies?" Brandebourg answered that their ladies would not have them lose their lives in so miserable an affair as single combat, whereby one gained the name of fool rather than the honourable renown. "I will tell you what we will do, if it please you. You shall take 20 or 30 of your comrades, as I will take as many of ours. We will go out into a goodly field where none can hinder or vex us, and there will we do so much that men shall speak thereof in time to come in hall, and palace, and highway, and other places of the world." "By my faith," said Beaumanoir, "'tis bravely said, and I agree. Be ye 30, and we will be 30 too." And thus the matter was settled. When the day had come, the 30 comrades of Brandebourg, whom we shall call English, heard mass, then got on their arms, went off to the place where the battle was to be, dismounted, and waited a long while for the others, whom we shall call French. When the 30 French had come, and they were in front of one another, they parleyed a little together, all the 60; then they fell back, and made all their fellows go far away from the place. Then one of them made a sign, and forthwith they set on and fought stoutly, all in a heap; and they aided one another handsomely when they saw their comrades in evil case. Pretty soon after they had come together, one of the French was slain, but the rest did not slacken the fight one whit, and they bore themselves as valiantly, all as if they had been Rolands and Olivers. At last they were forced to stop, and they rested by common accord, giving themselves truce until they should be rested, and the first to get up again should recall the others. They rested long, and there were some who drank wine which was brought to them in bottles. They rebuckled their armour, which had got undone, and dressed their wounds. 4 French and 2 English were dead already. It was no doubt during this interval that the captain of the Bretons, Robert de Beaumanoir, grievously wounded and dying of fatigue and thirst, called out for a drink. "Drink thy blood, Beaumanoir," said one of his comrades, Geoffrey de Boyce, according to some accounts, and Sire de Tinténiac, according to others. From that day those words became the war cry of the Beaumanoirs. Froissart says nothing of this incident. Let us return to his narrative. When they were refreshed, the first to get up again made a sign, and recalled the others. Then the battle recommenced as stoutly as before, and lasted a long while. They had short swords of Bordeaux, tough and sharp, and bore spears and daggers, and some had axes, and therewith they dealt one another marvellously great dings, and some seized one another by the arms a struggling, and they struck one another, and spared not. At last the English had the worst of it. Brandebourg, their captain, was slain with 8 of his comrades, and the rest yielded themselves prisoners when they saw that they could no longer defend themselves, for they could not and must not fly. Sir Robert de Beaumanoir and his comrades, who remained alive, took them and carried them off to Castle Josselin as their prisoners, and then admitted them to ransom courteously when they were all cured, for there was none that was not grievously wounded, French as well as English. I saw afterwards, sitting at the table of King Charles of France, a Breton knight who had been in it, Sir Yvon Charnel, and he had a face so carved and cut that he showed full well how good a fight had been fought. The matter was talked of in many places, and some set it down as a very poor, and others as a very swaggering business. The most modern and most judicious historian of Brittany, Count Daru, who has left a name as honourable in literature as in the higher administration of the First Empire, says very truly, in recounting this incident, "It is not quite certain whether this was an act of patriotism or of chivalry." He might have gone farther, and discovered in this exploit not only the characteristics he points out, but many others besides. Local patriotism, the honour of Brittany, party spirit, the success of John of Montfort or Charles of Blois, the sentiment of gallantry, the glorification of the most beautiful one amongst their lady loves, and chiefly the passion for war amongst all and sundry, there was something of all this mixed up with the battle of the 30, a faithful reflex of the complication and confusion of minds, of morals, and of wants at that forceful period. It is this very variety of the ideas, feelings, interests, and motive tendencies involved in that incident which accounts for the fact that the battle of the 30 has remained so vividly remembered, and that in 1811 a monument, unpretentious but national, replaced the simple stone at first erected on the field of battle, on the edge of the road from Formel to Josselin, with this inscription: "To the immortal memory of the battle of the 30, gained by Marshal Beaumanoir on the 26th of March, 1350 (1351)." With some fondness, and at some length, this portion of Brittany's history in the 14th century has been dwelt upon, not only because of the dramatic interest attaching to the events and the actors, but also for the sake of showing, by that example, how many separate associations, diverse and often hostile, were at that time developing themselves, each on its own account, in that extensive and beautiful country which became France. We will now return to Philip of Valois and Edward III., and to the struggle between them for a settlement of the question whether France should or should not preserve its own independent kingship, and that national unity of which she already had the name, but of which she was still to undergo so much painful travail in acquiring the reality. Although Edward III., by supporting troops and officers, and sometimes even in person, the cause of the Countess of Montfort, and Philip of Valois by assisting in the same way Charles of Blois and Joan of Penthièvre, took a very active, if indirect, share in the war in Brittany, the two kings persisted in not calling themselves at war, and when either of them proceeded to acts of unquestionable hostility, they eluded the consequences of them by hastily concluding truces incessantly violated and as incessantly renewed. They had made use of this expedient in 1340, and they had recourse to it again in 1342, 1343, and 1344. The last of these truces was to have lasted up to 1346, but in the spring of 1345, Edward resolved to put an end to this equivocal position, and to openly recommence war. He announced his intention to Pope Clement IV., to his own lieutenants in Brittany, and to all the cities and corporations of his kingdom. He accused Philip of having violated, without even sending us a challenge, the truce which, out of regard to the sovereign pontiff, we had agreed upon with him, and which he had taken an oath upon his soul to keep. On account whereof we have resolved to proceed against him and all his adherents, by land and by sea, by all means possible, in order to recover our just rights." It is not quite clear what pressing reasons urged Edward to this decisive resolution. The English Parliament and people, it is true, showed more disposition to support their king in his pretensions to the throne of France, and the cause of the Count of Montfort was maintaining itself stubbornly in Brittany; but nothing seemed to call for so startling a rupture, or to promise Edward any speedy and successful issue. He had lost his most energetic and warlike adviser, for Robert d'Artois, the deadly enemy of Philip of Valois, had been so desperately wounded in the defence of Vannes against Robert de Beaumanoir that he had returned to England only to die. Edward felt this loss severely, gave Robert a splendid funeral in St. Paul's Church, and declared that he would listen to naught until he had avenged him, and that he would reduce the country of Brittany to such plight that for 40 years it should not recover. Philip of Valois, on his side, gave signs of getting ready for war. In 1343 he had convoked at Paris one of those assemblies which were beginning to be called the States General of the kingdom, and he obtained from it certain subventions. It was likewise in 1343, and at the beginning of 1344, that he ordered the arrest, at a tournament to which he had invited them, and the decapitation, without any form of trial, of 14 Breton and 3 Norman lords, whom he suspected of intriguing against him with the King of England. And so Edward might have considered himself threatened with imminent peril, and besides, he had friends to avenge. But it is not unreasonable to suppose that his fiery ambition, and his impatience to decide, once for all, that question of the French kingship which had been for 5 years in suspense between himself and his rival, were the true causes of his warlike resolve. However that may be, he determined to push the war vigorously forward at the 3 points at which he could easily wage it. In Brittany he had a party already engaged in the struggle; in Aquitaine, possessions of importance to defend or recover; in Flanders, allies, with power to back him, and as angry as himself. To Brittany he forwarded fresh supplies for the Count of Montfort; to Aquitaine he sent Henry of Lancaster, Earl of Derby, his own cousin, and the ablest of his lieutenants; and he himself prepared to cross over with a large army to Flanders. The Earl of Derby met with solid and brilliant success in Aquitaine. He attacked and took in rapid succession Bergerac, La Rolle, Aiguillon, Montpezat, Villefranche, and Angoulême. None of these places was relieved in time. The strict discipline of Derby's troops and the skill of the English archers were too much for the bravery of the men at arms, and the raw levies, ill organized and ill paid, of the King of France; and, in a word, the English were soon masters of almost the whole country between the Garonne and the Charente. Under such happy auspices Edward III. Arrived on the 7th of July, 1345, at the port of Eclus (Sluis), anxious to put himself in concert with the Flemings touching the campaign he proposed to commence before long in the north of France. Artevelde, with the consuls of Bruges and Ypres, was awaiting him there. According to some historians, Edward invited them aboard of his galley, and represented to them that the time had come for renouncing imperfect resolves and half measures; told them that their count, Louis of Flanders, and his ancestors, had always ignored and attacked their liberties, and that the best thing they could do would be to sever their connection with a house they could not trust; and offering them for their chieftain his own son, the young Prince of Wales, to whom he would give the title the Duke of Flanders. According to other historians, it was not King Edward, but Artevelde himself, who took the initiative in this proposition. The latter had for some time past felt his own dominion in Flanders attacked and shaken, and he had been confronted in his own native city by declared enemies, who had all but come to blows with his own partisans. The different industrial corporations of Ghent were no longer at one amongst themselves; the weavers had quarrelled with the fullers. Division was likewise reaching a great height amongst the Flemish towns. The burghers of Poperinghe had refused to continue recognizing the privileges of those of Ypres, and the Ypres men, enraged, had taken up arms, and, after a sanguinary mêlée, had forced the folks of Poperinghe to give in. Then the Ypres men, proud of their triumph, had gone and broken the weavers' machinery at Bailleul, and in some other towns. Artevelde, constrained to take part in these petty civil wars, had been led on to greater and greater abuse, in his own city itself, of his municipal despotism, already grown hateful to many of his fellow citizens. Whether he himself proposed to shake off the yoke of Count Louis of Flanders and take for Duke the Prince of Wales, or merely accepted King Edward's proposal, he set resolutely to work to get it carried. The most able men, swayed by their own passions and the growing necessities of the struggle in which they may be engaged, soon forget their first intentions, and ignore their new perils. The consuls of Bruges and Ypres, present with Artevelde at his interview with King Edward in the port of Ecluse, Sluis, answered that they could not decide so great a matter unless the whole community of Flanders should agree thereto, and so return to their cities. Artevelde followed them thither, and succeeded in getting the proposed resolution adopted by the people of Ypres and Bruges. But when he returned to Ghent, on the 24th of July, 1345, those in the city who knew of his coming, says Froissart, had assembled in the street whereby he must ride to his hostel. So soon as they saw him they began to mutter, saying, "There goes he who is too much master, and would fain do with the countship of Flanders according to his own will, which cannot be borne." It had, besides this, been spread about the city that James Van Artevelde had secretly sent to England the great treasure of Flanders, which he had been collecting for the space of 9 years and more during which he had held the government. This was a matter which did greatly vex and incense them of Ghent. As James Van Artevelde rode along the street, he soon perceived that there was something fresh against him, for those who were wont to bow down and take off their caps to him turned him a cold shoulder, and went back into their houses. Then he began to be afraid, and so soon as he had dismounted at his house, he had all the doors and windows shut and barred. Scarcely had his varlets done so, when the street in which he lived was covered, front and back, with folk, and chiefly small craftsfolk. His hostel was surrounded and beset, front and back, and broken into by force. Those within defended themselves a long while, and overthrew and wounded many, but at last they could not hold out, for they were so closely assailed that nearly 3/4 of the city were at this assault. When Artevelde saw the efforts a making, and how hotly he was pressed, he came to a window over the street, and began to abase himself, and say with much fine language, "Good folks, what want ye? What is it that doth move ye? Wherefore are ye so vexed at me? In what way can I have angered ye? Tell me, and I will mend it according to your wishes." Then all those who had heard him answered with one voice, "We would have an account of the great treasure of Flanders which you have sent to England without right or reason." Artevelde answered full softly, "Of a surety, sirs, I have never taken a denier from the treasury of Flanders. Go ye back quietly home, I pray you, and come again to morrow morning; I shall be so well prepared to render you a good account, that, according to reason, it cannot but content ye." "Nay, nay," they answered, with one voice, "but we would have it at once. You shall not escape us so. We do know of a verity that you have taken it out and sent it away to England without our wit, for which cause you must needs die." When Artevelde heard this word, he began to weep right piteously, and said, "Sirs, ye have made me what I am, and ye did swear to me aforetime that ye would guard and defend me against all men, and now ye would kill me, and without a cause. Ye can do so, an if it please you, for I am but one single man against ye all, without any defence. Think hereon, for God's sake, and look back to bygone times. Consider the great courtesies and services that I have done ye. Know ye not how all trade had perished in this country? It was I who raised it up again. Afterwards I governed ye in peace so great that during the time of my government ye have had everything to your wish, grains, wools, and all sorts of merchandise, wherewith ye are well provided and in good case." Then they began to shout, "Come down, and preach not to us from such a height. We would have account and reckoning of the great treasure of Flanders, which you have too long had under control without rendering an account, which it appertaineth not to any officer to do." When Artevelde saw that they would not cool down, and would not restrain themselves, he closed the window, and bethought him that he would escape by the back, and get him gone to a church adjoining his hostel; but his hostel was already burst open and broken into behind, and there were more than 400 persons who were all anxious to seize him. At last he was caught amongst them, and killed on the spot without mercy. A weaver, called Thomas Dennis, gave him his death blow. This was the end of Artevelde, who in his time was so great a master in Flanders. Poor folk exalted him at first, and wicked folk slew him at the last. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Part 6 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20, The 100 Years' War, Philip VI and John II, Part 6. It was a great loss for King Edward. Under Van Artevelt's bold dominance, and in consequence of his alliance with England, the warlike renown of Flanders had made some noise in Europe, to such an extent that Petrarch exclaimed, "List to the sounds, still indistinct, that reach us from the world of the West. Flanders is plunged in ceaseless war, all the country stretching from the restless ocean to the Latin Alps is rushing forth to arms. Would to heaven that there might come to us some gleams of salvation from thence! O Italy, poor fatherland, thou prey to sufferings without relief, thou who wast wont with thy deeds of arms to trouble the peace of the world, now art thou motionless when the fate of the world hangs on the chances of battle." The Flemings spared no effort to reassure the King of England. Their envoys went to Westminster to deplore the murder of Van Artevelt, and tried to persuade Edward that his policy would be perpetuated throughout their cities, and to such a purpose, says Froissart, that in the end the king was fairly content with the Flemings, and they with him, and between them the death of James Van Artevelt was little by little forgotten. Edward, however, was so much affected by it that he required a whole year before he could resume with any confidence his project of the war, and it was not until the 2nd of July, 1346, that he embarked at Southampton, taking with him, besides his son the Prince of Wales, hardly 16 years of age, an army which comprised, according to Froissart, 7 earls, more than 35 barons, a great number of knights, 4,000 men at arms, 10,000 English archers, 6,000 Irish, and 12,000 Welsh infantry, in all something more than 32,000 men, troops even more formidable for their discipline and experience of war than for their numbers. When they were out at sea none knew, not even the king himself, for what point of the continent they were to make, for the south or the north, for Aquitaine or Normandy. "Sir," said Godfrey d'Harcourt, who had become one of the king's most trusted counsellors, "the country of Normandy is one of the fattest in the world, and I promise you, at the risk of my head, that if you put in there, you shall take possession of land at your good pleasure, for the folk there never were armed, and all the flower of their chivalry is now at Aiguillon with their duke. For certain we shall find there gold, silver, victual, and other good things in great abundance." Edward adopted this advice, and on the 12th of July, 1346, his fleet anchored before the peninsula of Cotentin, at Cape La Hogue. Whilst disembarking, at the very first step he made on shore, the king fell so roughly, says Froissart, that blood spurted from his nose. "Sir," said his knights to him, "go back to your ship, and come not now to land, for here is an ill sign for you." "Nay, verily," quoth the king, full roundly, "it is a right good sign for me, since the land doth desire me. Caesar did and said much the same on disembarking in Africa, and William the Conqueror on landing in England. In spite of contemporary accounts, there is a doubt about the authenticity of these striking expressions, which become favourites, and crop up again on all similar occasions." For a month Edward marched his army over Normandy, finding on his road, says Froissart, the country fat and plenteous in everything, the garners full of corn, the houses full of all manner of riches, carriages, waggons, and horses, swine, ewes, wethers, and the finest oxen in the world. He took and plundered on his way Barfleur, Cherbourg, Boulogne, Carentan, and St. Lo. When on the 26th of July he arrived before Caen, a city bigger than any in England save London, and full of all kinds of merchandise, of rich burghers, of noble dames, and of fine churches, the population attempted to resist. Philip had sent to them the constable, Raoul d'O, and the Count of Tancarville; but after 3 days of petty fighting around the city and even in the streets themselves, Edward became master of it, and on the entreaty, it is said, of Godfrey d'Harcourt, exempted it from pillage. Continuing his march, he occupied Louviers, Vernon, Verneuil, Mantes, Melun, and Poissy, where he took up his quarters in the old residence of King Robert, and thence his troops advanced and spread themselves as far as Rouen, Neuilly, Boulogne, St. Cloud, Bourg la Reine, and almost to the gates of Paris, whence could be seen the fire and smoke from burning villages. "We ourselves," says a contemporary chronicler, "saw these things, and it was a great dishonour that in the midst of the kingdom of France the King of England should squander, spoil, and consume the king's wines and other goods." Great was the consternation at Paris. And it was redoubled when Philip gave orders for the demolition of the houses built along by the walls of circumvallation, on the grounds that they embarrassed the defence. The people believed that they were on the eve of a siege. The order was revoked; but the feeling became even more intense when it was known that the king was getting ready to start for St. Denis, where his principal allies, the King of Bohemia, the Dukes of Hainault and of Lorraine, the Counts of Flanders and of Blois, and a very great array of baronry and chivalry were already assembled. "Ah, dear sir and noble king," cried the burghers of Paris, as they came to Philip and threw themselves on their knees before him, "what would you do? Would you thus leave your good city of Paris? Your enemies are already within 2 leagues, and will soon be in our city, when they know that you are gone, and we have and shall have none to defend us against them. Sir, may it please you to remain and watch over your good city." "My good people," answered the king, "have no fear; the English shall come no nigher to you. I am away to St. Denis to my men at arms, for I mean to ride against these English, and fight them in such a fashion as I may." Philip recalled in all haste his troops from Aquitaine, commanded the burgher forces to assemble, and gave them, as he had given all his allies, St. Denis for their rallying point. At sight of so many great lords and all sorts of men of war flocking together from all points, the Parisians took fresh courage. For many a long day there had not been seen at St. Denis a king of France in arms and fully prepared for battle. Edward began to be afraid of having pushed too far forward, and of finding himself endangered in the heart of France, confronted by an army which would soon be stronger than his own. Some chroniclers say that Philip in his turn sent a challenge either for single combat or for a battle on a fixed day, in a place assigned, and that Edward in his turn also declined the proposition he had but lately made to his rival. It appears, further, that at the moment of commencing his retreat away from Paris he tried ringing the changes on Philip with respect to the line he intended to take, and that Philip was led to believe that the English army would fall back in a westerly direction, by Orleans and Tours, whereas it marched northward, where Edward flattered himself he would find partisans, counting especially on the help of the Flemings, who, in fulfilment of their promise, had already advanced as far as Bethune to support him. Philip was soon better informed, and moved with all his army into Picardy in pursuit of the English army, which was in a hurry to reach and cross the Somme, and so continue its march northward. It was more than once forced to fight on its march with the people of the towns and country through which it was passing; provisions were beginning to fall short, and Edward sent his 2 marshals, the Earl of Warwick and Godfrey d'Harcourt, to discover where it was practicable to cross the river, which at this season of the year and so near its mouth was both broad and deep. They returned without having any satisfactory information to report; whereupon, says Froissart, the king was not more joyous or less pensive, and began to fall into a great melancholy. He had halted 3 or 4 days at Airain, some few leagues from Amiens, whither the King of France had arrived in pursuit with an army, it is said, more than 100,000 strong. Philip learned through his scouts that the King of England would evacuate Airain the next morning, and ride to Abbeville in hopes of finding some means of getting over the Somme. Philip immediately ordered a Norman baron, Gaudemer du Fay, to go with a body of troops and guard the ford of Blanche Tache, below Abbeville, the only point at which, it was said, the English could cross the river; and on the same day he himself moved with the bulk of his army from Amiens on Airain. There he arrived about midday, some few hours after that the King of England had departed with such precipitation that the French found it in great store of provisions, meat ready spitted, bread and pastry in the oven, wines in barrel, and many tables which the English had left ready set and laid out. "Sir," said Philip's officers to him, as soon as he was at Airain, "rest you here and wait for your barons and their folk, for the English cannot escape you." It was concluded, in point of fact, that Edward and his troops, not being able to cross the Somme, would find themselves hemmed in between the French army and the strong places of Abbeville, St. Valery, and Le Cote, in the most evil case and perilous position possible. But Edward, on arriving at the little town of Oismont, hard by the Somme, set out in person in quest of the ford he was so anxious to discover. He sent for some prisoners he had made in the country, and said to them, right courteously according to Froissart, "Is there here any man who knows of a passage below Abbeville, whereby we and our army might cross the river without peril?" and a varlet from a neighbouring mill, whose name history has preserved as that of a traitor, Gobin Agès, said to the king, "Sir, I do promise you, at the risk of my head, that I will guide you to such a spot, where you shall cross the river Somme without peril, you and your army." "Comrade," said the king to him, "if I find true that which thou tellest us, I will set thee free from thy prison, thee and all thy fellows for love of thee, and I will cause to be given to thee 100 golden nobles and a good stallion." The varlet had told the truth; the ford was found at the spot called Blanche Tache, whither Philip had sent Gaudemer du Fay with a few thousand men to guard it. A battle took place, but the two marshals of England, unfurling their banners in the name of God and St. George, and having with them the most valiant and best mounted, threw themselves into the water at full gallop, and there in the river was done many a deed of battle, and many a man was laid low on one side and the other, for Sir Godemar and his comrades did valiantly defend the passage; but at last the English got across, and moved forward into the fields as fast as ever they landed. When Sir Godemar saw the mishap, he made off as quickly as he could, and so did a many of his comrades. The King of France, when he heard the news, was very wroth, for he had good hope of finding the English on the Somme and fighting them there. "What is it right to do now?" asked Philip of his marshals. "Sir," answered they, "you cannot now cross in pursuit of the English, for the tide is already up." Philip went disconsolate to lie at Abbeville, whither all his men followed him. Had he been as watchful as Edward was, and had he, instead of halting at Arrains, by the ready set tables which the English had left, marched at once in pursuit of them, perhaps he would have caught and beaten them on the left bank of the Somme, before they could cross and take up position on the other side. This was the first striking instance of that extreme inequality between the two kings in point of ability and energy which was before long to produce results so fatal for Philip. When Edward, after passing the Somme, had arrived near Crécy, 5 leagues from Abbeville, in the countship of Ponthieu, which had formed part of his mother Isabel's dowry, "Halt we here," he said to his marshals; "I will go no farther till I have seen the enemy. I am on my mother's rightful inheritance which was given her on her marriage. I will defend it against mine adversary, Philip of Valois." And he rested in the open fields, he and all his men, and made his marshals mark well the ground where they would set their battle in array. Philip, on his side, had moved to Abbeville, where all his men came and joined him, and whence he sent out scouts to learn the truth about the English. When he knew that they were resting in the open fields near Crécy and showed that they were awaiting their enemies, the King of France was very joyful, and said that, please God, they should fight him on the morrow, the day after Friday, August 25, 1346. He that day bade to supper all the high-born princes who were at Abbeville. They were all in great spirits and had great talk of arms, and after supper the king prayed all the lords to be all of them one toward another friendly and courteous, without envy, hatred, and pride, and every one made him a promise thereof. On the same day of Friday the King of England also gave a supper to the earls and barons of his army, made them great cheer, and then sent them away to rest, which they did. When all the company had gone he entered into his oratory and fell on his knees before the altar, praying devoutly that God would permit him on the morrow, if he should fight, to come out of the business with honour, after which, about midnight, he went and lay down. On the morrow he rose pretty early, for good reason, heard mass with the Prince of Wales, his son, and both of them communicated. The majority of his men confessed and put themselves in good ease. After mass the king commanded all to get on their arms and take their places in the field according as he had assigned them the day before. Edward had divided his army into 3 bodies. He had put the first, forming the van, under the orders of the young Prince of Wales, having about him the best and most tried warriors; the second had for commanders earls and barons in whom the king had confidence; and the third, the reserve, he commanded in person. Having thus made his arrangements, Edward, mounted on a little palfrey, with a white staff in his hand and his marshals in his train, rode at a foot pace from rank to rank, exhorting all his men, officers and privates, to stoutly defend his right and do their duty; and he said these words to them, says Froissart, with so bright a smile and so joyous a mien that whoso had before been disheartened felt reheartened on seeing and hearing him. Having finished his ride, Edward went back to his own division, giving orders for all his folk to eat their fill and drink one draught, which they did. And then they sat down all of them on the ground, with their headpieces and their bows in front of them, resting themselves in order to be more fresh and cool when the enemy should come. Philip also set himself in motion on Saturday the 26th of August, and after having heard mass, marched out from Abbeville with all his barons. There was so great a throng of men at arms there, says Froissart, that it were a marvel to think on, and the king rode mighty gently to wait for all his folk. When they were 2 leagues from Abbeville, one of them that were with him said, "Sir, it were well to put your lines in order of battle, and to send 3 or 4 of your knights to ride forward and observe the enemy in what condition they be." So 4 knights pushed forward to within sight of the English, and returning immediately to the king, whom they could not approach without breaking the host that encompassed him, they said by the mouth of one of them, "Know, sir, that the English be halted, well and regularly, in 3 lines of battle, and show no sign of meaning to fly, but await your coming. For my part, my counsel is that you halt your men, and rest them in the fields throughout this day. Before the hindmost can come up, and before your lines of battle are set in order, it will be late; your men will be tired and in disarray; you will find the enemy cool and fresh. Tomorrow morning you will be better able to dispose your men and determine in what quarter it will be expedient to attack the enemy. Sure may you be that they will await you." This counsel was well pleasing to the King of France, and he commanded that thus it should be. The 2 marshals rode one to the front and the other to the rear with orders to the bannerets, "Halt, banners, by command of the king, in the name of God and St. Denis." At this order those who were foremost halted, but not those who were hindmost, continuing to ride forward, and saying that they would not halt until they were as much to the front as the foremost were. Neither the king nor his marshals could get the mastery of their men, for there was so goodly a number of great lords that each was minded to show his own might. There was, besides, in the fields so goodly a number of common people that all the roads between Abbeville and Crécy were covered with them, and when these folk thought themselves near the enemy, they drew their swords, shouting, "Death! Death!" and not a soul did they see. When the English saw the French approaching, they rose up in fine order and ranged themselves in their lines of battle, that of the Prince of Wales right in front, and the Earls of Northampton and Arundel, who commanded the second, took up their place on the wing, right orderly and all ready to support the prince if need should be. Well, the lords, kings, dukes, counts, and barons of the French came up not all together, but one in front and another behind, without plan or orderliness. When King Philip arrived at the spot where the English were thus halted, and saw them, the blood boiled within him, for he hated them, and he said to his marshals, "Let our Genoese pass to the front and begin the battle, in the name of God and St. Denis." There were there 15,000 of these said Genoese bowmen, but they were sore tired with going afoot that day more than 6 leagues and fully armed, and they said to their commanders that they were not prepared to do any great feat of battle. "To be saddled with such a scum as this that fails you in the hour of need!" said the Duke d'Alencon on hearing those words. Whilst the Genoese were holding back, there fell from heaven a rain, heavy and thick, with thunder and lightning very mighty and terrible. Before long, however, the air began to clear and the sun to shine. The French had it right in their eyes and the English at their backs. When the Genoese had recovered themselves and got together, they advanced upon the English with loud shouts, so as to strike dismay, but the English kept quite quiet, and showed no sign of it. Then the Genoese bent their crossbows and began to shoot. The English, making one step forward, let fly their arrows, which came down so thick upon the Genoese that it looked like a fall of snow. The Genoese, galled and discomfited, began to fall back. Between them and the main body of the French was a great hedge of men at arms who were watching their proceedings. When the King of France saw his bowmen thus in disorder he shouted to the men at arms, "Up now and slay all this scum, for it blocks our way and hinders us from getting forward." Then the French on every side struck out at the Genoese, at whom the English archers continued to shoot. Thus began the battle between the Broye and Crécy, at the hour of vespers. The French as they came up were already tired and in great disorder; howbeit so many valiant men and good knights kept ever riding forward for their honour's sake, and preferred to die than that a base fight should be cast in their teeth. A fierce combat took place between them and the division of the Prince of Wales. Thither penetrated the Count d'Alencon and the Count of Flanders with their followers, round the flank of the English archers, and the King of France, who was foaming with displeasure and wrath, rode forward to join his brother d'Alencon; but there was so great a hedge of archers and men at arms mingled together that he could never get past. Thomas of Norwich, a knight serving under the Prince of Wales, was sent to the King of England to ask him for help. "Sir Thomas," said the king, "is my son dead or unhorsed, or so wounded that he cannot help himself?" "Not so, my lord, please God; but he is fighting against great odds, and is like to have need of your help." "Sir Thomas," replied the king, "return to them who sent you, and tell them from me not to send for me, whatever chance befall them, so long as my son is alive; and tell them that I bid them let the lad win his spurs; for I wish, if God so deem, that the day should be his, and the honour thereof remain to him and to those whom I have given him in charge." The knight returned with this answer to his chiefs, and it encouraged them greatly, and they repented within themselves for that they had sent him to the king. Warlike ardour, if not ability and prudence, was the same on both sides. Philip's faithful ally, John of Luxembourg, King of Bohemia, had come thither, blind as he was, with his son Charles and his knights; and when he knew that the battle had begun he asked those who were near him how it was going on. "My lord," they said, "the Genoese are discomfited, and the king has given orders to slay them all; and all the while between our folk and them there is so great disorder that they stumble one over another and hinder us greatly." "Ha!" said the king, "that is an ill sign for us. Where is Sir Charles, my son?" "My lord, we know not; we have reason to believe that he is elsewhere in the fight." "Sirs," replied the old king, "ye are my liegemen, my friends and my comrades; I pray you and require you to lead me so far to the front in the work of this day that I may strike a blow with my sword; it shall not be said that I came hither to do naught." So his train, who loved his honour and their own advancement, says Froissart, did his bidding. For to acquit themselves of their duty, and that they might not lose him in the throng, they tied themselves all together by the reins of their horses, and set the king, their lord, right in front, that he might the better accomplish his desire, and thus they bore down on the enemy. And the king went so far forward that he struck a good blow, yea, 3 and 4, and so did all those who were with him. And they served him so well and charged so well forward upon the English, that all fell there and were found next day on the spot around their lord, and their horses tied together. "The King of France," continues Froissart, "had great anguish at heart when he saw his men thus discomfited and falling one after another before a handful of folk as the English were. He asked counsel of Sir John of Hainault, who was near him, and who said to him, 'Truly, sir, I can give you no better counsel than that you should withdraw and place yourself in safety, for I see no remedy here. It will soon be late, and then you would be as likely to ride upon your enemies as amongst your friends, and so be lost.' Late in the evening, at nightfall, King Philip left the field with a heavy heart, and for good cause; he had just 5 barons with him and no more. He rode, quite broken hearted, to the castle of Broye. When he came to the gate, he found it shut and the bridge drawn up, for it was fully night, and was very dark and thick. The king had the castellan summoned, who came forward on the battlements and cried aloud, 'Who's there? Who knocks at such an hour?' 'Open, castellan,' said Philip; 'it is the unhappy King of France.' The castellan went out as soon as he recognized the voice of the King of France, and he well knew already that they had been discomfited, from some fugitives who had passed at the foot of the castle. He let down the bridge and opened up the gate. Then the king with his following went in, and remained there up to midnight, for the king did not care to stay and shut himself up therein. He drank a draught, and so did they who were with him. Then they mounted to horse, took guides to conduct them, and rode in such wise that at break of day they entered the good city of Amiens. There the king halted, took up his quarters in an abbey, and said that he would go no farther until he knew the truth about his men, which of them were left on the field and which had escaped. End of Chapter 20, Part 6. Chapter 20, Part 7 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20, The 100 Years' War, Philip VI and John II, Part 7. In the same year, on the 18th of April, 1349, Philip of Valois bought of James of Aragon, the last king of Majorca, for 120,000 golden crowns, the lordship and town of Montpellier, thus trying to repair to some extent, for the kingdom of France, the losses he had caused it. His successor, John II., called the Good, on no other ground than that he was gay, prodigal, credulous, and devoted to his favourites, did nothing but reproduce, with aggravations, the faults and reverses of his father. He had hardly become king when he witnessed the arrival in Paris of the Constable of France, Raoul, Count of Eu and of Guines, whom Edward III. Had made prisoner at Caen, and who, after 5 years' captivity, had just obtained, that is, purchased, his liberty. Raoul lost no time in hurrying to the side of the new king, by whom he believed himself to be greatly beloved. John, as soon as he perceived him, gave him a look, saying, "Count, come this way with me, I have to speak with you aside." "Right willingly, my lord." The king took him into an apartment, and showing him a letter, asked, "Have you ever, count, seen this letter anywhere but here?" The constable appeared astounded and troubled. "Ah, wicked traitor," said the king, "you have well deserved death, and by my father's soul, it shall assuredly not miss you." And he sent him forthwith to prison in the tower of the Louvre. The lords and barons of France were sadly astonished, says Froissart, for they held the count to be a good man and true, and they humbly prayed the king that he would be pleased to say wherefore he had imprisoned their cousin, so gentle a knight, who had toiled so much and so much lost for him and for the kingdom. But the king would not say anything, save that he would never sleep so long as the Count of Guines was living, and he had him secretly beheaded in the castle of the Louvre, whether rightly or wrongly, for which the king was greatly blamed, behind his back, by many of the barons of high estate in the kingdom of France, and the dukes and counts of the border. 2 months after this execution, John gave the office of constable and a large portion of Count Raoul's property to his favourite, Charles of Spain, a descendant of King Alfonso of Castile and naturalized in France, and he added thereto before long some lands claimed by the King of Navarre, Charles the Bad, a nickname which at 18 years of age he had already received from his Navarrese subjects, but which had not prevented King John from giving him in marriage his own daughter, Joan of France. From that moment a deep hatred sprang up between the King of Navarre and the favourite. The latter was sometimes disquieted thereby. "Fear not from my son of Navarre," said John; "he durst not vex you, for if he did, he would have no greater enemy than myself." John did not yet know his son in law. 2 years later, in 1354, his favourite, Charles of Spain, arrived at L'Aigle in Normandy. The King of Navarre, having notice thereof, instructed one of his agents, the Bastard de Mareuil, to go with a troop of men at arms and surprise him in that town, and he himself remained outside the walls, awaiting the result of his design. At break of day, he saw galloping up the Bastard de Mareuil, who shouted to him from afar, "'Tis done!" "What is done?" asked Charles. "He is dead," answered Mareuil. King John's favourite had been surprised and massacred in his bed. John burst out into threats; he swore he would have vengeance, and made preparations for war against his son in law. But the King of England promised his support to the King of Navarre. Charles the Bad was a bold and able intriguer; he levied troops and won over allies amongst the lords; dread of seeing the recommencement of a war with England gained ground, and amongst the people, and even in the king's council, there was a cry of peace with the King of Navarre. John took fright and pretended to give up his ideas of vengeance; he received his son in law, who thanked him on bended knee. But the king gave him never a word. The King of Navarre, uneasy but bold as ever, continued his intrigues for obtaining partisans and for exciting troubles and enmities against the king. "I will have no master in France but myself," said John to his confidant; "I shall have no joy so long as he is living." His eldest son, the young Duke of Normandy, who was at a later period Charles V., had contracted friendly relations with the King of Navarre. On the 16th of April, 1356, the two princes were together at a banquet in the castle of Rouen, as well as the Count d'Harcourt and some other lords. All on a sudden King John, who had entered the castle by a postern with a troop of men at arms, strode abruptly into the hall, preceded by the Marshal Arnoul d'Odenham, who held a naked sword in his hand, and said, "Let none stir, whatever he may see, unless he wish to fall by this sword." The king went up to the table, and all rose as if to do him reverence. John seized the King of Navarre roughly by the arm, and drew him towards him, saying, "Get up, traitor! Thou art not worthy to sit at my son's table. By my father's soul, I cannot think of meat or drink so long as thou art living." A servant of the King of Navarre, to defend his master, drew his cutlass, and pointed it at the breast of the King of France, who thrust him back, saying to his agents, "Take me this fellow and his master too." The King of Navarre dissolved in humble protestations and repentant speeches over the assassination of the Constable Charles of Spain. "Go, traitor, go," answered John; "you will need to learn good rede or some infamous trick to escape from me." The young Duke of Normandy had thrown himself at the feet of the king his father, crying, "Ah, my lord, for God's sake have mercy! You do me dishonour. For what will be said of me, having prayed King Charles and his barons to dine with me, if you do treat me thus? It will be said that I betrayed them." "Hold your peace, Charles," answered his father; "you know not all I know." He gave orders for the instant removal of the King of Navarre, and afterwards of the Count d'Harcourt and 3 others of those present under arrest. "Rid us of these men," said he to the captain of the ribelds, forming the soldiers of his guard; and the 4 prisoners were actually beheaded in the king's presence outside Rouen, in a field called the Field of Pardon. John was with great difficulty prevailed upon not to mete out the same measure to the King of Navarre, who was conducted first of all to Gaillard Castle, then to the Tower of the Louvre, and then to the prison of the Châtelet; and there, says Froissart, they put him to all sorts of discomforts and fears; for every day and every night they gave him to understand that his head would be cut off at such and such an hour, or at such and such another he would be thrown into the Seine; whereupon he spoke so finely and so softly to his keepers, that they who were so entreating him by the command of the King of France had great pity on him. With such violence, such absence of all legal procedure, such a mixture of deception and indulgence and thoughtless brutality, did King John treat his son in law, his own daughter, some of his principal barons, their relations, their friends, and the people with whom they were in good credit. He compromised more and more seriously every day his own safety and that of his successor, by vexing more and more, without destroying, his most dangerous enemy. He showed no greater prudence or ability in the government of his kingdom. Always in want of money, because he spent it foolishly on galas or presents to his favourites, he had recourse, for the purpose of procuring it, at one time to the very worst of all financial expedients, debasement of the coinage; at another, to disreputable imposts, such as the tax upon salt, and upon the sale of all kinds of merchandise. In the single year of 1352 the value of a silver mark varied 16 times, from 4 livres 10 sous to 18 livres. To meet the requirements of his government and the greediness of his courtiers, John twice, in 1355 and 1356, convoked the States General, to the consideration of which we shall soon recur in detail, and which did not refuse him their support; but John had not the wit either to make good use of the powers with which he was furnished, or to inspire the States General with that confidence which alone could decide them upon continuing their gifts. And nevertheless King John's necessities were more evident and more urgent than ever: war with England had begun again. The truth is that, in spite of the truce still existing, the English, since the accession of King John, had at several points resumed hostilities. The disorders and dissensions to which France was a prey, the presumptuous and hare-brained incapacity of her new king, were, for so ambitious and able a prince as Edward III., very strong temptations. Nor did opportunities for attack, and chances of success, fail him any more than temptations. He found in France, amongst the grandees of the kingdom, and even at the king's court, men disposed to desert the cause of the king and of France to serve a prince who had more capacity, and who pretended to claim the crown of France as his lawful right. The feudal system lent itself to ambiguous questions and doubts of conscience: a lord who had 2 suzerains, and who rightly or wrongly believed that he had cause of complaint against one of them, was justified in serving that one who could and would protect him. Personal interest and subtle disputes soon make traitors, and Edward had the ability to discover them and win them over. The alternate outbursts and weaknesses of John in the case of those whom he suspected, the snares he laid for them, the precipitancy and cruel violence with which he struck them down, without form of trial, and almost with his own hand, forbid history to receive his suspicions and his forcible proceedings as any kind of proof; but amongst those whom he accused there were undoubtedly traitors to the king and to France. There is one about whom there can be no doubt at all. As early as 1351, amidst all his embroilments and all his reconciliations with his father in law, Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, had concluded with Edward III a secret treaty, whereby, in exchange for promises he received, he recognized his title as King of France. In 1355 his treason burst forth. The King of Navarre, who had gone for refuge to Avignon under the protection of Pope Clement VI., crossed France by English Aquitaine, and went and landed at Cherbourg, which he had an idea of throwing open to the King of England. He once more entered into communications with King John, once more obtained forgiveness from him, and for a while appeared detached from his English alliance. But Edward III. Had openly resumed his hostile attitude, and he demanded that Aquitaine and the Countship of Ponthieu, detached from the kingdom of France, should be ceded to him in full sovereignty, and that Brittany should become all but independent. John haughtily rejected these pretensions, which were merely a pretext for recommencing war. And it recommenced accordingly, and the King of Navarre resumed his course of perfidy. He had lands and castles in Normandy, which John put under sequestration, and ordered the officers commanding in them to deliver up to him. 6 of them, the commandants of the castles of Cherbourg and Evreux, amongst others, refused, believing, no doubt, that in betraying France and her king, they were remaining faithful to their own lord. At several points in the kingdom, especially in the northern provinces, the first fruits of the war were not favourable for the English. King Edward, who had landed at Calais with a body of troops, made an unsuccessful campaign in Artois and Picardy, and was obliged to re-embark for England, falling back before King John, whom he had at one time offered and at another refused to meet and fight at a spot agreed upon. But in the south-west and south of France, in 1355 and 1356, the Prince of Wales, at the head of a small picked army, and with John Chandos for comrade, victoriously overran Limousin, Perigord, Languedoc, Auvergne, Berry, and Poitou, ravaged the country and plundered the towns into which he could force an entrance, and the environs of those that defended themselves behind their walls. He met with scarcely any resistance, and he was returning by way of Berry and Poitou back again to Bordeaux, when he heard that King John, starting from Normandy with a large army, was advancing to give him battle. John, in fact, with easy self-complacency, and somewhat proud of his petty successes against King Edward in Picardy, had been in a hurry to move against the Prince of Wales, in hopes of forcing him also to re-embark for England. He was at the head of 40,000 or 50,000 men, with his 4 sons, 26 dukes or counts, and nearly all the baronage of France, and such was his confidence in this noble army, that on crossing the Loire he dismissed the burgher forces, which was madness in him and in those who advised him, said even his contemporaries. John, even more than his father Philip, was a king of courts, ever surrounded by his nobility, and caring little for his people. Jealous of the Order of the Garter, lately instituted by Edward III. In honour of the beautiful Countess of Salisbury, John had created, in 1351, by way of following suit, a brotherhood called Our Lady of the Noble House, or of the Star, the knights of which, to the number of 500, had to swear, that if they were forced to recoil in a battle they would never yield to the enemy more than 4 acres of ground, and would be slain rather than retreat. John was destined to find out before long that neither numbers nor bravery can supply the place of prudence, ability, and discipline. When the 2 armies were close to one another, on the platform of Maupertuis, 2 leagues to the north of Poitiers, 2 legates from the Pope came hurrying up from that town, with instructions to negotiate peace between the kings of France, England, and Navarre. John consented to an armistice of 24 hours. The Prince of Wales, seeing himself cut off from Bordeaux by forces very much superior to his own, for he had but 8,000 or 10,000 men, offered to restore to the King of France all that he had conquered this bout, both towns and castles, and all the prisoners that he and his had taken, and to swear that, for 7 whole years, he would bear arms no more against the King of France. But King John and his council would not accept anything of the sort, saying that the prince and 100 of his knights must come and put themselves as prisoners in the hands of the King of France. Neither the Prince of Wales nor Chandos had any hesitation in rejecting such a demand. "God forbid," said Chandos, "that we should go without a fight. If we be taken or discomfited by so many fine men at arms, and in so great a host, we shall incur no blame; and if the day be for us, and fortune be pleased to consent thereto, we shall be the most honoured folk in the world." The battle took place on the 19th of September, 1356, in the morning. There is no occasion to give the details of it here, as was done but lately in the case of Crécy. We shall merely have to tell an almost perfectly similar story. The 3 battles which, from the 14th to the 15th century, were decisive as to the fate of France, to wit, Crécy on the 26th of August, 1346, Poitiers on the 19th of September, 1356, and Agincourt on the 25th of October, 1415, considered as historical events, were all alike, offering a spectacle of the same faults and the same reverses, brought about by the same causes. In all three, no matter what was the difference in date, place, and persons engaged, it was a case of undisciplined forces, without co-operation or order, and ill directed by their commanders, advancing bravely in one after another, to get broken against a compact force, under strict command, and as docile as heroic. From the battle of Poitiers we will cull but that glorious feat which was peculiar to it, and which might be called as unfortunate as glorious if the captivity of King John had been a misfortune for France. Nearly all his army had been beaten and dispersed, and three of his sons, with the eldest, Charles, Duke of Normandy, at their head, had left the field of battle with the wreck of the divisions they commanded. John still remained there with the Knights of the Star, a band of faithful knights from Picardy, Burgundy, Normandy, and Poitou, his constable, the Duke of Artois, and his standard bearer, Geoffrey de Charny, and his youngest son Philippe, a boy of 14, who clung obstinately to his side, saying every instant, "Father, where right? Father, where left?" The king was surrounded by assailants, of whom some did and some did not know him, and all of whom kept shouting, yield you, else you die." The banner of France fell at his side, for Geoffrey de Charny was slain. Denis de Morbecque, a knight of St. Omer, made his way up to the king, and said to him, in good French, "Sir, sir, I pray you, yield." "To whom shall I yield me?" said John. "Where is my cousin, the Prince of Wales?" "Sir, yield you to me, I will bring you to him." "Who are you?" "Denis de Morbecque, a knight of Artois. I serve the King of England, not being able to live in the kingdom of France, for I have lost all I possessed there." "I yield me to you," said John; and he gave his glove to the knight, who led him away in the midst of a great press, for every one was dragging the king, saying, "I took him," and he could not get forward, nor could my lord Philip, his young son. The king said to them all, "Sirs, conduct me courteously, and quarrel no more together about the taking of me, for I am rich and great enough to make every one of you rich." Hereupon, the two English marshals, the Earl of Warwick and the Earl of Suffolk, seeing from afar this throng, gave spur to their steeds and came up, asking, "What is this yonder?" And answer was made to them, "It is the King of France who is taken, and more than 10 knights and squires would fain have him." Then the two barons broke through the throng by dint of their horses, dismounted and bowed full low before the king, who was very joyful at their coming, for they saved him from great danger. A very little while afterwards, the two marshals entered the pavilion of the Prince of Wales, and made him a present of the King of France, the which present the king could not but take kindly as a great and noble one; and so truly he did, for he bowed full low before the king, and received him as king, properly and discreetly, as he well knew how to do. When evening came, the Prince of Wales gave a supper to the King of France, and to my lord Philip his son, and to the greater part of the barons of France who were prisoners. And the prince would not sit at the king's table for all the king's entreaty, but waited as a serving man at the king's table, bending the knee before him, and saying, "Dear sir, be pleased not to put on so sad a countenance, because it hath not pleased God to consent this day to your wishes; for assuredly my lord and father will show you all the honor and friendship he shall be able, and he will come to terms with you so reasonably that ye shall remain good friends for ever." Henceforth it was, fortunately, not on King John, or on peace or war between him and the King of England, that the fate of France depended. Chapter 20 Part 8 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 20. The 100 Years' War. Philip VI. and John II. Part 8. Whilst Philip, with all speed, was on the road back to Paris with his army as disheartened as its king, and more disorderly in retreat than it had been in battle, Edward was hastening, with ardour and intelligence, to reap the fruits of his victory. In the difficult war of conquest he had undertaken, what was clearly of most importance to him was to possess on the coast of France, as near as possible to England, a place which he might make, in his operations by land and sea, a point of arrival and departure, of occupancy, of provisioning, and of secure refuge. Calais exactly fulfilled these conditions. It was a natural harbour, protected for many centuries past by two huge towers, of which one, it is said, was built by the Emperor Caligula and the other by Charlemagne. It had been deepened and improved, at the end of the 10th century, by Baldwin IV., Count of Flanders, and in the 13th by Philip of France, called Toughskin (Hurapel), Count of Boulogne, and in the 14th it had become an important city, surrounded by a strong wall of circumvallation, and having erected in its midst a huge keep, furnished with bastions and towers, which was called the castle. On arriving before the place, September 3, 1346, Edward immediately had built all around it, says Froissart, houses and dwelling places of solid carpentry, and arranged in streets as if he were to remain there for 10 or 12 years, for his intention was not to leave it winter or summer, whatever time and whatever trouble he must spend and take. He called this new town Villeneuve-la-Hardie, and he had therein all things necessary for an army, and more too, as a place appointed for the holding of a market on Wednesday and Saturday, and therein were mercers' shops, and butchers' shops, and stores for the sale of cloth, and bread, and all other necessaries. King Edward did not have the city of Calais assaulted by his men, well knowing that he would lose his pains, but said he would starve it out, however long a time it might cost him, if King Philip of France did not come to fight him again and raise the siege. Calais had for its governor John de Vienne, a valiant and faithful Burgundian knight, the which, seeing, says Froissart, that the King of England was making every sacrifice to keep up the siege, ordered that all sorts of small folk, who had no provisions, should quit the city without further notice. They went forth on a Wednesday morning, men, women, and children, more than 1700 of them, and passed through King Edward's army. They were asked why they were leaving, and they answered, because they had no means of living. Then the king permitted them to pass, and caused to be given to all of them, male and female, a hearty dinner, and after dinner 2 shillings apiece, the which grace was commended as very handsome, and so indeed it was. Edward probably hoped that his generosity would produce in the town itself, which remained in a state of siege, a favourable impression, but he had to do with a population ardently warlike and patriotic, burghers as well as knights. They endured for 11 months all the sufferings arising from isolation and famine, though from time to time fishermen and seamen in their neighbourhood, and amongst others 2 seamen of Abbeville, the names of whom have been preserved in history, Morant and Mestriel, succeeded in getting victuals in to them. The King of France made 2 attempts to relieve them. On the 20th of May 1347 he assembled his troops at Amiens, but they were not ready to march till about the middle of July, and as long before the 23rd of June a French fleet of 10 galleys and 35 transports had been driven off by the English. John de Vienne wrote to Philip, "Everything has been eaten, cats, dogs, and horses, and we can no longer find victual in the town unless we eat human flesh. If we have not speedy succour, we will issue forth from the town to fight, whether to live or die, for we would rather die honourably in the field than eat one another. If a remedy be not soon applied, you will never more have letter from me, and the town will be lost as well as we who are in it. May our Lord grant you a happy life and a long, and put you in such a disposition that, if we die for your sake, you may settle the account therefore with our heirs." On the 27th of July Philip arrived in person before Calais. If Froissart can be trusted, he had with him full 200,000 men, and these French rode with banners flying as if to fight, and it was a fine sight to see such a puissant army; and so, when they of Calais who were on the walls saw them appear and their banners floating on the breeze, they had great joy, and believed that they were going to be soon delivered. But when they saw camping and tenting going forward, they were more angered than before, for it seemed to them an evil sign. The marshals of France went about everywhere looking for a passage, and they reported that it was nowhere possible to open a road without exposing the army to loss, so well all the approaches to the place, by sea and land, were guarded by the English. The Pope's 2 legates, who had accompanied King Philip, tried in vain to open negotiations. Philip sent 4 knights to the King of England to urge him to appoint a place where a battle might be fought without advantage on either side; but, "Sirs," answered Edward, "I have been here nigh upon a year, and have been at heavy charges by it, and having done so much that before long I shall be master of Calais. I will by no means retard my conquest, which I have so much desired. Let mine adversary and his people find out a way, as they please, to fight me." Other testimony would have us believe that Edward accepted Philip's challenge, and that it was the King of France who raised fresh difficulties in consequence of which the proposed battle did not take place. Froissart's account, however, seems the more truthlike in itself, and more in accordance with the totality of facts. However that may be, whether it were actual powerlessness or want of spirit both on the part of the French army and of the king, Philip, on the 2nd of August, 1347, took the road back to Amiens, and dismissed all those who had gone with him, men at arms and common folk. When the people of Calais saw that all hope of a rescue had slipped from them, they held a council, and resigned themselves to offer submission to the King of England rather than die of hunger, and begged their governor, John de Vienne, to enter into negotiations for that purpose with the besiegers. Walter de Mani, instructed by Edward to reply to those overtures, said to John de Vienne, "The king's intent is, that you put yourselves at his free will to ransom or put to death such as it shall please him. The people of Calais have caused him so great displeasure, cost him so much money, and lost him so many men, that it is not astonishing if that weighs heavily upon him." "Sir Walter," answered John de Vienne, "it would be too hard a matter for us if we were to consent to what you say. There are within here but a small number of us knights and squires who have loyally served our lord the King of France even as you would serve yours in like case; but we would suffer greater evils than ever men have had to endure rather than consent that the meanest prentice boy or varlet of the town should have other evil than the greatest of us. We pray you be pleased to return to the King of England, and pray him to have pity upon us, and you will do us courtesy." "By my faith," answered Walter de Mani, "I will do it willingly, Sir John, and I would that, by God's help, the king might be pleased to listen to me." And the brave English knight reported to the king the prayer of the French knights in Calais, saying, "My lord, Sir John de Vienne told me that they were in very sore extremity and famine, but that rather than surrender all to your will, to live or die as it might please you, they would sell themselves so dearly as never did men at arms." "I will do no otherwise than I have said," answered the king. "My lord," replied Walter, "you will perchance be wrong, for you will give us a bad example. If you should be pleased to send us to defend any of your fortresses, we should of a surety not go willingly if you have these people put to death, for thus they would do to us in like case." These words caused Edward to reflect, and the greater part of the English barons came to the aid of Walter de Mani. "Sirs," said the king, "I would not be all alone against you all. Go, Walter, to them of Calais, and say to the governor that the greatest grace they can find in my sight is that 6 of the most notable burghers come forth from the town, bareheaded, barefooted, with ropes around their necks, and with the keys of the town and castle in their hands. With them I will do accordingly to my will, and the rest I will receive to mercy." "My lord," said Walter, "I will do it willingly." He returned to Calais, where John de Vienne was awaiting him, and reported the king's decision. The governor immediately left the ramparts, went to the market place, and had the bell rung to assemble the people. At sound of the bell men and women came hurrying up hungering for news, as was natural for people so hard pressed by famine that they could not hold out any longer. John de Vienne then repeated to them what he had just been told, adding that there was no other way, and that they would have to make short answer. On this they fell a weeping and crying out so bitterly that no heart in the world, however hard, could have seen and heard them without pity. Even John de Vienne shed tears. Then rose up to his feet the richest burgher of the town, Eustace de St. Pierre, who, at the former council, had been for capitulation. "Sir," said he, "it would be great pity to leave this people to die, by famine or otherwise, when any remedy can be found against it; and he who should keep them from such a mishap would find great favor in the eyes of our Lord. I have great hope to find favor in the eyes of our Lord if I die to save this people. I would fain be the first herein, and I will willingly place myself in my shirt and bareheaded, and with a rope around my neck, at the mercy of the King of England." At this speech, men and women cast themselves at the feet of Eustace de St. Pierre, weeping piteously. Another right honorable burgher, who had great possessions and 2 beautiful damsels for daughters, rose up and said that he would act comrade to Eustace de St. Pierre; his name was John Dare. Then for the third, James de Visant, a rich man in personalty and realty; then his brother Peter de Visant; and then the 5th and 6th, of whom none has told the names. On the 5th of August, 1347, these 6 burghers, thus apparelled, with cords round their necks, and each with a bunch of the keys of the city and of the castle, were conducted outside the gates by John de Vienne, who rode a small hackney, for he was in such ill plight that he could not go afoot. He gave them up to Sir Walter, who was awaiting him, and said to him, "As captain of Calais I deliver to you, with the consent of the poor people of the town, these 6 burghers, who are, I swear to you, the most honourable and notable in person, in fortune, and in ancestry, in the town of Calais. I pray you be pleased to pray the King of England that these good folks be not put to death." "I know not," answered de Manny, "what my lord the king may mean to do with them, but I promise you that I will do mine ability." When Sir Walter brought in the 6 burghers in this condition, King Edward was in his chamber with a great company of earls, barons, and knights. As soon as he heard that the folks of Calais were there as he had ordered, he went out and stood in the open space before his hostel, and all those lords with him, and even Queen Philippa of England, who was with child, followed the king her lord. He gazed most cruelly on those 6 poor men, for he had his heart possessed with so much rage that at first he could not speak. When he spoke, he commanded them to be straightway beheaded. All the barons and knights who were there prayed him to show them mercy. "Gentle sir," said Walter de Manny, "restrain your wrath; you have renown for gentleness and nobleness; be pleased to do naught whereby it may be diminished; if you have not pity on yonder folk, all others will say that it was cruelty on your part to put to death these 6 honourable burghers, who of their own free will have put themselves at your mercy to save the others." The king gnashed his teeth, saying, "Sir Walter, hold your peace. Let them fetch hither my headsman. The people of Calais have been the death of so many of my men that it is but meet that yon fellows die also." Then with great humility the noble queen, who was very nigh her delivery, threw herself on her knees at the feet of the king, saying, "Ah, gentle sir, if, as you know, I have asked nothing of you from the time that I crossed the sea in great peril, I pray you humbly that as a special boon, for the sake of Holy Mary's Son and for the love of me, you will please to have mercy on these 6 men." The king did not speak at once, and fixed his eyes on the good dame his wife, who was weeping piteously on her knees. She softened his stern heart, for he would have been loath to vex her in the state in which she was, and he said to her, "Ha, dame, I had much rather you had been elsewhere than here, but you pray me such prayers that I dare not refuse you; and though it irks me much to do so, there, I give them up to you, do with them as you will." "Thanks, hearty thanks, my lord," said the good queen. Then she rose up and raised up the 6 burghers, had the ropes taken off their necks, and took them with her to her chamber, where she had fresh clothes and dinner brought to them. Afterwards she gave them 6 nobles apiece, and had them led out of the host in all safety. Edward was choleric and stern in his choler, but judicious and politic. He had sense enough to comprehend the impressions exhibited around him and to take them into account. He had yielded to the free spoken representations of Walter de Manny and the soft entreaties of his royal wife. When he was master of Calais he did not suffer himself to be under any illusion as to the sentiments of the population he had conquered, and without excluding the French from the town, he took great care to mingle with them an English population. He had allowed a free passage to the poor Calaisians driven out by famine; he now fetched from London 36 burghers of position and 300 others of inferior condition, with their wives and children, and he granted to the town thus depeopled and repeopled all such municipal and commercial privileges as were likely to attract new inhabitants thither. But at the same time he felt what renown and importance a devotion like that of the 6 burghers of Calais could not fail to confer upon such men, and not only did he trouble himself to get them back to their own hearths, but on the 8th of October 1347, 2 months after the surrender of Calais, he gave Eustace de St. Pierre a considerable pension, on account of the good services he was to render in the town by maintaining good order there, and he reinstated him and his heirs in possession of the properties that had belonged to him. Eustace, more concerned for the interests of his own town than for those of France, and being more of a Calaisian burgher than a national patriot, showed no hesitation, for all that appears, in accepting this new fashion of serving his native city, for which he had shown himself so ready to die. He lived 4 years as a subject of the King of England. At his death, which happened in 1351, his heirs declared themselves faithful subjects of the King of France, and Edward confiscated away from them the possessions he had restored to their predecessor. Eustace de St. Pierre's cousin and comrade in devotion to their native town, John Dare, would not enter Calais again; his property was confiscated, and his house, the finest, it is said, in the town, was given by King Edward to Queen Philippa, who showed no more hesitation in accepting it than Eustace in serving his new king. Long lived delicacy of sentiment and conduct was rarer in those rough and rude times than heroic bursts of courage and devotion. Philip of Valois tried to afford some consolation and supply some remedy for the misfortunes of the Calassians banished from their town. He secured to them exemption from certain imposts, no matter whither they removed, and the possession of all property and inheritance that might fall to them, and he promised to confer upon them all vacant offices which it might suit them to fill. But it was not in his gift to repair, even superficially and in appearance, the evils he had not known how to prevent or combat to any purpose. The outset of his reign had been brilliant and prosperous, but his victory at Cashel over the Flemings brought more cry than wool. He had vanity enough to flaunt it rather than wit enough to turn it to account. He was a prince of courts, and tournaments, and trips, and galas, whether regal or plebeian; he was volatile, imprudent, haughty, and yet frivolous, brave without ability, and despotic without anything to show for it. The battle of Crecy and the loss of Calais were reverses from which he never even made a serious attempt to recover; he hastily concluded with Edward a truce, twice renewed, which served only to consolidate the victor's successes. A calamity of European extent came as an addition to the distresses of France. From 1347 to 1349 a frightful disease, brought from Egypt and Syria through the ports of Italy, and called the Black Plague or the Plague of Florence, ravaged Western Europe, especially Provence and Languedoc, where it carried off, they say, 2/3 of the inhabitants. Machiavelli and Boccaccio have described with all the force of their genius the material and moral effects of this terrible plague. The court of France suffered particularly from it, and the famous object of Petrarch's tender sonnets, Laura de Noailles, married to Hugh de Sade, fell victim to it at Avignon. When the epidemic had well nigh disappeared, the survivors, men and women, princes and subjects, returned passionately to their pleasures and their galas; to mortality, says a contemporary chronicler, succeeded a rage for marriage, and Philip of Valois himself, now 58 years of age, took for his second wife Blanche of Navarre, who was only 18. She was a sister of that young King of Navarre, Charles II., who was soon to get the name of Charles the Bad, and to become so dangerous an enemy for Philip's successors. 7 months after his marriage, and on the 22nd of August, 1350, Philip died at Nogent-le-Roi in the Haute Marne, strictly enjoining his son John to maintain with vigour his well ascertained right to the crown he wore, and leaving his people bowed down beneath a weight of extortions so heavy that the like had never been seen in the kingdom of France. Only one happy event distinguished the close of this reign. As early as 1343 Philip had treated, on a monetary basis, with Humbert II., Count and Dauphin of Vienne, for the cession of that beautiful province to the crown of France after the death of the then possessor. Humbert, an adventurous and fantastic prince, plunged in 1346 into a crusade against the Turks, from which he returned in the following year without having obtained any success. Tired of seeking adventures as well as of reigning, he, on the 16th of July 1349, before a solemn assembly held at Lyons, abdicated his principality in favour of Prince Charles of France, grandson of Philip of Valois, and afterwards Charles V. The new Dauphin took the oath, between the hands of the Bishop of Grenoble, to maintain the liberties, franchises, and privileges of the Dauphiny, and the ex Dauphin, after having taken holy orders and passed successively through the Archbishopric of Rheims and the Bishopric of Paris, both of which he found equally unpalatable, he went to die at Clermont in Auvergne, in a convent belonging to the order of Dominicans whose habit he had donned. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21, Part 1 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 21. The States General of the 14th Century, Part 1. Let us turn back a little, in order to understand the government and the position of King John before he engaged in the war which, so far as he was concerned, ended with the battle of Poitiers and imprisonment in England. A valiant and loyal knight, but a frivolous, harebrained, thoughtless, prodigal, and obstinate as well as impetuous prince, and even more incapable than Philip of Valois in the practice of government, John, after having summoned at his accession, in 1351, a States Assembly concerning which we have no explicit information left to us, tried for a space of 4 years to suffice in himself for all the perils, difficulties, and requirements of the situation he had found bequeathed to him by his father. For a space of 4 years, in order to get money, he debased the coinage, confiscated the goods and securities of foreign merchants, and stopped payment of his debts; and he went through several provinces, treating with local councils or magistrates in order to obtain from them certain subsidies, which he purchased by granting them new privileges. He hoped by his institution of the Order of the Star to resuscitate the chivalrous zeal of his nobility. All these means were vain or insufficient. The defeat of Crécy and the loss of Calais had caused discouragement in the kingdom and aroused many doubts as to the issue of the war with England. Defection and even treason brought trouble into the court, the councils, and even the family of John. To get the better of them he at one time heaped favours upon the men he feared, at another he had them arrested, imprisoned, and even beheaded in his presence. He gave his daughter Joan in marriage to Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, and some few months afterwards, Charles himself, the real or presumed head of all the traitors, was seized, thrown into prison, and treated with extreme rigour, in spite of the supplications of his wife, who vigorously took the part of her husband against her father. After 4 years thus consumed in fruitless endeavours, by turns violently and feebly enforced, to reorganize an army and a treasury, and to purchase fidelity at any price, or arbitrarily strike down treason, John was obliged to recognize his powerlessness and to call to his aid the French nation, still so imperfectly formed, by convoking at Paris for the 30th of November 1355 the States General of Languedoc, that is, northern France, separated by the Dordogne and the Garonne from Languedoc, which had its own assembly district. Auvergne belonged to Languedoc. It is certain that neither this assembly nor the king who convoked it had any clear and fixed idea of what they were meeting together to do. The kingship was no longer competent for its own government and its own perils, but insisted none the less, in principle, on its own all but unregulated and unlimited power. The assembly did not claim for the country the right of self-government, but it had a strong leaven of patriotic sentiment, and at the same time was very much discontented with the king's government. It had equally at heart the defence of France against England and against the abuses of the kingly power. There was no notion of a social struggle and no systematic idea of political revolution. A dangerous crisis and intolerable sufferings constrained king and nation to come together in order to make an attempt at an understanding and at mutual exchange of the supports and the reliefs of which they were in need. On the 2nd of December 1355, the 3 orders, the clergy, the nobility, and the deputies from the towns, assembled at Paris in the great hall of the Parliament. Peter de la Forest, Archbishop of Rouen and Chancellor of France, asked them in the king's name to consult together about making him a subvention which should suffice for the expenses of the war, and the king offered to make a sound and durable coinage. The tampering with the coinage was the most pressing of the grievances for which the 3 orders solicited a remedy. They declared that they were ready to live and die with the king, and to put their bodies and what they had at his service; and they demanded authority to deliberate together, which was granted them. John de Craon, Archbishop of Rheims, Walter de Brienne, Duke of Athens, and Stephen Marcel, Provost of the tradesmen of Paris, were to report the result, as presidents, each of his own order. The session of the States lasted not more than a week. They replied to the king that they would give him a subvention of 30,000 men at arms every year, and for their pay they voted an impost of 50,000 livres (5 millions of livres), which was to be levied on all folks, of whatever condition they might be, church folks, nobles, or others, and the gabel or tax on salt over the whole kingdom of France. On separating, the States appointed beforehand 2 fresh sessions at which they would assemble, one in the month of March, to estimate the sufficiency of the impost, and to hear, on that subject, the report of the 9 superintendents charged with the execution of their decision; the other, in the month of November following, to examine into the condition of the kingdom. They assembled, in fact, on the 1st of March, and on the 8th of May 1356. As the year at that time began with Easter, the 24th of April was the first day of the year 1356. The new style, however, is here in every case adopted. But they had not the satisfaction of finding their authority generally recognized, and their patriotic purpose effectually accomplished. The imposts they had voted, notably the salt tax, had met with violent opposition. When the news thereof reached Normandy, says Froissart, the country was very much astounded at it, for they had not learned to pay any such thing. The Count de Harcourt told the folks of Rouen, where he was puissant, that they would be very serfs and very wicked if they agreed to this tax, and that by God's help it should never be current in his country. The King of Navarre used much the same language in his countship of Evreux. At other spots the mischief was still more serious. Close to Paris itself, at Melun, payment was peremptorily refused, and at Arras, on the 5th of March 1356, the commonalty of the town, says Froissart, rose upon the rich burghers and slew 14 of the most substantial, which was a pity and loss; so it is when wicked folk have the upper hand of valiant men. However, the people of Arras paid for it afterwards, for the king sent thither his cousin, my lord James of Bourbon, who gave orders to take all them by whom the sedition had been caused, and on the spot had their heads cut off. The States General, at their reassembly on the 1st of March 1356, admitted the feebleness of their authority and the insufficiency of their preceding votes for the purpose of aiding the king in war. They abolished the salt tax and the sales duty, which had met with such opposition; but, staunch in their patriotism and loyalty, they substituted therefor an income tax, imposed on every sort of folk, nobles or burghers, ecclesiastical or lay, which was to be levied not by the high justiciars of the king but by the folks of the three estates themselves. The king's ordinance, dated the 12th of March 1356, which regulates the execution of these different measures, is to this import: There shall be in each city 3 deputies, one for each estate. These deputies shall appoint, in each parish, collectors, who shall go into the houses to receive the declaration which the persons who dwell there shall make touching their property, their estate, and their servants. When a declaration shall appear in conformity with truth, they shall be content therewith; else they shall have him who has made it set before the deputies of the city in the district whereof he dwells, and the deputies shall cause him to take, on this subject, such oaths as they shall think proper. The collectors in the villages shall cause to be taken therein, in the presence of the pastor, suitable oaths on the subject of the declarations. If in the towns or villages any one refuse to take the oaths demanded, the collectors shall assess his property according to general opinion, and on the deposition of his neighbors. In return for so loyal and persevering a co operation on the part of the States General, notwithstanding the obstacles encountered by their votes and their agents, King John confirmed expressly, by an ordinance of May 26, 1356, all the promises he had made them and all the arrangements he had entered into with them by his ordinance of December 28, 1355, given immediately after their first session, a veritable reformatory ordinance, which enumerated the various royal abuses, administrative, judicial, financial, and military, against which there had been a public clamour, and regulated the manner of redressing them. After these mutual concessions and promises the States General broke up, adjourning until the 30th of November following, 1356; but 2 months and a half before this time King John, proud of some success obtained by him in Normandy and of the brilliant army of knights remaining to him after he had dismissed the burgher forces, rushed, as has been said, with conceited impetuosity to encounter the Prince of Wales, rejected with insolent demands the modest proposals of withdrawal made him by the commander of the little English army, and on the 19th of September lost, contrary to all expectation, the lamentable battle of Poitiers. We have seen how he was deserted before the close of the action by his eldest son, Prince Charles, with his body of troops, and how he himself remained with his youngest son, Prince Philippe, a boy of 14 years, a prisoner in the hands of his victorious enemies. At this news, says Froissart, the kingdom of France was greatly troubled and excited, and with good cause, for it was a right grievous blow and vexatious for all sorts of folk. The wise men of the kingdom might well predict that great evils would come of it, for the king, their head, and all the chivalry of the kingdom were slain or taken; the knights and squires who came back home were on that account so hated and blamed by the commoners that they had great difficulty in gaining admittance to the good towns; and the king's 3 sons who had returned, Charles, Louis, and John, were very young in years and experience, and there was in them such small resource that none of the said lads liked to undertake the government of the said kingdom. The eldest of the three, Prince Charles, aged 19, who was called the Dauphin after the cession of Dauphiny to France, nevertheless assumed the office, in spite of his youth and his anything but glorious retreat from Poitiers. He took the title of Lieutenant of the King, and had hardly re entered Paris, on the 29th of September, when he summoned, for the 15th of October, the States General of Languedoc, who met, in point of fact, on the 17th, in the great chamber of the Parliament. Never was seen, says the report of their meeting, an assembly so numerous, or composed of wiser folk. The superior clergy were there almost to a man; the nobility had lost too many in front of Poitiers to be abundant at Paris, but there were counted at the assembly 400 deputies from the good towns, amongst whom special mention is made, in the documents, of those from Amiens, Tournai, Lille, Arras, Troyes, Auxerre, and Sens. The total number of members at the assembly amounted to more than 800. The session was opened by a speech from the chancellor, Peter de la Forest, who called upon the Estates to aid the Dauphin with their counsels under the serious and melancholy circumstances of the kingdom. The three orders at first attempted to hold their deliberations each in a separate hall, but it was not long before they felt the inconveniences arising from their number and their separation, and they resolved to choose from amongst each order commissioners who should examine the questions together, and afterwards make their report and their proposals to the general meeting of the Estates. 80 commissioners were accordingly elected, and set themselves to work. The Dauphin appointed some of his officers to be present at their meetings, and to furnish them with such information as they might require. As early as the second day, these officers were given to understand that the deputies would not work whilst anybody belonging to the king's council was with them. So the officers withdrew, and a few days afterwards, towards the end of October 1356, the commissioners reported the result of their conferences to each of the three orders. The General Assembly adopted their proposals, and had the Dauphin informed that they were desirous of a private audience. Charles repaired with some of his councillors to the monastery of the Cordeliers, where the Estates were holding their sittings, and there he received their representations. They demanded of him that he should deprive of their offices such of the king's councillors as they should point out, have them arrested, and confiscate all their property. 22 men of note, the chancellor, the premier president of the Parliament, the king's stewards, and several officers in the household of the Dauphin himself, were thus pointed out. They were accused of having taken part to their own profit in all the abuses for which the government was reproached, and of having concealed from the king the true state of things and the misery of the people. The commissioners elected by the Estates were to take proceedings against them. If they were found guilty they were to be punished, and if they were innocent, they were at the very least to forfeit their offices and their property, on account of their bad counsels and their bad administration. The chronicles of the time are not agreed as to these last demands. We have, as regards the events of this period, two contemporary witnesses, both full of detail, intelligence, and animation in their narratives, namely, Froissart and the continuer of William of Nongus's Latin Chronicle. Froissart is in general favourable to kings and princes; the anonymous chronicler, on the contrary, has a somewhat passionate bias towards the popular party. Probably both of them are often given to exaggeration in their assertions and impressions; but taking into account none but undisputed facts, it is evident that the claims of the States General, though they were for the most part legitimate enough at bottom, by reason of the number, gravity, and frequent recurrence of abuses, were excessive and violent, and produced the effect of complete suspension in the regular course of government and justice. The Dauphin, Charles, was a young man, of a naturally sound and collected mind, but without experience, who had hitherto lived only in his father's court, and who could not help being deeply shocked and disquieted by such demands. He was still more troubled when the Estates demanded that the deputies, under the title of reformers, should traverse the provinces as a check upon the malversations of the royal officials, and that 28 delegates, chosen from amongst the three orders, 4 prelates, 12 knights, and 12 burgesses, should be constantly placed near the king's person, with power to do and order everything in the kingdom, just like the king himself, as well for the purpose of appointing and removing officers as for other matters. It was taking away the entire government from the crown, and putting it into the hands of the Estates. The Dauphin's surprise and suspicion were still more vivid when the deputies spoke to him about setting at liberty the King of Navarre, who had been imprisoned by King John, and told him that since this deed of violence no good had come to the king or the kingdom, because of the sin of having imprisoned the said King of Navarre. And yet Charles the Bad was already as infamous as he has remained in history. He had laboured to embroil the Dauphin with his royal father, and there was no plot or intrigue, whether with the malcontents in France or with the King of England, in which he was not, with good reason, suspected of having been mixed up, and of being ever ready to be mixed up. He was clearly a dangerous enemy for the public peace, as well as for the crown, and for the States General, who were demanding his release, a bad associate. In the face of such demands and such forebodings, the Dauphin did all he could to gain time. Before he gave an answer he must know, he said, what subvention the States General would be willing to grant him. The reply was a repetition of the promise of 30,000 men at arms, together with an enumeration of the several taxes whereby there was a hope of providing for the expense. But the produce of these taxes was so uncertain that both parties doubted the worth of the promise. Careful calculation went to prove that the subvention would suffice, at the very most, for the keep of no more than 8,000 or 9,000 men. The Estates were urgent for a speedy compliance with their demands. The Dauphin persisted in his policy of delay. He was threatened with a public and solemn session, at which all the questions should be brought before the people, and which was fixed for the 3rd of November. Great was the excitement at Paris, and the people showed a disposition to support the estate at any price. On the 2nd of November the Dauphin summoned at the Louvre a meeting of his councillors and of the principal deputies, and there he announced that he was obliged to set out for Metz, where he was going to follow up the negotiations entered into with the Emperor Charles IV. And Pope Innocent VI. For the sake of restoring peace between France and England. He added that the deputies, on returning for a while to their provinces, should get themselves enlightened as to the real state of affairs, and that he would not fail to recall them so soon as he had any important news to tell them, and any assistance to request of them. End of chapter 21, part 1. Chapter 21, Part 2 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 21. The States General of the 14th Century, Part 2. It was not without serious grounds that the Dauphin attached so much importance to gaining time. When, in the preceding month of October, he had summoned to Paris the States General of Languedoc, he had likewise convoked at Toulouse those of Languedoc, and he was informed that the latter had not only just voted a levy of 50,000 men at arms with an adequate subsidy, but that in order to show their royalist sentiments they had decreed a sort of public mourning, to last for a year, if King John were not released from his captivity. The Dauphin's idea was to summon other provincial assemblies, from which he hoped for similar manifestations. It was said, moreover, that several deputies, already gone from Paris, had been ill received in their towns, at Soissons amongst others, on account of their excessive claims, and their insulting language toward all the king's councillors. Under such flattering auspices the Dauphin set out, according to the announcement he had made, from Paris, on the 5th of December, 1356, to go and meet the Emperor Charles IV. At Metz, but at his departure he committed exactly the fault which was likely to do him the most harm at Paris. Being in want of money for his costly trip, he subjected the coinage to a fresh adulteration, which took effect 5 days after his departure. The leaders in Paris seized eagerly upon so legitimate a grievance for the support of their claims. As early as the 3rd of the preceding November, when they were apprised of the Dauphin's approaching departure for Metz, and the adjournment of their sittings, the States General had come to a decision that their remonstrances and demands, summed up in 21 articles, should be read in General Assembly, and that a recital of the negotiations which had taken place on that subject between the Estates and the Dauphin should likewise be drawn up, in order that all the deputies might be able to tell in their districts wherefore the answers had not been received. When, after the Dauphin's departure, the new debased coins were put in circulation, the people were driven to an outbreak thereby, and the provost of tradesmen, Stephen Marcel, hurried to the Louvre to demand of the Count of Anjou, the Dauphin's brother and lieutenant, a withdrawal of the decree. Having obtained no answer, he returned the next day, escorted by a throng of the inhabitants of Paris. At length, on the third day, the numbers assembled were so considerable that the young prince took alarm, and suspended the execution of the decree until his brother's return. For the first time, Stephen Marcel had got himself supported by an outbreak of the people; for the first time the mob had imposed its will upon the ruling power, and from this day forth pacific and lawful resistance was transformed into a violent struggle. At his re-entry into Paris, on the 19th of January, 1357, the Dauphin attempted to once more gain possession of some sort of authority. He issued orders to Marcel and the sheriffs to remove the stoppage they had placed on the currency of the new coinage. This was to found his opposition on the worst side of his case. "We will do nothing of the sort," replied Marcel; and in a few moments, at the provost's orders, the workpeople left their work, and shouts of "To arms!" resounded through the streets. The prince's councillors were threatened with death. The Dauphin saw the hopelessness of a struggle, for there were hardly a handful of men left to guard the Louvre. On the morrow, the 20th of January, he sent for Marcel and the sheriffs into the great hall of Parliament, and, giving way on almost every point, bound himself to no longer issue new coin, to remove from his council the officers who had been named to him, and even to imprison them until the return of his father, who would do full justice to them. The Estates were at the same time authorized to meet when they pleased, on all which points the provost of tradesmen requested letters, which were granted him, and he demanded that the Dauphin should immediately place sergeants in the houses of those of his councillors who still happened to be in Paris, and that proceedings should be taken without delay for making an inventory of their goods, with a view to confiscation of them. The Estates met on the 5th of February. It was not without surprise that they found themselves less numerous than they had hitherto been. The deputies from the Duchy of Burgundy, from the countships of Flanders and Alencon, and several nobles and burghers from other provinces, did not repair to the session. The kingdom was falling into anarchy; bands of plunderers roved hither and thither, threatening persons and ravaging lands; the magistrates either could not or would not exercise their authority; disquietude and disgust were gaining possession of many honest folks. Marcel and his partisans, having fallen into somewhat of disrepute and neglect, keenly felt how necessary, and also how easy, it was for them to become completely masters. They began by drawing up a series of propositions, which they had distributed and spread abroad far and wide in the provinces. On the 3rd of March they held a public meeting, at which the Dauphin and two of his brothers were present. A numerous throng filled the hall. The Bishop of Laon, Robert Lecoq, the spokesman of the party, made a long and vehement statement of all the public grievances, and declared that 22 of the king's officers should be deprived forever of all offices, that all the officers of the kingdom should be provisionally suspended, and that reformers, chosen by the Estates, and commissioned by the Dauphin himself, should go all over France, to hold inquiries as to these officers, and, according to their deserts, either reinstate them in their offices or condemn them. At the same time the Estates bound themselves to raise 30,000 men at arms, whom they themselves would pay and keep; and as the produce of the impost voted for this purpose was very uncertain, they demanded their adjournment to the fortnight of Easter, and 2 sessions certain, for which they should be free to fix the time before the 15th of February in the following year. This was simply to decree the permanence of their power. To all these demands the Dauphin offered no resistance. In the month of March following, a grand ordinance, drawn up in 61 articles, enumerated all the grievances which had been complained of, and prescribed the redress for them. A second ordinance, regulating all that appertained to the suspension of the royal officers, was likewise, as it appears, drawn up at the same time, but has not come down to us. At last a grand commission was appointed, comprised of 36 members, 12 elected by each of the 3 orders. These 36 persons, says Froissart, were bound to often meet together at Paris, for to order the affairs of the kingdom, and all kinds of matters were to be disposed of by these 3 estates, and all prelates, all lords, and all commonalities of the cities and good towns were bound to be obedient to what these 3 estates should order. Having their power thus secured to their absence, the estates adjourned to the 25th of April. The rumour of these events reached Bordeaux, where, since the defeat at Poitiers, King John had been living as the guest of the Prince of Wales, rather than as a prisoner of the English. Amidst the galas and pleasures to which he abandoned himself, He was indignant to learn that at Paris the royal authority was ignored, and he sent 3 of his comrades in captivity to notify to the Parisians that he rejected all the claims of the Estates, that he would not have payment made of the subsidy voted by them, and that he forbade their meeting on the 25th of April following. This strange manifesto on the part of imprisoned royalty excited in Paris such irritation amongst the people that the Dauphin hastily sent out of the city the king's 3 envoys, whose lives might have been threatened, and declared to the 36 commissioners of the Estates that the subsidy should be raised, and that the General Assembly should be perfectly free to meet at the time it had appointed. And it did meet towards the end of April, but in far fewer numbers than had been the case hitherto, and with more and more division from day to day. Nearly all the nobles and ecclesiastics were withdrawing from it, and amongst the burgesses themselves many of the more moderate spirits were becoming alarmed at the violent proceedings of the commission of the 36 delegates, who, under the direction of Stephen Marcel, were becoming a small oligarchy, little by little usurping the place of the great National Assembly. A cry was raised in the provinces against the injustice of those chief governors who were no more than 10 or a dozen, and there was a refusal to pay the subsidy voted. These symptoms and the disorganization which was coming to a head throughout the whole kingdom made the Dauphin think that the moment had arrived for him to seize the reins again. About the middle of August 1357 he sent for Marcel and 3 sheriffs, accustomed to direct matters at Paris, and let them know that he intended thenceforward to govern by himself, without curators. He at the same time restored to office some of the lately dismissed royal officers. The 36 commissioners made a show of submission, and their most faithful ecclesiastical ally, Robert Lecoq, Bishop of Laon, returned to his diocese. The Dauphin left Paris and went a trip into some of the provinces, halting at the principal towns, such as Rouen and Chartres, and everywhere, with intelligent but timid discretion, making his presence and his will felt, not very successfully, however, as regarded the re-establishment of some kind of order on his route in the name of the kingship. Marcel and his partisans took advantage of his absence to shore up their tottering supremacy. They felt how important it was for them to have a fresh meeting of the Estates, whose presence alone could restore strength to their commissioners, but the Dauphin only could legally summon them. They therefore eagerly pressed him to return in person to Paris, giving him a promise that, if he agreed to convoke there deputies from 20 or 30 towns, they would supply him with the money of which he was in need, and would say no more about the dismissal of royal officers or about setting at liberty the King of Navarre. The Dauphin, being still young and trustful, though he was already discreet and reserved, fell into the snare. He returned to Paris, and summoned thither, for the 7th of November following, the deputies from 70 towns, a sufficient number to give their meeting a specious resemblance to the States General. One circumstance ought to have caused him some glimmering of suspicion. At the same time that the Dauphin was sending to the deputies his letters of convocation, Marcel himself also sent to them, as if he possessed the right, either in his own name or in that of the 36 delegate commissioners, of calling them together. But a still more serious matter came to open the Dauphin's eyes to the danger he had fallen into. During the night between the 8th and 9th of November 1357, immediately after the reopening of the Estates, Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, was carried off by a surprise from the castle of Arleux and Cambresis, where he had been confined, and his liberators removed him first of all to Amiens and then to Paris itself, where the popular party gave him a triumphant reception. Marcel and his sheriffs had decided upon and prepared, at a private council, this dramatic incident, so contrary to the promises they had but lately made to the Dauphin. Charles the Bad used his deliverance like a skilful workman. The very day after his arrival in Paris he mounted a platform set against the walls of St. Germain's Abbey, and there, in the presence of more than 10,000 persons, burgesses and populace, he delivered a long speech, seasoned with much venom, says a chronicler of the time. After having denounced the wrongs which he had been made to endure, he said, for 18 months past, he declared that he would live and die in defence of the kingdom of France, giving it to be understood that, if he were minded to claim the crown, he would soon show by the laws of right and wrong that he was nearer to it than the King of England was. He was insinuating, eloquent, and an adept in the art of making truth subserve to the cause of falsehood. The people were moved by his speech. The Dauphin was obliged not only to put up with the release and the triumph of his most dangerous enemy, but to make an outward show of reconciliation with him, and to undertake not only to give him back the castles confiscated after his arrest, but to act towards him as a good brother towards his brother. These were the exact words made use of in the Dauphin's name, and without having asked his pleasure about it, by Robert Lecoq, Bishop of Laon, who himself had also returned from his diocese to Paris at the time of the recall of the estates. The consequences of this position were not slow to exhibit themselves. Whilst the King of Navarre was re entering Paris and the Dauphin submitting to the necessity of a reconciliation with him, several of the deputies who had but lately returned to the States General, and amongst others nearly all those from Champagne and Burgundy, were going away again, being unwilling either to witness the triumphal re entry of Charles the Bad, or to share the responsibility for such acts as they foresaw. Before long the struggle, or rather the war, between the King of Navarre and the Dauphin broke out again. Several of the nobles in possession of the castles which were to have been restored to Charles the Bad, and especially those of Breteuil, Pacy sur Eure, and Pont d'Ademare, flatly refused to give them back to him, and the Dauphin was suspected, probably not without reason, of having encouraged them in their resistance. Without the walls of Paris it was really war that was going on between the two princes. Philip of Navarre, brother of Charles the Bad, went marching with bands of pillagers over Normandy and Anjou, and within a few leagues of Paris, declaring that he had not taken, and did not intend to take, any part in his brother's pacific arrangements, and carrying fire and sword through the country. The peasantry from the ravaged districts were overflowing Paris. Stephen Marcel had no mind to reject the support which many of them brought him, but they had to be fed, and the treasury was empty. The wreck of the States General, meeting on the 2nd of January 1358, themselves had recourse to the expedient which they had so often and so violently reproached the king and the Dauphin with employing. They notably depreciated the coinage, allotting a fifth of the profit to the Dauphin, and retaining the other 4/5 for the defence of the kingdom. What Marcel and his party called the defence of the kingdom was the works of fortification around Paris, begun in October 1356 against the English, after the defeat of Poitiers, and resuming in 1358 against the Dauphin's party in the neighbouring provinces, as well as against the robbers that were laying them waste. Amidst all this military and popular excitement the Dauphin kept the Louvre, having about him 2,000 men at arms whom he had taken into his pay, he said, solely on account of the prospect of a war with the Navarrese. Before he went and plunged into a civil war outside the gates of Paris, he resolved to make an effort to win back the Parisians themselves to his cause. He sent a crier through the city to bid the people assemble in the market-place, and thither he repaired on horseback, on the 11th of January, with 5 or 6 of his most trusty servants. The astonished mob thronged about him, and he addressed them in vigorous language. He meant, he said, to live and die amongst the people of Paris. If he was collecting his men at arms, it was not for the purpose of plundering and oppressing Paris, but that he might march against their common enemies; and if he had not done so sooner, it was because the folks who had taken the government gave him neither money nor arms, but they would some day be called to strict account for it. The Dauphin was small, thin, delicate, and of insignificant appearance, but at this juncture he displayed unexpected boldness and eloquence. The people were deeply moved, and Marcel and his friends felt that a heavy blow had just been dealt them. They hastened to respond with a blow of another sort. It was everywhere whispered abroad that if Paris was suffering so much from civil war and the irregularities and calamities which were the concomitants of it, the fault lay with the Dauphin's surroundings, and that his noble advisers deterred him from measures which would save the people from their miseries. Provost Marcel and the burgesses of Paris took counsel together, and decided that it would be a good thing if some of those attendants on the regent were to be taken away from the midst of this world. They all put on caps, red on one side and blue on the other, which they wore as a sign of their confederation in defence of the common weal. This done, they reassembled in large numbers on the 22nd of February 1358, with the provost at their head, and marched to the palace where the duke was lodged. This crowd entered on its way the street called Juivery, the advocate general Regnault d'Assy, one of the 22 royal officers denounced by the Estates in the preceding year, and he was massacred in a pastry cook's shop. Marcel, continuing his road, arrived at the palace, and ascended, followed by a band of armed men, to the apartments of the Dauphin, whom he requested very sharply, says Froissart, to restrain so many companies from roving about on all sides, damaging and plundering the country. The Duke replied that he would do so willingly if he had the wherewithal to do it, but that it was for him who received the dues belonging to the kingdom to discharge that duty. "I know not why or how," adds Froissart, "but words were multiplied on the part of all, and became very high. My Lord Duke," suddenly said the provost, "do not alarm yourself, but we have somewhat to do here;" and turning towards his fellows in the caps, he said, "Dearly beloved, do that for which ye are come." Immediately the Lord de Conflans, Marshal of Champagne, and Robert de Clermont, Marshal of Normandy, noble and valiant gentlemen, and both at the time unarmed, were massacred so close to the dauphin and his couch, that his robe was covered with their blood. The dauphin shuddered, and the rest of his officers fled. "Take no heed, Lord Duke," said Marcel; "you have naught to fear." He handed to the dauphin his own red and blue cap, and himself put on the dauphin's, which was of black stuff with golden fringe. The corpses of the two marshals were dragged into the courtyard of the palace, where they remained until evening, without any one's daring to remove them; and Marcel with his followers repaired to the mansion house, and harangued from an open window the mob collected at the Place de Greve. "What has been done is for the good of the profit of the kingdom," he said; "the dead were false and wicked traitors." "We do own it, and will maintain it," cried the people who were about him. The house from which Marcel thus addressed the people was his own property, and was called the Pillar House. There he accommodated the town council, which had formerly held its sittings in divers parlours. Chapter 21 Part 3 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 21. The States General of the 14th Century, Part 3. For a month after this triple murder, committed with such official parade, Marcel reigned dictator in Paris. He removed from the council of 36 deputies such members as he could not rely upon, and introduced his own confidants. He cited the council, thus modified, to express approval of the blow just struck, and the deputies, some from conviction and others from doubt, that is, fear, answered that they believed that for what had been done there had been a good and just cause. The King of Navarre was recalled from Nantes to Paris, and the dauphin was obliged to assign to him, in the king's name, as a make up for his losses, 10,000 livres a year on landed property in Languedoc. Such was the young prince's condition, that almost every day he was reduced to the necessity of dining with his most dangerous and most hypocritical enemy. A man of family, devoted to the dauphin, who was now called regent, Philippe de Repenty by name, lost his head on the 19th of March, 1358, on the market place, for having attempted, with a few bold comrades, to place the regent beyond the power and the reach of the people of Paris. 6 days afterwards, however, on the 25th of March, the dauphin succeeded in escaping, and repaired first of all to Senlis, and then to Provins, where he found the estates of Champagne eager to welcome him. Marcel at once sent to Provins 2 deputies with instructions to bind over the 3 orders of Champagne to be at one with them of Paris, and not to be astounded at what had been done. Before answering, the members of the estates withdrew into a garden to parley together, and sent to pray the regent to come and meet them. "My lord," said the Count de Braine to him, in the name of the nobility, "did you ever suffer any harm or villainy at the hands of de Conflans, Marshal of Champagne, for which he deserved to be put to death, as he hath been by them of Paris?" The prince replied that he firmly held and believed that the said marshal and Robert de Clermont had well and loyally served and advised him. "My lord," replied the Count de Braine, "we Champagnese, who are here, do thank you for that which you have just said, and do desire you to do full justice on those who have put our friend to death without cause;" and they bound themselves to support him with their persons and their property, for the chastisement of them who had been the authors of the outrage. The dauphin, with full trust in this manifestation and this promise, convoked at Compiegne, for the 4th of May, 1358, no longer the estates of Champagne only, but the states general in their entirety, who, on separating at the close of their last session, had adjourned to the 1st of May following. The story of this fresh session, and of the events determined by it, is here reproduced textually, just as it has come down to us from the last continuer of the Chronicle of William of Nangus, the most favourable amongst all the chroniclers of the time to Stephen Marcel and the popular party in Paris. All the deputies, and especially the friends of the noble slain, did with one heart and one mind counsel the Lord Charles, Duke of Normandy, to have the homicide stricken to death; and if he could not do so by reason of the number of their defenders, they urged him to lay vigorous siege to the city of Paris, either with an armed force or by forbidding the entry of victuals thereunto, in such sort that it should understand and perceive for a certainty that the death of the provost of tradesmen and of his accomplices was intended. The said provost and those who, after the regent's departure, had taken the government of the city, clearly understood this intention, and they then implored the University of Studies at Paris to send deputies to the said Lord Regent, to humbly adjure him, in their name and in the name of the whole city, to banish from his heart the wrath he had conceived against their fellow citizens, offering and promising, moreover, a suitable reparation for the offence, provided that the lives of the persons were spared. The University, concerned for the welfare of the city, sent several deputies of weight to treat about the matter. They were received by the Lord Duke Charles and the other lords with great kindness, and they brought back word to Paris that the demand made at Compiegne was, that 10 or a dozen, or even only 5 or 6, of the men suspected of the crime lately committed at Paris should be sent to Compiegne, where there was no design of putting them to death, and if this were done the Duke Regent would return to his old and intimate friendship with the Parisians. But Provost Marcel and his accomplices, who were afeard for themselves, did not believe that if they fell into the hands of the Lord Duke they could escape a terrible death, and they had no mind to run such a risk. Taking, therefore, a bold resolution, they desired to be treated as all the rest of the citizens, and to that end sent several deputations to the Lord Regent either to Compiegne or to Meaux, whither he sometimes removed, but they got no gracious reply and rather words of bitterness and threatening. Thereupon, being seized with alarm for their city, into the which the Lord Regent and his noble comrades were so ardently desirous of re-entering, and being minded to pull it out of reach from the peril which threatened it, they began to fortify themselves therein, to repair the walls, to deepen the ditches, to build new ramparts on the eastern side, and to throw up barriers at all the gates. As they lacked a captain, they sent to Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, who was at that time in Normandy, and whom they knew to be freshly embroiled with the regent, and they requested him to come to Paris with a strong body of men at arms, and to be their captain there and their defender against all their foes, save the Lord John, King of France, a prisoner in England. The King of Navarre, with all his men, was received in state, on the 15th of June, by the Parisians, to the great indignation of the Prince Regent, his friends, and many others. The nobles thereupon began to draw near to Paris, and to ride about in the fields of the neighborhood, prepared to fight if there should be a sortie from Paris to attack them. On a certain day the besiegers came right up to the bridge of Charenton, as if to draw out the King of Navarre and the Parisians to battle. The King of Navarre issued forth, armed, with his men, and drawing near to the besiegers, had long conversations with them without fighting, and afterwards went back into Paris. At sight hereof the Parisians suspected that this king, who was himself a noble, was conspiring with the besiegers, and was preparing to deal some secret blow to the detriment of Paris; so they conceived mistrust of him and his, and stripped him of his office of captain. He went forth sorely vexed from Paris, he and his, and the English especially, whom he had brought with him, insulted certain Parisians, whence it happened that before they were out of the city several of them were massacred by the folks of Paris, who afterwards confined themselves within their walls, carefully guarding the gates by day, and by night keeping up strong patrols on the ramparts. Whilst Marcel inside Paris, where he reigned supreme, was a prey, on his own account and that of his besieged city, to these anxieties and perils, an event occurred outside which seemed to open to him a prospect of powerful aid, perhaps of decisive victory. Throughout several provinces the peasants, whose condition, sad and hard as it already was under the feudal system, had been still further aggravated by the outrages and irregularities of war, not finding any protection in their lords, and often being oppressed by them as if they had been foes, had recourse to insurrection in order to escape from the evils which came down upon them every day and from every quarter. They bore and would bear anything, it was said, and they got the name of Jacques Bonhomme, Jack Goodfellow; but this taunt they belied in a terrible manner. We will quote from the last continuer of William of Nangis, the least declamatory and the least confused of all the chroniclers of that period. "In this same year 1358," he says, "in the summer (the first rising took place on the 28th of May), the peasants in the neighbourhood of St. Loup du Seront and Clermont, in the diocese of Beauvais, took up arms against the nobles of France. They assembled in great numbers, set at their head a certain peasant named William Carle, or Cal, or Calais, of more intelligence than the rest, and, marching by companies under their own flag, roamed over the country, slaying and massacring all the nobles they met, even their own lords. Not content with that, they demolished the houses and castles of the nobles, and, what is still more deplorable, they villainously put to death the noble dames and little children who fell into their hands, and afterwards they strutted about, they and their wives, bedizened with the garments they had stripped from their victims. The number of men who had thus risen amounted to 5,000, and the rising extended to the outskirts of Paris. They had begun it from sheer necessity and love of justice, for their lords oppressed instead of defending them; but before long they proceeded to the most hateful and criminal deeds. They took and destroyed from top to bottom the strong castle of Ermenonville, where they put to death a multitude of men and dames of noble family who had taken refuge there. For some time the nobles no longer went about as before; none of them durst set a foot outside the fortified places. Jacquerie had taken the form of a fit of demagogic fury, and the Jacks, or Goodfellows, swarming out of their little hovels, were the terror of the castle. Had Marcel provoked this bloody insurrection? There is strong presumption against him; many of his contemporaries say he had, and the dauphin himself wrote on the 30th of August 1359, to the Count of Savoy, that one of the most heinous acts of Marcel and his partisans was exciting the folks of the open country in France, of Beauvaisis and Champagne and other districts, against the nobles of the said kingdom, whence so many evils have proceeded as no man should or could conceive. It is quite certain, however, that the insurrection having once broken out, Marcel hastened to profit by it, and encouraged and even supported it at several points. Amongst other things he sent from Paris a body of 300 men to the assistance of the peasants who were besieging the castle of Ermenonville. It is the due penalty paid by reformers who allow themselves to drift into revolution, that they become before long accomplices in mischief or crime which their original design and their own personal interest made it incumbent on them to prevent or repress. The reaction against Jacquerie was speedy and shockingly bloody. The nobles, the dauphin, and the King of Navarre, a prince and a noble at the same time that he was a scoundrel, made common cause against the Goodfellows, who were the more disorderly in proportion as they had become more numerous, and believed themselves more invincible. The ascendancy of the masters over the rebels was soon too strong for resistance. At Meaux, of which the Goodfellows had obtained possession, they were surprised and massacred to the number, it is said, of 7,000, with the town burning about their ears. In Beauvaisis, the King of Navarre, after having made a show of treating with their chieftain, William Carle or Calais, got possession of him, and had him beheaded, wearing a trivet of red hot iron, says one of the chroniclers, by way of crown. He then moved upon a camp of Goodfellows assembled near Montdidier, slew 3,000 of them, and dispersed the remainder. These figures are probably very much exaggerated, as nearly always happens in such accounts; but the continuer of William of Nangis, so justly severe on the outrages and barbarities of the insurgent peasants, is not less so on those of their conquerors. The nobles of France, he says, committed at that time such ravages in the district of Meaux that there was no need for the English to come and destroy our country; those mortal enemies of the kingdom could not have done what was done by the nobles at home. Marcel from that moment perceived that his cause was lost, and no longer dreamed of anything but saving himself and his at any price; for he thought, says Froissart, that it paid better to slay than to be slain. Although he had more than once experienced the disloyalty of the King of Navarre, he entered into fresh negotiations with him, hoping to use him as an intermediary between himself and the dauphin, in order to obtain either an acceptable peace or guarantees for his own security in case of extreme danger. The King of Navarre lent a ready ear to these overtures; he had no scruple about negotiating with this or that individual, this or that party, flattering himself that he would make one or the other useful for his own purposes. Marcel had no difficulty in discovering that the real design of the King of Navarre was to set aside the house of Valois and the Plantagenets together, and to become King of France himself, as a descendant in his own person of Saint Louis, though one degree more remote. An understanding was renewed between the two, such as it is possible to have between two personal interests fundamentally different, but capable of being for the moment mutually helpful. Marcel, under pretext of defence against the besiegers, admitted into Paris a pretty large number of English in the pay of the King of Navarre. Before long, quarrels arose between the Parisians and these unpopular foreigners. On the 21st of July, 1358, during one of these quarrels, 24 English were massacred by the people, and 400 others, it is said, were in danger of undergoing the same fate, when Marcel came up and succeeded in saving their lives by having them imprisoned in the Louvre. The quarrel grew hotter and spread farther. The people of Paris went and attacked other mercenaries of the King of Navarre, chiefly English, who were occupying Saint Denis and Saint Cloud. The Parisians were beaten, and the King of Navarre withdrew to Saint Denis. On the 27th of July Marcel boldly resolved to set at liberty and to send over to him the 400 English imprisoned in the Louvre. He had let them out accordingly, and himself escorted them as far as the gate St. Honore, in the midst of a throng that made no movement for all its irritation. Some of Marcel's satellites who formed the escort cried out as they went, "Has anybody aught to say against the setting of these prisoners at liberty?" The Parisians remembered their late reverse, and not a voice was raised. Strongly moved as the people of Paris were in their hearts against the provost of tradesmen, says a contemporary chronicler, there was not a man who durst commence a riot. Marcel's position became day by day more critical. The Dauphin, encamped with his army around Paris, was keeping up secret but very active communications with it; and a party, numerous and already growing in popularity, was being formed there in his favour. Men of note, who were lately Marcel's comrades, were now pronouncing against him, and John Maillart, one of the 4 chosen captains of the municipal forces, was the most vigilant. Marcel, at his wits' end, made an offer to the King of Navarre to deliver up Paris to him on the night between the 31st of July and the 1st of August. All was ready for carrying out this design. During the day of the 31st of July, Marcel would have changed the keepers of the Saint Denis gate, but Maillart opposed him, rushed to the Hotel de Ville, seized the banner of France, jumped on horseback, and rode through the city shouting, "Montjoy Saint Denis for the king and the duke!" This was the rallying cry of the Dauphin's partisans. The day ended with a great riot amongst the people. Towards 11 o'clock at night Marcel, followed by his people armed from head to foot, made his way to the St. Anthony gate, holding in his hands, it is said, the keys of the city. Whilst he was there, waiting for the arrival of the King of Navarre's men, Maillart came up with torches and lanterns and a numerous assemblage. He went straight to the provost and said to him, "Stephen, Stephen, what do you here at this hour?" "John, what business have you to meddle? I am here to take the guard of the city of which I have the government." "By God," rejoined Maillart, "that will not do; you are not here at this hour for any good, and I'll prove it to you," said he, addressing his comrades. "See, he holds in his hands the keys of the gates to betray the city." "You lie, John," said Marcel. "By God, you traitor, 'tis you who lie," replied Maillart. "Death, death, to all on his side!" and he raised his battle axe against Marcel. Philippe Giffard, one of the provost's friends, threw himself before Marcel and covered him for a moment with his own body, but the struggle had begun in earnest. Maillart plied his battle axe upon Marcel, who fell pierced with many wounds. 6 of his comrades shared the same fate, and Robert Lecoq, Bishop of Laon, saved himself by putting on a cordelier's habit. Maillart's company divided themselves into several bands, and spreading themselves all over the city, carrying the news everywhere, and dispatching or arresting the partisans of Marcel. The next morning, the 1st of August, 1358, John Maillart brought together in the market place the greater part of the community of Paris, explained for what reason he had slain the provost of tradesmen and in what offence he had detected him, and pointed out quietly and discreetly how that on this very night the city of Paris must have been overrun and destroyed if God of his grace had not applied a remedy. When the people who were present heard these news they were much astounded at the peril in which they had been, and the greater part thanked God with folded hands for the grace he had done them. The corpse of Stephen Marcel was stripped and exposed quite naked to the public gaze, in front of St. Catherine du Val des Bouillets, on the very spot where, by his orders, the corpses of the two marshals, Robert de Clermont and John de Conflans, had been exposed 5 months before. He was afterwards cast into the river in the presence of a great concourse. Then were sentenced to death by the Council of Prud'hommes of Paris, and executed by divers forms of deadly torture, several who had been of the sect of the provost, the regent having declared that he would not re enter Paris until these traitors had ceased to live. Thus perished, after scarcely 3 years' political life, and by the hands of his former friends, a man of rare capacity and energy, who at the outset had formed none but patriotic designs, and had no doubt promised himself a better fate. When, in December 1355, at the summons of a deplorably incapable and feeble king, Marcel, a simple burgher of Paris and quite a new man, entered the assembly of the States General of France, itself quite a new power, he was justly struck with the vices and abuses of the kingly government, with the evils and the dangers being entailed thereby upon France, and with the necessity for applying some remedy. But notwithstanding this perfectly honest and sound conviction, he fell into a capital error: he tried to abolish, for a time at least, the government he desired to reform, and to substitute for the kingship and its agents the people and their elect. For more than 3 centuries the kingship had been the form of power which had naturally assumed shape and development in France, whilst seconding the natural labour attending the formation and development of the French nation; but this labour had as yet advanced but a little way, and the nascent nation was not in a condition to take up position at the head of its government. Stephen Marcel attempted by means of the States General of the 14th century to bring to pass what we in the 19th, and after all the advances of the French nation, have not yet succeeded in getting accomplished, to wit, the government of the country by the country itself. Marcel, going from excess to excess and from reverse to reverse in the pursuit of his impracticable enterprise, found himself before long engaged in a fierce struggle with the feudal aristocracy, still so powerful at that time, as well as with the kingship. Being reduced to depend entirely during this struggle upon such strength as could be supplied by a municipal democracy incoherent, inexperienced, and full of divisions in its own ranks, and by a mad insurrection in the country districts, he rapidly fell into the selfish and criminal condition of the man whose special concern is his own personal safety. This he sought to secure by an unworthy alliance with the most scoundrelly amongst his ambitious contemporaries, and he would have given up his own city as well as France to the King of Navarre and the English, had not another burgher of Paris, John Maillard, stopped him and put him to death at the very moment when the patriot of the States General of 1355 was about to become a traitor to his country. Hardly 13 years before, when Stephen Marcel was already a full-grown man, the great Flemish burgher, James van Artevelde, had, in the cause of his country's liberties, attempted a similar enterprise, and after a series of great deeds at the outset, and then of faults also similar to those of Marcel, had fallen into the same abyss, and had perished by the hand of his fellow citizens, at the very moment when he was labouring to put Flanders, his native country, into the hands of a foreign master, the Prince of Wales, son of Edward III., King of England. Of all political snares the democratic is the most tempting, but it is also the most demoralizing and the most deceptive when, instead of consulting the interests of the democracy by securing public liberties, a man aspires to put it in direct possession of the supreme power, and with its sole support to take upon himself the direction of the helm. One single result of importance was won for France by the States General of the 14th century, namely, the principle of the nation's right to intervene in their own affairs, and to set their government straight when it had gone wrong or was incapable of performing that duty itself. Up to that time, in the 13th century and at the opening of the 14th, the States General had been hardly anything more than a temporary expedient employed by the kingship itself to solve some special question, or to escape from some grave embarrassment. Starting from King John, the States General became one of the principles of national right, a principle which did not disappear even when it remained without application, and the prestige of which survived even its reverses. Faith and hope fill a prominent place in the lives of peoples as well as of individuals. Having sprung into real existence in 1355, the States General of France found themselves alive again in 1789, and we may hope that, after so long a trial, their rebuffs and their mistakes will not be more fatal to them in our day. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Part 1 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 22, The 100 Years' War, Charles V, Part 1. So soon as Marcel and 3 of his chief confidants had been put to death at the St. Anthony Gate, at the very moment when they were about to open it to the English, John Maillart had information sent to the regent, at that time at Charenton, with an urgent entreaty that he would come back to Paris without delay. The news, at once spread abroad through the city, was received with noisy joy there, and the red caps, which had been worn so proudly the night before, were everywhere taken off and hidden. The next morning a proclamation ordered that whosoever knew any of the faction of Marcel should arrest them and take them to the Châtelet, but without laying hands on their goods and without maltreating their wives or children. Several were taken, put to the question, brought out into the public square, and beheaded by virtue of a decree. They were the men who but lately had the government of the city and decided all matters. Some were burgesses of renown, eloquent and learned, and one of them, on arriving at the square, cried out, "Woe is me! Would to heaven, O King of Navarre, that I had never seen thee or heard thee!" On the 2nd of August, 1358, in the evening, the Dauphin, Charles, re entered Paris, and was accompanied by John Maillart, who was mightily in his grace and love. On his way a man cried out, "By God, sir, if I had been listened to, you would have never entered in here; but after all you will get but little by it." The Count of Tancarville, who was in the prince's train, drew his sword, and spurred his horse upon this rascal; but the Dauphin restrained him, and contented himself with saying smilingly to the man, "You will not be listened to, fair sir." Charles had the spirit of coolness and discretion; and he thought, says his contemporary, Christine de Pizan, that if this fellow had been slain, the city which had been so rebellious might probably have been excited thereby. Charles, on being resettled in Paris, showed neither clemency nor cruelty. He let the reaction against Stephen Marcel run its course, and turned it to account without further exciting it or prolonging it beyond measure. The property of some of the condemned was confiscated; some attempts at a conspiracy for the purpose of avenging the provost of tradesmen were repressed with severity; and John Maillart and his family were loaded with gifts and favours. On becoming king, Charles determined himself to hold his son at the baptismal font; but Robert Lecoq, Bishop of Laon, the most intimate of Marcel's accomplices, returned quietly to his diocese; 2 of Marcel's brothers, William and John, owing their protection, it is said, to certain youthful reminiscences on the prince's part, were exempted from all prosecution; Marcel's widow even recovered a portion of his property; and as early as the 10th of August, 1358, Charles published an amnesty, from which he excepted only those who had been in the secret council of the provost of tradesmen in respect of the great treason; and on the same day another amnesty quashed all proceedings for deeds done during the Jacquerie, whether by nobles or ignobles. Charles knew that in acts of rigour or of grace impartiality conduces to the strength and the reputation of authority. The death of Stephen Marcel and the ruin of his party were fatal to the plots and ambitious hopes of the King of Navarre. At the first moment he hastened to renew his alliance with the King of England, and to recommence war in Normandy, Picardy, and Champagne against the regent of France. But several of his local expeditions were unsuccessful; the temperate and patient policy of the regent rallied around him the populations aweary of war and anarchy; negotiations were opened between the two princes, and their regents were laboriously discussing conditions of peace when Charles of Navarre suddenly interfered in person, saying, "I would fain talk over matters with the lord duke regent, my brother." We know that his wife was Joan of France, the dauphin's sister. Hereat there was great joy, says the chronicler, amongst their councillors. The two princes met, and the King of Navarre with modesty and gentleness addressed the regent in these terms: "My lord duke and brother, know that I do hold you to be my proper and especial lord; though I have for a long while made war against you and against France, our country, I wish not to continue or to foment it. I wish henceforth to be a good Frenchman, your faithful friend and close ally, your defender against the English and whoever it may be. I pray you to pardon me thoroughly, me and mine, for all that I have done to you up to this present. I wish for neither the lands nor the towns which are offered to me or promised to me. If I order myself well, and you find me faithful in all matters, you shall give me all that my deserts shall seem to you to justify." At these words the regent arose and thanked the king with much sweetness. They, one and the other, proffered and accepted wine and spices, and all present rejoiced greatly, rendering thanks to God, who doth blow where he listeth, and doth accomplish in a moment that which men with their sole intelligence have not wit nor power to do in a long while. The town of Melun was restored to the lord duke. The navigation of the river once more became free up stream and down. Great was the satisfaction in Paris and throughout the whole country; and peace being thus made, the two princes returned both of them home. The King of Navarre knew how to give an appearance of free will and sincerity to changes of posture and behavior which seemed to be pressed upon him by necessity, and we may suppose that the dauphin, all the while that he was interchanging graceful acts, was too well acquainted by this time with the other to become his dupe; but, by their apparent reconciliation, they put an end, for a few brief moments, between themselves, to a position which was burdensome to both. Whilst these events, from the battle of Poitiers to the death of Stephen Marcel, from the 19th of September, 1356, to the 1st of August, 1358, were going on in France, King John was living as a prisoner in the hands of the English, first at Bordeaux and afterwards in London, and was much more concerned about the reception he met with, and the galas he was present at, than about the affairs of his kingdom. When, after his defeat, he was conducted to Bordeaux by the Prince of Wales, who was governor of English Aquitaine, he became the object of the most courteous attentions, not only on the part of his princely conqueror, but of all Gascon society, dames and damsels, old and young, and their fair attendants, who took pleasure in consoling him by providing him with diversion. Thus he passed the winter of 1356, and in the spring the Prince of Wales received from his father, King Edward III., the instructions and the vessels he had requested for the conveyance of his prisoner to England. In the month of May, 1357, he summoned, says Froissart, all the highest barons of Gascony, and told them that he had made up his mind to go to England, whither he would take some of them, leaving the rest in the country of Bordelais and Gascony, to keep the land and the frontiers against the French. When the Gascons heard that the Prince of Wales would carry away out of their power the King of France, whom they had helped to take, they were by no means of accord therewith, and said to the prince, "In all that is in our power, all honor, obedience, and loyal service; but it is not our desire that you should thus remove from us the King of France, in respect of whom we have had great trouble to put him in the place where he is; for, thank God, he is in a good strong city, and we are strong and men enough to keep him against the French, if they by force would take him from you." The prince answered, "Dear sirs, I grant it heartily, but my lord my father wishes to hold and behold him, and with the good service that you have done my father, and me also, we are well pleased, and it shall be handsomely requited." Nevertheless these words did not suffice to appease the Gascons, until a means thereto was found by Sir Reginald de Cobham and Sir John Chandos, for they knew the Gascons to be very covetous. So they said to the prince, "Sir, offer them a sum of florins, and you will see them come down to your demands." The prince offered them 60,000 florins, but they would have nothing to do with them. At last there was so much haggling that an agreement was made for 100,000 francs, which the prince was to hand over to the barons of Gascony to share between them. He borrowed the money, and the said sum was paid and handed over to them before the prince started. When these matters were done, the prince put out to sea with a fine fleet, crammed with men at arms and archers, and put the King of France in a vessel quite apart, that he might be more at his ease. "They were at sea 11 days and 11 nights," continues Froissart, "and on the 12th they arrived at Sandwich harbor, where they landed and halted 2 days to refresh themselves and their horses. On the 3rd day they set out and came to St. Thomas of Canterbury." When the news reached the King and Queen of England that the prince their son had arrived and had brought with him the King of France, they were greatly rejoiced thereat, and gave orders to the burgesses of London to get themselves ready in as splendid fashion as was beseeming to receive the King of France. They of the city of London obeyed the king's commandment, and arrayed themselves by companies most richly, all the trades in cloth of different kinds. According to the poet Herald at Arms of John Chandos, King Edward III. went in person, with his barons and more than 20 counts, to meet King John, who entered London mounted on a tall white steed right well harnessed and accoutred at all points, and the Prince of Wales on a little black hackney at his side. King John was first of all lodged in London at the Savoy Hotel, and shortly afterwards removed, with all his people, to Windsor, there, says Froissart, to hawk, hunt, disport himself, and take his pastime according to his pleasure; and Sir Philip, his son also, and all the rest of the other lords, counts, and barons, remained in London, but they went to see the king when it pleased them, and they were put upon their honour only. Chandos' poet adds, "Many a dame and many a damsel, right amiable, gay and lovely, came to dance there, to sing, and to cause great galas and jousts, as in the days of King Arthur." In the midst of his pleasures in England, King John sometimes also occupied himself at Windsor with his business in France, but with no more wisdom or success than had been his wont during his actual reign. Towards the end of April, 1359, the Dauphin regent received at Paris the text of a treaty which the king his father had concluded in London with the King of England: the cession of the western half of France, from Calais to Bayonne, and the immediate payment of 4,000,000 golden crowns. Such was, according to the terms of this treaty, the price of King John's ransom, says M. Picot, in his work concerning the history of the States General, which was crowned in 1869 by the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques; and the regent resolved to leave to the judgment of France the acceptance or refusal of such exorbitant demands. He summoned a meeting, to be held at Paris on the 19th of May, of churchmen, nobles, and deputies from the good towns; but there came but few deputies, as well because full notice had not by that time been given of the said summons, as because roads were blocked by the English and the Navarrese, who occupied fortresses in all parts whereby it was possible to get to Paris. The assembly had to be postponed from day to day. At last, on the 25th of May, the regent repaired to the palace. He halted on the marble staircase; around him were ranged the three estates, and a numerous multitude filled the courtyard. In presence of all the people, William de Dormans, the king's advocate in Parliament, read the treaty of peace, which was to divide the kingdom into two parts, so as to hand over one to the foes of France. The reading of it roused the indignation of the people. The estates replied that the treaty was not tolerable or feasible, and in their patriotic enthusiasm decreed to make fair war on the English. But it was not enough to spare the kingdom the shame of such a treaty; it was necessary to give the regent the means of concluding a better. On the 2nd of June, the nobles announced to the dauphin that they would serve for a month at their own expense, and that they would pay, besides, such imposts as should be decreed by the good towns. The churchmen also offered to pay them. The city of Paris undertook to maintain 600 swords, 300 archers, and 1,000 brigands. The good towns offered 12,000 men, but they could not keep their promise, the country being utterly ruined. When King John heard at Windsor that the treaty, whereby he had hoped to be set at liberty, had been rejected at Paris, he showed his displeasure by a single outburst of personal animosity, saying, "Ah, Charles, fair son, you were counselled by the King of Navarre, who deceives you, and would deceive 60 such as you." Edward III., on his side, at once took measures for recommencing the war; but before engaging in it he had King John removed from Windsor to Hertford Castle, and thence to Somerton, where he set a strong guard. Having thus made certain that his prisoner would not escape from him, he put to sea, and on the 28th of October, 1359, landed at Calais with a numerous and well supplied army. Then, rapidly traversing northern France, he did not halt till he arrived before Rheims, which he was in hopes of surprising, and where, it is said, he purported to have himself without delay crowned King of France. But he found the place so well provided, and the population so determined to make a good defence, that he raised the siege and moved on to Chalons, where the same disappointment awaited him. Passing from Champagne to Burgundy, he then commenced the same course of scouring and ravaging; but the Burgundians entered into negotiations with him, and by a treaty concluded on the 10th of March, 1360, and signed by Joan of Auvergne, Queen of France, second wife of King John, and guardian of the young Duke of Burgundy, Philippe de Rouvre, they obtained at the cost of 200,000 golden sheep (moutons) an agreement that for 3 years Edward and his army would not go scouring and burning in Burgundy, as they were doing in other parts of France. Such was the powerlessness, or rather absence, of all national government, that a province made a treaty all alone and on its own account, without causing the regent to show any surprise or to dream of making any complaint. As a makeweight, at this same time, another province, Picardy, aided by many Normans and Flemings, its neighbours, nobles, burgesses, and common folk, was sending to sea an expedition which was going to try, with God's help, to deliver King John from his prison in England, and bring him back in triumph to his kingdom. Thus, says the chronicler, they who, God forsaken or through their own faults, could not defend themselves on the soil of their fathers, were going abroad to seek their fortune and their renown, to return home covered with honour and boasting of divine succour. The Picard expedition landed in England on the 14th of March, 1360. It did not deliver King John, but it took and gave over to flames and pillage for 2 days the town of Winchelsea, after which it put to sea again and returned to its hearths. End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 22. The 100 Years' War. Charles V, Part 2. Edward III, weary of thus roaming with his army over France without obtaining any decisive result, and without even managing to get into his hands any one of the good towns which he had promised himself, says Froissart, that he would tan and hide in such sort that they would be glad to come in accord with him, resolved to direct his efforts against the capital of the kingdom, where the Dauphin kept himself close. On the 7th of April, 1360, he arrived hard by Montreuil, and his troops spread themselves over the outskirts of Paris in the form of an investing or besieging force. But he had to do with a city protected by good ramparts, and well supplied with provisions, and with a prince cool, patient, determined, free from any illusion as to his danger or his strength, and resolved not to risk any of those great battles of which he had experienced the sad issue. Foreseeing the advance of the English, he had burned the villages in the neighbourhood of Paris, where they might have fixed their quarters. He did the same with the suburbs of Saint Germain, Saint Marcel, Notre Dame des Champs. He turned a deaf ear to all King Edward's warlike challenges, and some attempts at an assault on the part of the English knights, and some sorties on the part of the French knights, impatient of their inactivity, came to nothing. At the end of a week Edward, whose army no longer found aught to eat, withdrew from Paris by the Chartres road, declaring his purpose of entering the good country of Beauce, where he would recruit himself all summer, and whence he would return after vintage to resume the siege of Paris, whilst his lieutenants would ravage all the neighbouring provinces. When he was approaching Chartres, there burst upon his army, says Froissart, a tempest, a storm, an eclipse, a wind, a hail, an upheaval so mighty, so wondrous, so horrible, that it seemed as if the heaven were all a tumble, and the earth were opening to swallow up everything. The stones fell so thick and so big that they slew men and horses, and there was none so bold but that they were all dismayed. There were at that time in the army certain wise men, who said that it was a scourge of God, sent as a warning, and that God was showing by signs that he would that peace should be made. Edward had by him certain discreet friends, who added their admonitions to those of the tempest. His cousin, the Duke of Lancaster, said to him, "My lord, this war that you are waging in the kingdom of France is right wondrous, and too costly for you. Your men gain by it, and you lose your time over to it to no purpose. You will spend your life on it, and it is very doubtful whether you will attain your desire. Take the offers made to you now, whilst you can come out with honour. For, my lord, we may lose more in one day than we have won in 20 years." The regent of France, on his side, indirectly made overtures for peace. The abbot of Cluny and the general of the Dominicans, legates of Pope Innocent VI., warmly seconded them, and negotiations were opened at the hamlet of Bretigny, close to Chartres. The King of England was a hard nut to crack, says Froissart. He yielded a little, however, and on the 8th of May, 1360, was concluded the Treaty of Bretigny, a peace disastrous indeed, but become necessary. Aquitaine ceased to be a French fief, and was exalted, in the King of England's interest, to an independent sovereignty, together with the provinces attached to Poitou, Saintonge, Anus, Agnoise, Périgord, Limousin, Quercy, Bigorre, Angoumouse, and Rouergue. The King of England, on his side, gave up completely to the King of France Normandy, Maine, and the portion of Touraine and Anjou situated to the north of the Loire. He engaged further to solemnly renounce all pretensions to the crown of France so soon as King John had renounced all rights of suzerainty over Aquitaine. King John's ransom was fixed at 3 millions of gold crowns payable in 6 years, and John Galice Visconti, Duke of Milan, paid the first instalment of it, 600,000 florins, as the price of his marriage with Isabel of France, daughter of King John. Hard as these conditions were, the peace was joyfully welcomed in Paris, and throughout northern France. The bells of the country churches, as well as of Notre Dame in Paris, songs and dances amongst the people, and liberty of locomotion and of residence secured to the English in all places, so that none should disquiet them or insult them, bore witness to the general satisfaction. But some of the provinces ceded to the King of England had great difficulty in resigning themselves to it. In Poitou, and in all the district of Saintonge, says Froissart, great was the displeasure of barons, knights, and good towns when they had to be English. The town of La Rochelle was especially unwilling to agree thereto. It is wonderful what sweet and piteous words they wrote again and again to the King of France, begging him, for God's sake, to be pleased not to separate them from his own domains, or place them in foreign hands, and saying that they would rather be clipped every year of half their revenue than pass into the hands of the English. And when they saw that neither excuses, nor remonstrance, nor prayers were of any avail, they obeyed, but the men of most mark in the town said, "We will recognize the English with the lips, but the heart shall beat to it never." Thus began to grow in substance and spirit, in the midst of war and out of disaster itself, per damna Perseidus ab ipso duxit opus animuc fero, that national patriotism which had hitherto been such a stranger to feudal France, and which was so necessary for her progress towards unity, the sole condition for her of strength, security, and grandeur, in the state characteristic of the European world since the settlement of the Franks in Gaul. Having concluded the treaty of Bretigny, the King of England returned on the 18th of May 1360 to London, and on the 8th of July following, King John, having been set at liberty, was brought over by the Prince of Wales to Calais, where Edward III. Came to meet him. The two kings treated one another there with great courtesy. The King of England, says Froissart, gave the King of France at Calais Castle a magnificent supper, at which his own children and the Duke of Lancaster and the greatest barons of England waited at table bareheaded. Meanwhile the Prince Regent of France was arriving at Amiens, and there receiving from his brother-in-law, Galdus Visconti, Duke of Milan, the sum necessary to pay the first instalment of his royal father's ransom. Payment having been made, the two kings solemnly ratified at Calais the Treaty of Bretigny. Two sons of King John, the Duke of Anjou and the Duke of Berry, with several other personages of consideration, princes of the blood, barons and burgesses of the principal good towns, were given as hostages to the King of England for the due execution of the treaty, and Edward III. Negotiated between the King of France and Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, a reconciliation as precarious as ever. The work of pacification having been thus accomplished, King John departed on foot for Boulogne, where he was awaited by the Dauphin, his son, and where the Prince of Wales and his two brothers, likewise on foot, came and joined him. All these princes passed 2 days together at Boulogne in religious ceremonies and joyous galas, after which the Prince of Wales returned to Calais, and King John set out for Paris, which he once more entered, December 13, 1360. He was welcomed there, says Froissart, by all manner of folks, for he had been much desired there. Rich presents were made him, the prelates and barons of his kingdom came to visit him, they feasted him and rejoiced with him, as it was seemly to do, and the king received them sweetly and handsomely, for well he knew how. And that was all King John did know. When he was once more seated on his throne, the counsels of his eldest son, the late regent, induced him to take some wise and wholesome administrative measures. All adulteration of the coinage was stopped, the Jews were recalled for 20 years, and some securities were accorded to their industry and interests, and an edict renewed the prohibition of private wars. but in his personal actions, in his bearing and practices as a king, the levity, frivolity, thoughtlessness, and inconsistency of King John were the same as ever. He went about his kingdom, especially in southern France, seeking everywhere occasions for holiday making and dispersing, rather than for observing and reforming the state of the country. During the visit he paid in 1362 to the new pope, Urban V., at Avignon, he tried to get married to Queen Joan of Naples, the widow of 2 husbands already, and not being successful, he was on the point of involving himself in a new crusade against the Turks. It was on his return from this trip that he committed the gravest fault of his reign, a fault which was destined to bring upon France and the French kingship even more evils and disasters than those which had made the Treaty of Bretigny a necessity. In 1362 the young Duke of Burgundy, Philippe de Louvre, the last of the first house of the Dukes of Burgundy, descendants of King Robert, died without issue, leaving several pretenders to his rich inheritance. King John was, according to the language of the genealogists, the nearest of blood, and at the same time the most powerful, and he immediately took possession of the duchy, went on the 23rd of December 1362 to Dijon, swore on the altar of St. Benignus that he would maintain the privileges of the city and of the province, and 9 months after, on the 6th of September 1363, disposed of the Duchy of Burgundy in the following terms: "Recalling again to memory the excellent and praiseworthy services of our right dearly beloved Philippe, the fourth of our sons, who freely exposed himself to death with us, and all wounded as he was, remained unwavering and fearless at the battle of Poitiers, we do concede to him and give him the duchy and peerage of Burgundy, together with all that we may have therein of right, possession, and proprietorship, for the which gift our said son hath done us homage as Duke and Premier Peer of France." Thus was founded that second house of the Dukes of Burgundy which was destined to play, for more than a century, so great and often so fatal a part in the fortunes of France. Whilst he was thus preparing a gloomy future for his country and his line, King John heard that his second son, the Duke of Anjou, one of the hostages left in the hands of the King of England as security for the execution of the Treaty of Bretigny, had broken his word of honour and escaped from England, in order to go and join his wife at Guy's castle. Knightly faith was the virtue of King John, and it was, they say, on this occasion that he cried, as he was severely upbraiding his son, that if good faith were banished from the world, it ought to find an asylum in the hearts of kings. He announced to his councillors, assembled at Amiens, his intention of going in person to England. An effort was made to dissuade him, and several prelates and barons of France told him that he was committing great folly when he was minded to again put himself in danger from the King of England. He answered that he had found in his brother the King of England, in the Queen, and in his nephews, their children, so much loyalty, honour, and courtesy that he had no doubt but that they would be courteous, loyal, and amiable to him, in any case. And so he was minded to go and make the excuses of his son, the Duke of Anjou, who had returned to France. According to the most intelligent of the chroniclers of the time, the continuer of William of Nangus, some persons said that the king was minded to go to England in order to amuse himself, and they were probably right, for kingly and knightly amusements were the favourite subject of King John's meditations. This time he found in England something else besides galas; he before long fell seriously ill, which mightily discouraged the King and Queen of England, for the wisest in the country judged him to be in great peril. He died, in fact, on the 8th of April 1364, at the Savoy Hotel, in London, whereat the King of England, the Queen, their children, and many English barons were much moved, says Froissart, for the honour of the great love which the King of France, since peace was made, had shown them. France was at last about to have in Charles V a practical and an effective king. In spite of the discretion he had displayed during his 4 years of regency, from 1356 to 1360, his reign opened under the saddest auspices. In 1363, one of those contagious diseases, all at that time called the plague, committed cruel ravages in France. None, says the contemporary chronicler, could count the number of the dead in Paris, young or old, rich or poor. When death entered a house, the little children died first, then the menials, then the parents. In the smallest villages, as well as in Paris, the mortality was such that at Argenteuil, for example, where there were wont to be numbered 700 hearths, there remained no more than 40 or 50. The ravages of the armed thieves or bandits who scoured the country added to those of the plague. Let it suffice to quote one instance. In Beauce, on the Orleans and Chartres side, some brigands and prowlers, with hostile intent, dressed as pig dealers or cow drivers, came to the little castle of Mure, close to Corbeil, and finding outside the gate the master of the place, who was a knight, asked him to get them back their pigs, which his menials, they said, had the night before taken from them, which was false. The master gave them leave to go in, that they might discover their pigs and move them away. As soon as they had crossed the drawbridge they seized upon the master, threw off their false clothes, drew their weapons, and blew a blast upon the bagpipe, and forthwith appeared their comrades from their hiding places in the neighbouring woods. They took possession of the castle, its master and mistress, and all their folk, and settling themselves there, they scoured from thence the whole country, pillaging everywhere, and filling the castle with the provisions they carried off. At the rumour of this thievish capture, many men at arms in the neighbourhood rushed up to expel the thieves and retake from them the castle. Not succeeding in their assault, they fell back on Corbeil, and then themselves set to ravaging the country, taking away from the farmhouses provisions and wine without paying a dolt, and carrying them off to Corbeil for their own use. They became before long as much feared and hated as the brigands, and all the inhabitants of the neighbouring villages, leaving their homes and their labour, took refuge, with their children and what they had been able to carry off, in Paris, the only place where they could find a little security. Thus the population was without any kind of regular force, anything like effectual protection; the temporary defenders of order themselves went over, and with alacrity too, to the side of disorder, when they did not succeed in repressing it; and the men at arms set readily about plundering, in their turn, the castles and country places whence they had been charged to drive off the plunderers. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Part 3 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 22. The 100 Years' War. Charles V. Part 3. Let us add a still more striking example of the absence of all publicly recognized power at this period, and of the necessity to which the population was nearly everywhere reduced of defending itself with its own hands, in order to escape ever so little from the evils of war and anarchy. It was a little while ago pointed out why and how, after the death of Marcel and the downfall of his faction, Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, suddenly determined upon making his peace with the regent of France. This peace was very displeasing to the English, allies of the King of Navarre, and they continued to carry on war, ravaging the country here and there, at one time victorious and at another vanquished, in a multiplication of disconnected encounters. "I will relate," says the continuer of William of Nangis, "one of those incidents just as it occurred in my neighbourhood, and as I have been truthfully told about it. The struggle there was valiantly maintained by peasants, Jacques Bonhomme, good fellows, as they are called. There is a place pretty well fortified in a little town named Longueuil, not far from Compiegne, in the diocese of Beauvais, and near to the banks of the Oise. This place is close to the monastery of St. Corneille de Compiegne. The inhabitants perceived that there would be danger if the enemy occupied this point, and after having obtained authority from the Lord Regent of France and the abbot of the monastery, they settled themselves there, provided themselves with arms and provisions, and appointed a captain taken from among themselves, promising the regent that they would defend this place to the death. Many of the villagers came thither to place themselves in security, and they chose for captain a tall, fine man, named William Alarx, au Alot. He had for servant, and held as with bit and bridle, a certain peasant of lofty stature, marvellous body strength, and equal boldness, who had joined to these advantages an extreme modesty. He was called Big Fair. These folks settled themselves at this point to the number of about 200 men, all tillers of the soil, and getting a poor livelihood by the labour of their hands. The English, hearing it said that these folks were there and were determined to resist, held them in contempt, and went to them, saying, "Drive we hence these peasants, and take we possession of this point so well fortified and well supplied." They went thither to the number of 200. The folks inside had no suspicion thereof, and had left their gates opened. The English entered boldly into the place, whilst the peasants were in the inner courts or at the windows, agape at seeing men so well armed making their way in. The captain, William Alarx, came down at once with some of his people, and bravely began the fight; but he had the worst of it, was surrounded by the English, and himself stricken with a mortal wound. At the sight thereof, those of his folk who were still in the courts, with Big Fair at their head, said to one another, "Let us go down and sell our lives clearly, else they will slay us without mercy." Gathering themselves discreetly together, they went down by different gates, and struck out with mighty blows at the English, as if they had been beating out their corn on the threshing floor; their arms went up and down again, and every blow dealt out a deadly wound. Big Fair, seeing his captain laid low and almost dead already, uttered a bitter cry, and advancing upon the English he topped them all, as he did his own fellows, by a head and shoulders. Raising his axe, he dealt about him deadly blows, insomuch that in front of him the place was soon a void; he felled to the earth all those whom he could reach; of one he broke the head, of another he lopped off the arms; he bore himself so valiantly that in an hour he had with his own hand slain 18 of them, without counting the wounded; and at this sight his comrades were filled with ardor. What more shall I say? All that band of English were forced to turn their backs and fly; some jumped into the ditches full of water, others tried with tottering steps to regain the gates. Big Fair, advancing to the spot where the English had planted their flag, took it, killed the bearer, and told one of his own fellows to go and hurl it into a ditch where the wall was not as yet finished. "I cannot," said the other; "there are still so many English yonder." "Follow me with the flag," said Big Fair; and marching in front, and laying about him right and left with his axe, he opened and cleared the way to the point indicated, so that his comrade could freely hurl the flag into the ditch. After he had rested a moment, he returned to the fight, and fell so roughly on the English who remained, that all those who could fly hastened to profit thereby. It is said that on that day, with the help of God and Big Fair, who with his own hand, it is certified, laid low more than 40, the greater part of the English who had come to this business never went back from it. But the captain on our side, William Alarx, was there stricken mortally. He was not yet dead when the fight ended; he was carried away to his bed; he recognized all his comrades who were there, and soon afterwards sank under his wounds. They buried him in the midst of weeping, for he was wise and good. At the news at what had thus happened at Longueuil, the English were very disconsolate, saying that it was a shame that so many and such brave warriors should have been slain by such rustics. Next day they came together again from all their camps in the neighborhood, and went and made a vigorous attack at Longueuil on our folks, who no longer feared them hardly at all, and went out of their walls to fight them. In the first rank was Big Fair, of whom the English had heard so much talk. When they saw him, and when they felt the weight of his axe in his arm, many of those who had come to this fight would have been right glad not to be there. Many fled or were grievously wounded or slain. Some of the English nobles were taken. If our folks had been willing to give them up for money, as the nobles do, they might have made a great deal, but they would not. When the fight was over, Big Fair, overcome with heat and fatigue, drank a large quantity of cold water, and was forthwith seized of a fever. He put himself to bed without parting from his axe, which was so heavy that a man of the usual strength could scarcely lift it from the ground with both hands. The English, hearing that Big Fair was sick, rejoiced greatly, and for fear he should get well they sent privily, round about the place where he was lodged, 12 of their men bidden to try and rid them of him. On espying them from afar, his wife hurried up to his bed where he was laid, saying to him, "My dear Fair, the English are coming, and I verily believe it is for thee they are looking; what wilt thou do?" Big Fair, forgetting his sickness, armed himself in all haste, took his axe which had already stricken to death so many foes, went out of his house, and entering into his little yard, shouted to the English as soon as he saw them, "Ah, scoundrels! You are coming to take me in my bed, but you shall not get me." He set himself against a wall to be in surety from behind, and defended himself manfully with his good axe and his great heart. The English assailed him, burning to slay or to take him; but he resisted them so wondrously that he brought down 5 much wounded to the ground, and the other 7 took to flight. Big Fair, returning in triumph to his bed, and heated again by the blows he had dealt, again drank cold water in abundance, and fell sick of a more violent fever. A few days afterwards, sinking under his sickness and after having received the holy sacraments, Big Fair went out of this world, and was buried in the burial place of his own village. All his comrades and his country wept for him bitterly, for so long as he lived, the English would not have come nigh this place. There is probably some exaggeration about the exploits of Big Fair and the number of his victims. The story quoted is not, however, a legend; authentic and simple, it has all the characteristics of a real and true fact, just as it was picked up, partly from eye-witnesses and partly from hearsay, by the contemporary narrator. It is a faithful picture of the internal state of the French nation in the 14th century, a nation in labour of formation, a nation whose elements, as yet scattered and incohesive, though under one and the same name, were fermenting each in its own quarter, and independently of the rest, with a tendency to mutual coalescence in a powerful unity, but as yet far from succeeding in it. Externally, King Charles V. had scarcely easier work before him. Between himself and his great rival, Edward III., King of England, there was only such peace as was fatal and hateful to France. To escape some day from the Treaty of Bretigny, and recover some of the provinces which had been lost by it, this was what king and country secretly desired and laboured for. Pending a favourable opportunity for promoting this higher interest, war went on in Brittany between John of Montfort and Charles of Blois, who continued to be encouraged and patronized, covertly, one by the King of England, the other by the King of France. Almost immediately after the accession of Charles V. it broke out again between him and his brother-in-law, Charles the Bad, King of Navarre, the former being profoundly mistrustful, and the latter brazen-facedly perfidious, and both detesting one another, and watching to seize the moment for taking advantage one of the other. Amongst others, Spain and Italy were a prey to discord and even civil wars, which could not fail to be a source of trouble or serious embarrassment to France. In Spain, two brothers, Peter the Cruel and Henry of Trastamare, were disputing the throne of Castile. Shortly after the accession of Charles V., and in spite of his lively remonstrances, in 1267 Pope Urban V. quitted Avignon for Rome, whence he was not to return to Avignon till 3 years afterwards, and then only to die. The Emperor of Germany was, at this period, almost the only one of the great sovereigns of Europe who showed for France and her kings a sincere goodwill. When in 1378 he went to Paris to pay a visit to Charles V., he was pleased to go to Saint Denis to see the tombs of Charles the Handsome and Philip of Valois. "In my young days," he said to the abbot, "I was nurtured at the homes of those good kings, who showed me much kindness. I do request you affectionately to make good prayer to God for them." Charles V., who had given him a very friendly reception, was no doubt included in this pious request. In order to maintain the struggle against these difficulties, within and without, the means which Charles V. had at his disposal were of but moderate worth. He had 3 brothers and 3 sisters calculated rather to embarrass and sometimes even injure him than to be of any service to him. Of his brothers, the eldest, Louis, Duke of Anjou, was restless, harsh, and bellicose. He upheld authority with no little energy in Languedoc, of which Charles had made him governor, but at the same time made it detested, and he was more taken up with his own ambitious views upon the kingdom of Naples, which Queen Joan of Hungary had transmitted to him by adoption, than with the interests of France and her king. The second, John, Duke of Berry, was an insignificant prince, who has left no strong mark on history. The third, Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, after having been the favourite of his father, King John, was likewise of his brother Charles V., who did not hesitate to still farther aggrandize this vassal, already so great, by obtaining for him in marriage the hand of Princess Marguerite, heiress to the Countship of Flanders; and this marriage, which was destined at a later period to render the Dukes of Burgundy such formidable neighbours for the kings of France, was even in the lifetime of Charles V. a cause of unpleasant complications both for France and Burgundy. Of King Charles's 3 sisters, the eldest, Joan, was married to the King of Navarre, Charles the Bad, and much more devoted to her husband than to her brother; the second, Mary, espoused Robert, Duke of Bar, who caused more annoyance than he rendered service to his brother-in-law, the King of France; and the third, Isabel, wife of Gallus Visconti, Duke of Milan, was of no use to her brother beyond the fact of contributing, as we have seen, by her marriage, to pay a part of King John's ransom. Charles V., by kindly and judicious behaviour in the bosom of his family, was able to keep serious quarrels or embarrassments from arising thence, but he found therein neither real strength nor sure support. His civil councillors, his chancellor, William de Dormans, Cardinal Bishop of Beauvais, his minister of finance, John de la Grange, Cardinal Bishop of Amiens, his treasurer, Philippe de Savocy, and his chamberlain and private secretary, Bureau de la Riviere, were undoubtedly men full of ambition and zeal for his service, for he had picked them out and maintained them unchangeably in their offices. There is reason to believe that they conducted themselves discreetly, for we do not observe that after their master's death there was any outburst against them, on the part either of court or people, of that violent and deadly hatred which has so often caused bloodshed in the history of France. Bureau de la Riviere was attacked and prosecuted, without, however, becoming one of the victims of judicial authority at the command of political passions. None of Charles V.'s councillors exercised over his master that preponderating and confirming influence which makes a man a premier minister. Charles V. himself assumed the direction of his own government, exhibiting unwearied vigilance, but without hastiness and without noise. There is a work, as yet unpublished, of M. Leopold de Lille, which is to contain a complete explanatory catalogue of all the mandements et actes divers de Charles V. This catalogue, which forms a pendant to a similar work performed by M. de Lille for the reign of Philip Augustus, is not yet concluded, and nevertheless for the first 7 years only of Charles V.'s reign, from 1364 to 1371, there are to be found enumerated and described in it 854 mandements, ordonnances, et actes divers de Charles V, relating to the different branches of administration, and to daily incidents of government, acts all bearing the impress of an intellect active, far-sighted, and bent upon becoming acquainted with everything, and regulating everything, not according to a general system, but from actual and exact knowledge. Charles always proved himself reflective, unhurried, and anxious solely to comport himself in accordance with the public interests and with good sense. He was one day at table in his room with some of his intimates, when news was brought him that the English had laid siege, in Guienne, to a place where there was only a small garrison, not in a condition to hold out unless it were promptly succoured. The king, says Christine de Pizan, showed no great outward emotion, and quite coolly, as if the topic of conversation were something else, turned and looked about him, and seeing one of his secretaries, summoned him courteously, and bade him in a whisper to write word to Louis de Sancerre, his marshal, to come to him directly. They who were there were amazed that, though the matter was so weighty, the king took no great account of it. Some young esquires who were waiting upon him at table were bold enough to say to him, "Sir, give us the money to fit ourselves out, as many of us are of your household, for to go on this business. We will be new made knights, and will go and raise the siege." The king began to smile, and said, "It is not new made knights that are suitable; they must be all old." Seeing that he said no more about it, some of them added, "What are your orders, sir, touching this affair, which is of haste?" "It is not well to give orders in haste. When we see those to whom it is meet to speak, we will give our orders." On another occasion the treasurer of Nimes had died, and the king appointed his successor. His brother, the Duke of Anjou, came and asked for the place on behalf of one of his own intimates, saying that he to whom the king had granted it was a man of straw and without credit. Charles caused inquiries to be made, and then said to the duke, "Truly, fair brother, he for whom you have spoken to me is a rich man, but one of little sense and bad behaviour." "Assuredly," said the Duke of Anjou, "he to whom you have given the office is a man of straw, and incompetent to fill it." "Why, prithee?" asked the king. "Because he is a poor man, the son of small labouring folks, who are still tillers of the ground in our country." "Ah!" said Charles, "is there nothing more?" "Assuredly, fair brother, we should prize more highly the poor man of wisdom than the profligate ass;" and he maintained in the office him whom he had put there. The government of Charles V. was the personal government of an intelligent, prudent, and honourable king, anxious for the interests of the state, at home and abroad, as well as for his own, with little inclination for, and little confidence in, the free co operation of the country in its own affairs, but with wit enough to cheerfully call upon it when there was any pressing necessity, and accepting it then without chicanery or cheating, but safe to go back as soon as possible to that sole dominion, a medley of patriotism and selfishness, which is the very insufficient and very precarious resource of peoples as yet incapable of applying their liberty to the art of their own government. Charles V. had recourse three times, in July 1367 and in May and December 1369, to a convocation of the States General, in order to be put in a position to meet the political and financial difficulties of France. At the second of these assemblies, when the Chancellor, William de Dormans, had explained the position of the kingdom, the king himself rose up for to say to all that if they considered that he had done anything he ought not to have done, they should tell him so, and he would amend what he had done, for there was still time to repair it, if he had done too much or not enough. The question at that time was as to entertaining the appeal of the barons of Aquitaine to the King of France as suzerain of the Prince of Wales, whose government had become intolerable, and to thus make a first move to struggle out of the humiliating peace of Bretigny. Such a step and such words do great honour to the memory of the pacific prince, who was at that time bearing the burden of the government of France. It was Charles V.'s good fortune to find amongst his servants a man who was destined to become the thunderbolt of war and the glory of knighthood of his reign. About 1314, 50 years before Charles's accession, there was born at the castle of Montbrun, near Rennes, in a family which could reckon two ancestors amongst Godfrey de Bouillon's comrades in the first crusade, Bertrand de Guesclin, the ugliest child from Rennes to Dinant, says a contemporary chronicle, flat-nosed and swarthy, thick-set, broad-shouldered, big-headed, a bad fellow, a regular wretch, according to his own mother's words, given to violence, always striking or being struck, whom his tutor abandoned without having been able to teach him to read. At 16 years of age he escaped from the paternal mansion, went to Rennes, entered upon a course of adventures, quarrels, challenges, and tourneys, in which he distinguished himself by his strength, his valour, and likewise his sense of honour. He joined the cause of Charles of Blois against John of Montfort, when the two were claimants for the duchy of Brittany; but at the end of 30 years, neither the good of him nor his prowess were as yet greatly renowned, says Froissart, save amongst the knights who were about him in the country of Brittany. But Charles V., at that time regent, had taken notice of him in 1359, at the siege of Melun, where Du Guesclin had for the first time borne arms in the service of France. When in 1364 Charles became king, he said to Boussisot, Marshal of France, "Boussisot, get you hence with such men as you have and ride towards Normandy. You will find there Sir Bertrand de Guesclin. Hold yourselves in readiness, I pray you, you and he, to recover from the King of Navarre the town of Mantes, which would make us masters of the river Seine." "Right willingly, sir," answered Boussisot; and a few weeks afterwards, on the 7th of April, 1364, Boussisot, by stratagem, entered Mantes with his own troop, and Du Guesclin, coming up suddenly with his, dashed into the town at a gallop, shouting, "Guesclin, death, death to all Navarrese!" The two warriors did the same next day at the gates of Moulins, 3 leagues from Mantes. Thus were the two cities taken, whereat Charles V. was very joyous when he heard the news, and the King of Navarre was very wroth, for he set down as a great hurt the loss of Mantes and of Moulins, which made a mighty fine entrance for him into France. Chapter 22. Part 4 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 22. The 100 Years' War. Charles V. Part 4. It was at Rheims, during the ceremony of his coronation, that Charles V. heard of his two officers' success. The war thus begun against the King of Navarre was hotly prosecuted on both sides. Charles the Bad hastily collected his forces, Gascons, Normans, and English, and put them under the command of a John de Grailly, called the Captal of Buch, an officer of renown. Du Guesclin recruited in Normandy, Picardy, and Brittany, and amongst the band of warriors which were now roaming all over France. The plan of the Captal of Buch was to go and disturb the festivities at Rheims, but at Cockerel, on the banks of the Eure, 2 leagues from Evreux, he met the troops of Du Guesclin, and the two armies, pretty nearly equal in number, halted in view of one another. Du Guesclin held council, and said to his comrades in arms, "Sirs, we know that in front of us we have in the capital as gallant a knight as can be found today on all the earth. So long as he shall be on the spot, he will do us great hurt. Set we then a horseback 30 of ours, the most skilful and the boldest. They shall give heed to nothing but to make straight towards the Captal, break through the press, and get right up to him. Then they shall take him, pin him, carry him off amongst them, and lead him away somewhither in safety, without waiting for the end of the battle. If he can be taken and kept in such way, the day will be ours, so astounded will his men be at his capture." Battle ensued at all points, May 16, 1364, and whilst it led to various encounters, with various results, the picked 30, well mounted on the flower of steeds, says Froissart, and with no thought but for their enterprise, came all compact together to where was the Captal, who was fighting right valiantly with his axe, and was dealing blows so mighty that none durst come nigh him; but the 30 broke through the press by dint of their horses, made right up to him, halted hard by him, took him and shut him in amongst them by force; then they voided the place, and bare him away in that state, whilst his men, who were like to mad, shouted, "A rescue for the Captal, a rescue!" but naught could avail them or help them, and the Captal was carried off and placed in safety. In this bustle and turmoil, whilst the Navarrese and English were trying to follow the track of the Captal, whom they saw being taken off before their eyes, some French agreed with hearty good will to bear down on the Captal's banner, which was in a thicket, and whereof the Navarrese made their own standard. Thereupon there was a great tumult and fighting there, for the banner was well guarded, and by good men; but at last it was seized, won, torn, and cast to the ground. The French were masters of the battlefield; Sir Bertrand and his Bretons acquitted themselves loyally, and ever kept themselves well together, giving aid one to another, but it cost them dear in men. Charles was highly delighted, and after the victory resolutely discharged on his kingly part, rewarding and also punishing. Du Guesclin was made Marshal of Normandy, and received as a gift the Countship of Longueville, confiscated from the King of Navarre. Certain Frenchmen who had become the confidants of the King of Navarre were executed, and Charles V. ordered his generals to no longer show any mercy for the future to subjects of the kingdom who were found in the enemy's rank. The war against Charles the Bad continued. Charles V., encouraged by his successes, determined to take part likewise in that which was still going on between the two claimants to the duchy of Brittany, Charles of Blois and John of Montfort. Du Guesclin was sent to support Charles of Blois, whereat he was greatly rejoiced, says Froissart, for he had always held the said Lord Charles for his rightful lord. The Count and Countess of Blois received him right joyously and pleasantly, and the best part of the barons of Brittany likewise had Lord Charles of Blois in regard and affection. Du Guesclin entered at once on the campaign, and marched upon Auray, which was being besieged by the Count of Montfort. But there he was destined to encounter the most formidable of his adversaries. John of Montfort had claimed the support of his patron, the King of England, and John Chandos, the most famous of the English commanders, had applied to the Prince of Wales to know what he was to do. "You may go, full well," the prince had answered; "since the French are going for the Count of Blois, I give you good leave." Chandos, delighted, set hastily to work recruiting. Only a few Aquitanians decided to join him, for they were beginning to be disgusted with English rule, and the French national spirit was developing itself throughout Gascony, even in the Prince of Wales's immediate circle. Chandos recruited scarcely any but English or Bretons, and when, to the great joy of the Count of Montfort, he arrived before Auray, he brought, says Froissart, full 1,600 fighting men, knights and squires, English and Breton, and about 800 or 900 archers. Du Guesclin's troops were pretty nearly equal in number, and not less brave, but less well disciplined, and probably also less ably commanded. The battle took place on the 29th of September, 1364, before Auray. The attendant circumstances, and the result, have already been recounted in the 20th chapter of this history. Charles of Blois was killed, and Du Guesclin was made prisoner. The cause of John of Montfort was clearly won, and he, on taking possession of the duchy of Brittany, asked nothing better than to acknowledge himself vassal of the King of France, and swear fidelity to him. Charles V. had too much judgment not to foresee that, even after a defeat, a peace which gave a lawful and definite solution to the question of Brittany, rendered his relations and means of influence with this important province much more to be depended upon than any success which a prolonged war might promise him. Accordingly he made peace at Guerande, on the 11th of April, 1365, after having disputed the conditions inch by inch; and some weeks previously, on the 6th of March, at the direct instance of the King of Navarre, who, since the battle of Gaucherel, had felt himself in peril, Charles V. had likewise put an end to his open struggle against his perfidious neighbour, of whom he certainly did not cease to be mistrustful. Being thus delivered from every external war and declared enemy, the wise King of France was at liberty to devote himself to the re establishment of internal peace and of order throughout his kingdom, which was in the most pressing need thereof. We have, no doubt, even in our own day, cruel experience of the disorders and evils of war; but we can form, one would say, but a very incomplete idea of what they were in the 14th century, without any of those humane administrative measures, still so ineffectual, provisionings, hospitals, ambulances, barracks, and encampments, which are taken in the present day to prevent or repair them. The Recul des Ordonnances des Lois de France is full of safeguards granted by Charles V. to monasteries and hospices and communes, which implored his protection, that they might have a little less to suffer than the country in general. We will borrow from the best informed and the most intelligent of the contemporary chroniclers, the continuer of William of Nangus, a picture of those sufferings and causes of them. There was not, he says, in Anjou, in Touraine, and Beauce, near Orleans, and up to the approaches of Paris, any corner of the country which was free from plunderers and robbers. They were so numerous everywhere, either in little forts occupied by them or in the villages and the country places, that peasants and tradesfolk could not travel but at great expense and great peril. The very guards told off to defend cultivators and travellers took part most shamefully in harassing and despoiling them. It was the same in Burgundy and the neighbouring countries. Some knights who called themselves friends of the king and of the king's majesty, and whose names I am not minded to set down here, kept in their service brigands who were quite as bad. What is far more strange is, that when those folks went into the cities, Paris or elsewhere, everybody knew them and pointed them out, but none durst lay a hand upon them. I saw one night at Paris, in the suburb of Saint Germain des Prés, while the people were sleeping, some brigands who were abiding with their chieftains in the city, attempting to sack certain hospices. They were arrested and imprisoned in the Châtelet, but before long they were got off, declared innocent, and set at liberty without undergoing the least punishment, a great encouragement for them, and their like, to go still farther. When the king gave Bertrand de Guesclin the countship of Longueville, in the diocese of Rouen, which had belonged to Philippe, brother of the king of Navarre, Du Guesclin promised the king that he would drive out by force of arms all the plunderers and robbers, those enemies of the kingdom; but he did nothing of the sort; nay, the Bretons even of Du Guesclin, on returning from Rouen, pillaged and stole in the villages they found there, garments, horses, sheep, oxen, and beasts of burden and of tillage. Charles V. was not, as Louis XII. And Henry IV. Were, of a disposition full of affection, and sympathetically inclined towards his people; but he was a practical man, who, in his closet and in the library growing up about him, took thought for the interests of his kingdom as well as for his own. He had at heart the public good, and lawlessness was an abomination to him. He had just purchased, at a ransom of 100,000 francs, the liberty of Bertrand de Guesclin, who had remained a prisoner in the hands of John Chandos, after the battle of Auray. An idea occurred to him that the valiant Breton might be of use to him in extricating France from the deplorable condition to which she had been reduced by the bands of plunderers roaming everywhere over her soil. We find in the chronicle in verse of Bertrand Guesclin, by Cuvelier, a troubadour of the 14th century, a detailed account of the king's perplexities on this subject, and of the measures he took to apply a remedy. We cannot regard this account as strictly historical, but it is a picture, vivid and morally true, of events and men as they were understood and conceived to be by a contemporary, a mediocre poet but a spirited narrator. We will reproduce the principal features, modifying the language to make it more easily intelligible, but without altering the fundamental character. There were so many folk who went about pillaging the country of France that the king was sad and doleful at heart. He summoned his council, and said to them, "What shall we do with this multitude of thieves who go about destroying our people? If I send against them my valiant baronage I lose my noble barons, and then I shall never more have any joy of my life. If any could lead these folk into Spain against the miscreant and tyrant Pedro, who put our sister to death, I would like it well, whatever it might cost me." Bertrand du Guesclin gave ear to the king, and, "Sir king," said he, "it is my heart's desire to cross over the seas and go fight the heathen with the edge of the sword; but if I could come nigh this folk which both anger you, I would deliver the kingdom from them." "I should like it well," said the king. "Say no more," said Bertrand to him; "I will learn their pleasure; give it no further thought." Bertrand du Guesclin summoned his herald, and said to him, "Go thou to the grand company and have all the captains assembled; thou wilt go and demand for me a safe conduct, for I have a great desire to parley with them." The herald mounted his horse, and went a seeking these folk towards Churlans sur la Saone. They were seated together at dinner, and were drinking good wine from the cask they had pierced. "Sirs," said the herald, "the blessing of Jesus be on you. Bertrand du Guesclin prayeth you to let him parley with all in company." "By my faith, gentle herald," said Hugh de Calverly, who was master of the English, "I will readily see Bertrand here, and will give him good wine; I can well give it him, in sooth, I do assure you, for it cost me nothing." Then the herald departed and returned to his lord, and told the news of this company. So away rode Bertrand, and halted not, and he rode so far that he came to the grand company, and then did greet them. "God keep," said he, "the companions I see yonder." Then they bowed down, each abased himself. "I vow to God," said Bertrand, "whosoever will be pleased to believe me, I will make you all rich." And they answered, "Right welcome here, sir; we will do all whatsoever is your pleasure." "Sirs," said Bertrand, "be pleased to listen to me; wherefore I am come I will tell unto you. I come by order of the king in whose keeping is France, and who would be right glad to save his people, that should you come with me whither I should be glad to go into good company I fain would bring ye. If we would all of us look into our hearts, we might full truly consider that we have done enough to damn our souls. Think we but how we have dealt with life, outraged ladies and burned houses, slain men, children, and everybody set to ransom; how we have eaten up cows, oxen, and sheep, drunk good wines, and done worse than robbers do. Let us do honor to God and forsake the devils. Ask, if it may please you, all the companions, all the knights, and all the barons, if you be of accord, we will go to the king, and I will have the gold got ready which we do promise you. I would fain get together all my friends to make the journey we so strongly desire." Du Guesclin then explained in broad terms which left the choice to the grand company what his journey was which was so much desired. He spoke of the king of Cyprus, of the Saracens of Granada, of the Pope of Avignon, and especially of Spain and the king of Castile, Pedro the Cruel, scoundrel murderer of his wife, Blanche of Bourbon, on whom above all Du Guesclin wished to draw down the wrath of his hearers. In Spain, he said to them, we might largely profit, for the country is a good one for leading a good life, and there are good wines which are neat and clear. Nearly all present, whereof were 25 famous captains, confirmed what was said by Bertrand. "Sirs," he said to them at last, "listen to me. I will go my way and speak to the king of the Franks. I will get for you those 200,000 francs. You shall come and dine with me at Paris, according to my desire, when the time shall have come for it, and you shall see the king, who will be rejoiced thereat. We will have no evil suspicion in anything, for I never was inclined to treason, and never shall be as long as I live." Then said the valiant knights and esquires to him, "Never was more valiant man seen on earth, and in you we have more belief and faith than in all the prelates and great clerics who dwell at Avignon or in France." When Du Guesclin returned to Paris, "Sir," said he to the king, "I have accomplished your wish. I will put out of your kingdom all the worst folk of this grand company, and I will work it so that everything shall be saved." "Bertrand," said the king to him, "may the Holy Trinity be pleased to have you in their keeping, and may I see you a long while in joy and health." "Noble king," said Bertrand, "the captains have a very great desire to come to Paris, your good city." "I am heartily willing," said the king. "If they come, let them assemble at the temple; elsewhere there is too much people and too much abundance; there might be too much alarm. Since they have reconciled themselves to us, I would have naught but friendship with them." The poet concludes the negotiation thus: "At the bidding of Bertrand, when he understood the pleasure of the noble King of France, all the captains came to Paris in perfect safety; they were conducted straight to the Temple; there they were feasted and dined nobly, and received many a gift, and all was sealed." Matters went, at the outset at least, as Du Guesclin had promised to the king on one side, and on the other to the captains of the Grand Company. There was, in point of fact, a civil war raging in Spain between Don Pedro the Cruel, King of Castile, and his natural brother, Henry of Trastamare, and that was the theatre on which Du Guesclin had first proposed to launch the vagabond army which he desired to get out of France. It does not appear, however, that at their departure from Burgundy at the end of November, 1365, this army and its chiefs had in this respect any well considered resolution, or any well defined aim in their movements. They made first for Avignon, and Pope Urban V., on hearing of their approach, was somewhat disquieted, and sent to them one of his cardinals to ask them what was their will. If we may believe the poet chronicler, Cuvelier, the mission was anything but pleasing to the cardinal, who said to one of his confidants, "I am grieved to be set to this business, for I am sent to a pack of madmen who have not an hour's, nay, not even a half hour's conscience." The captains replied that they were going to fight the heathen either in Cyprus or in the kingdom of Granada, and that they demanded of the pope absolution of their sins and 200,000 livres, which Du Guesclin had promised to them at his name. The pope cried out against this. "Here," said he, "at Avignon, we have money given us for absolution, and we must give it gratis to yonder folks, and give them money also; it is quite against reason." Du Guesclin insisted. "Know you," said he to the cardinal, "that there are in this army many folks who care not a whit for absolution, and who would much rather have money; we are making them proper men in spite of themselves, and are leading them abroad that they may do no mischief to Christians. Tell that to the pope, for else we could not take them away." The pope yielded, and gave them the 200,000 livres. He obtained the money by levies upon the population of Avignon. They, no doubt, complained loudly, for the chiefs of the Grand Company were informed thereof, and Du Guesclin said, "By the faith that I owe to the Holy Trinity, I will not take a denier of that which these poor folks have given; let the pope and the clerics give us of their own; we desire that all they who have paid the tax do recover their money without losing a doit;" and, according to contemporary chroniclers, the vagabond army did not withdraw until they had obtained this satisfaction. The piety of the Middle Ages, though sincere, was often less disinterested and more rough than is commonly represented. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Part 5 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 22. The 100 Years' War. Charles V. Part 5. On arriving at Toulouse from Avignon, Du Guesclin and his bands, with a strength, it is said, of 30,000 men, took the decided resolution of going into Spain to support the cause of Prince Henry of Trastamare against the King of Castile, his brother, Don Pedro the Cruel. The Duke of Anjou, governor of Languedoc, gave them encouragement, by agreement, no doubt, with King Charles V., and from anxiety on his own part to rid his province of such inconvenient visitors. On the 1st of January, 1366, Du Guesclin entered Barcelona, whither Henry of Trastamare came to join him. There is no occasion to give a detailed account here of that expedition, which appertains much more to the history of Spain than to that of France. There was a brief or almost no struggle. Henry of Trastamare was crowned king, first at Calahorra, and afterwards at Burgos. Don Pedro, as much despised before long as he was already detested, fled from Castile to Andalusia, and from Andalusia to Portugal, whose king would not grant him an asylum in his dominions, and he ended by embarking at Corunna for Bordeaux, to implore the assistance of the Prince of Wales, who gave him a warm and magnificent reception. Edward III., King of England, had been disquieted by the march of the Grand Company into Spain, and had given John Chandos and the rest of his chief commanders in Guienne orders to be vigilant in preventing the English from taking part in the expedition against his cousin the King of Castile; but several of the English chieftains, serving in the bands and with Du Guesclin, set at naught this prohibition, and contributed materially to the fall of Don Pedro. Edward III. did not consider that the matter was any infraction, on the part of France, of the treaty of Bretigny, and continued to live at peace with Charles V., testifying his displeasure, however, all the same. But when Don Pedro had reached Bordeaux, and had told the Prince of Wales that, if he obtained the support of England, he would make the prince's eldest son, Edward, King of Galicia, and share amongst the prince's warriors the treasure he had left in Castile, so well concealed that he alone knew where, the knights of the Prince of Wales, says Froissart, gave ready heed to his words, for English and Gascons are by nature covetous. The Prince of Wales immediately summoned the barons of Aquitaine, and, on the advice they gave him, sent 4 knights to London to ask for instructions from the king his father. Edward III. Assembled his chief councillors at Westminster, and finally it seemed to all course due and reasonable on the part of the Prince of Wales to restore and conduct the King of Spain to his kingdom, to which end they wrote official letters from the king and the Council of England to the prince and the barons of Aquitaine. When the said barons heard the letters read, they said to the prince, "My lord, we will obey the command of the king our master and your father; it is but reason, and we will serve you on this journey and King Pedro also; but we would know who shall pay us and deliver us our wages, for one does not take men at arms away from their homes to go to a warfare in a foreign land, without they be paid and delivered. If it were a matter touching our dear lord your father's affairs, or your own, or your honor, or our country's, we would not speak thereof so much beforehand as we do." Then the Prince of Wales looked towards the Prince Don Pedro, and said to him, "Sir King, you hear what these gentlemen say; to answer is for you, who have to employ them." Then the king, Don Pedro, answered the prince, "My dear cousin, so far as my gold, my silver, and all my treasure which I have brought with me hither, and which is not a 30th part so great as that which there is yonder, will go, I am ready to give it and share it amongst your gentry." "You say well," said the prince, "and for the residue I will be debtor to them, and I will lend you all you shall have need of until we be in Castile." "By my head," answered the king, Don Pedro, "you will do me great grace and courtesy." When the English and Gascon chieftains who had followed Du Guesclin into Spain heard of the resolutions of their king, Edward III., and the preparations made by the Prince of Wales for going and restoring Don Pedro to the throne of Castile, they withdrew from the cause which they had just brought to an issue to the advantage of Henry of Trastamare, separated from the French captain who had been their leader, and marched back into Aquitaine, quite ready to adopt the contrary cause, and follow the Prince of Wales in the service of Don Pedro. The greater part of the adventurers, Burgundian, Picard, Champagnese, Norman, and others who had enlisted in the bands which Du Guesclin had marched out of France, likewise quitted him, after reaping the fruits of their raid, and recrossed the Pyrenees to go and resume in France their life of roving and pillage. There remained in Spain about 1,500 men at arms faithful to Du Guesclin, himself faithful to Henry of Trastamare, who had made him Constable of Castile. Amidst all these vicissitudes, and at the bottom of all events as well as of all hearts, there still remained the greater fact of the period, the struggle between the 2 kings of France and England for dominion in that beautiful country which, in spite of its dismemberment, kept the name of France. Edward III. in London and the Prince of Wales at Bordeaux could not see without serious disquietude the most famous warrior amongst the French crossing the Pyrenees with a following for the most part French, and setting upon the throne of Castile a prince necessarily allied to the King of France. The question of rivalry between the 2 kings and the 2 peoples had thus been transferred into Spain, and for the moment the victory remained with France. After several months' preparation the Prince of Wales, purchasing the complicity of the King of Navarre, marched into Spain in February 1367, with an army of 27,000 men, and John Chandos, the most able of the English warriors. Henry of Trastamare had troops more numerous, but less disciplined and experienced. The 2 armies joined battle on the 3rd of April, 1367, at Najara or Navarette, not far from the Ebro. Disorder and even sheer rout soon took place, amongst that of Henry, who flung himself before the fugitives, shouting, "Why would ye thus desert and betray me, ye who have made me King of Castile? Turn back and stand by me, and by the grace of God the day shall be ours." Du Guesclin and his men at arms maintained the fight with stubborn courage, but at last they were beaten, and either slain or taken. To the last moment Du Guesclin, with his back against a wall, defended himself heroically against a host of assailants. The Prince of Wales, coming up, cried out, "Gentle marshals of France, and you too, Bertrand, yield yourselves to me." "Why, yonder men are my foes," cried the king Don Pedro. "It is they who took from me my kingdom, and on them I mean to take vengeance." Du Guesclin, darting forward, struck so rough a blow with his sword at Don Pedro that he brought him fainting to the ground, and then turning to the Prince of Wales, said, "Nathless I give up my sword to the most valiant prince on earth." The Prince of Wales took the sword, and charged the Captal of Buch with the prisoner's keeping. "Aha, Sir Bertrand," said the Captal to Du Guesclin, "you took me at the battle of Cockerel, and to day I've got you." "Yes," replied Du Guesclin, "but at Cockerel I took you myself, and here you are only my keeper." The battle of Najara being over, and Don Pedro the Cruel restored to a throne which he was not to occupy for long, the Prince of Wales returned to Bordeaux with his army and his prisoner Du Guesclin, whom he treated courteously, at the same time that he kept him pretty strictly. One of the English chieftains who had been connected with Du Guesclin at the time of his expedition into Spain, Sir Hugh Cavalry, tried one day to induce the Prince of Wales to set the French warrior at liberty. "Sir," said he, "Bertrand is a right loyal knight, but he is not a rich man or in a state to pay much money; he would have good need to end his captivity on easy terms." "Let be," said the prince; "I have no care to take aught of his; I will cause his life to be prolonged in spite of himself. If he were released, he would be in battle again, and always a making war." After supper, Hugh, without any beating about the bush, told Bertrand the prince's answer. "Sir," he said, "I cannot bring about your release." "Sir," said Bertrand, "think no more of it; I will leave the matter to the decision of God, who is a good and just master." Some time after, Du Guesclin having sent a request to the Prince of Wales to admit him to ransom, the prince, one day when he was in a gay humor, had him brought up, and told him that his advisers had urged him not to give him his liberty so long as the war between France and England lasted. "Sir," said Du Guesclin to him, "then I am the most honored knight in the world; for they say in the kingdom of France and elsewhere, that you are more afraid of me than of any other." "Think you, then, it is for your knighthood that we do keep you?" said the prince. "Nay, by St. George, fix you your own ransom, and you shall be released." Du Guesclin proudly fixed his ransom at 100,000 francs, which seemed a large sum even to the Prince of Wales. "Sir," said Du Guesclin to him, "the king in whose keeping is France will lend me what I lack, and there is not a spinning wench in France who would not spin to gain for me what is necessary to put me out of your clutches." The advisers of the Prince of Wales would have him think better of it, and break his promise; "but that which we have agreed to do with him we will hold to," said the prince. "It would be a shame and confusion of face to us if we could be reproached with not setting him to ransom when he is ready to set himself down at so much as to pay 100,000 francs." Prince and knight were both as good as their word. Du Guesclin found amongst his Breton friends a portion of the sum he wanted. Charles V. lent him 30,000 Spanish doubloons, which, by a deed of December 27, 1367, Du Guesclin undertook to repay; and at the beginning of 1368 the Prince of Wales set the French warrior at liberty. The first use Du Guesclin made of it was to go and put his name and his sword at the service first of the Duke of Anjou, governor of Languedoc, who was making war in Provence against Queen Joan of Naples, and then of his Spanish patron, Henry of Trastamare, who had recommenced the war in Spain against his brother, Pedro the Cruel, whom he was before long to dethrone for the second time and slay with his own hand. But whilst Du Guesclin was taking part in this settlement of the Spanish question, important events called him back to the north of the Pyrenees for the service of his own king, the defence of his own country, and the aggrandizement of his own fortunes. The English and Gascon bands which, in 1367, had recrossed the Pyrenees with the Prince of Wales, after having restored Don Pedro the Cruel to the throne of Castile, had not disappeared. Having no more to do in their own prince's service, they had spread abroad over France, which they called their apartment, and recommenced, in the countries between the Seine and the Loire, their life of vagabondage and pillage. A general outcry was raised. It was the Prince of Wales, men said, who had let them loose, and the people called them the host army of England. A proceeding of the Prince of Wales himself had the effect of adding, to the rage of the people, that of the aristocratic classes. He was lavish of expenditure, and held at Bordeaux a magnificent court, for which the revenues from his domains and ordinary resources were insufficient; so he imposed a tax for 5 years, of 10 sous per hearth or family, in order to satisfy, he said, the large claims against him. In order to levy this tax legally, he convoked the estates of Aquitaine, first at Niort, and then successively at Angoulême, Poitiers, Bordeaux, and Bergerac; but nowhere could he obtain the vote he demanded. "When we obeyed the King of France," said the Gascons, "we were never so aggrieved with the subsidies, hearth taxes, or gables, and we will not be, so long as we can defend ourselves." The Prince of Wales persisted in his demands. He was ill and irritable, and he was becoming truly the Black Prince. The Aquitanians too became irritated. The prince's more temperate advisers, even those of English birth, tried in vain to move him from his stubborn course. Even John Chandos, the most notable as well as the wisest of them, failed, and withdrew to his domain of Saint Sauveur, in Normandy, that he might have nothing to do with measures of which he disapproved. Being driven to extremity, the principal lords of Aquitaine, the Counts of Comminges, of Armagnac, of Perigord, and many barons besides, set out for France, and made complaint on the 30th of June, 1368, before Charles V. and his peers, on account of the grievances which the Prince of Wales was purposed to put on them. They had recourse, they said, to the King of France as their sovereign lord, who had no power to renounce his suzerainty or the jurisdiction of his court of peers and of his parliament. Nothing could have corresponded better with the wishes of Charles V. For 8 years past he had taken to heart the Treaty of Bretigny, and he was as determined not to miss as he was patient in waiting for an opportunity for a breach of it. But he was too prudent to act with a precipitation which would have given his conduct an appearance of a premeditated and deep laid purpose, for which there was no legitimate ground. He did not care to entertain at once and unreservedly the appeal of the Aquitanian lords. He gave them a gracious reception, and made them great cheer and rich gifts; but he announced his intention of thoroughly examining the stipulations of the Treaty of Bretigny and the rights of his kingship. He sent for into his council chamber all the charters of the peace, and then he had them read on several days and at full leisure. He called into consultation the schools of Bologna, of Montpellier, of Toulouse, and of Orleans, and the most learned clerks of the papal court. It was not until he had thus ascertained the legal means of maintaining that the stipulations of the Treaty of Bretigny had not all of them been performed by the King of England, and that consequently the King of France had not lost all his rights of suzerainty over the ceded provinces, that on the 25th of January, 1369, just 6 months after the appeal of the Aquitanian lords had been submitted to him, he adopted it, in the following terms, which he addressed to the Prince of Wales at Bordeaux, and which are here curtailed in their legal expressions: "Charles, by the grace of God King of France, to our nephew the Prince of Wales and of Aquitaine, greeting. Whereas many prelates, barons, knights, universities, communes, and colleges of the country of Gascony and the duchy of Aquitaine have come thence into our presence, that they might have justice touching certain undue grievances and vexations which you, through weak counsel and silly advice, have designed to impose upon them, whereat we are quite astonished, we of our kingly majesty and lordship do command you to come to our city of Paris, in your own person, and to present yourself before us in our chamber of peers, for to hear justice touching the said complaints and grievances proposed by you to be done to your people, which claims to have resort to our court, and be it as quickly as you may." When the Prince of Wales read this letter, says Froissart, he shook his head, and looked askant at the aforesaid Frenchman, and when he had thought a while, he answered, "We will go willingly at our own time, since the King of France doth bid us, but it shall be with our basque on our head, and with 60,000 men at our back." It was a declaration of war, and deeds followed at once upon words. Edward III., after a short and fruitless attempt at an accommodation, assumed, on the 3rd of June, 1369, the title of King of France, in order to levy of all his subjects between 16 and 60, laic or ecclesiastical, for the defence of England, threatened by a French fleet which was cruising on the Channel. He sent reinforcements to the Prince of Wales, whose brother, the Duke of Lancaster, landed with an army at Calais, and offered to all the adventurers with whom Europe was teeming possession of all the fiefs they could conquer in France. Charles V., on his side, vigorously pushed forward his preparations. He had begun them before he showed his teeth; for as early as the 19th of July, 1368, he had sent into Spain ambassadors with orders to conclude an alliance with Henry of Trastamare against the King of England and his son, whom he called the Duke of Aquitaine. On the 12th of April, 1369, he signed the treaty which, by a contract of marriage between his brother Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, and the Princess Marguerite of Flanders, transferred the latter rich province to the House of France. Lastly, he summoned to Paris Du Guesclin, who since the recovery of his freedom had been fighting at one time in Spain and at another in the south of France, and announced to him his intention of making him constable. "Dear sir and noble king," said the honest and modest Breton, "I do pray you to have me excused. I am a poor knight and a petty bachelor. The office of constable is so grand and noble that he who would well discharge it should have long previous practice in command, and rather over the great than the small. Here are my lords your brothers, your nephews, and your cousins, who will have charge of men at arms in the armies, and the rides afield, and how durst I lay commands on them? In sooth, sir, jealousies be so strong that I cannot well but be afeard of them. I do affectionately pray you to dispense with me, and to confer it upon another who will more willingly take it than I, and will know better how to fill it." Sir Bertrand, answered the king, "do not excuse yourself after this fashion. I have nor brother, nor cousin, nor nephew, nor count, nor baron in my kingdom, who would not obey you. And if any should do otherwise, he would anger me so that he would hear of it. Take therefore the office with a good heart, I do beseech you." Sir Bertrand saw well, says Froissart, that his excuses were of no avail, and finally assented to the king's opinion; but it was not without a struggle, and to his great disgust. In order to give him further encouragement and advancement, the king did set him close to him at table, showed him all the signs he could of affection, and gave him, together with the office, many handsome gifts and great estates for himself and his heirs. Charles V. might fearlessly lavish his gifts on the loyal warrior, for Du Guesclin felt nothing more than binding upon him than to lavish them in his turn for the king's service. He gave numerous and sumptuous dinners to the barons, knights, and soldiers of every degree whom he was to command. At Bertrand's plate gazed every eye, so massive, chased so gloriously, says the poet chronicler Cuvelier; but Du Guesclin pledged it more than once, and sold a great portion of it, in order to pay, without fail, the knights and honorable fighting men of whom he was the leader. End of Chapter 22, Part 5. Chapter 22, Part 6 of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 22. The 100 Years' War, Charles V, Part 6. The war thus renewed was hotly prosecuted on both sides. A sentiment of nationality became, from day to day, more keen and more general in France. At the commencement of hostilities, it burst forth particularly in the north. The burghers of Abbeville opened their gates to the Count of St. Poix, and in a single week St. Valery, Courteuil, and all the places in the countship of Ponthieu followed this example. The movement made progress before long in the south. Montauban and Milhaud hoisted on their walls the royal standard. The Archbishop of Toulouse went riding through the whole of Quercy, preaching and demonstrating the good cause of the King of France, and he converted, without striking a blow, Cahors and more than 60 towns, castles, or fortresses. Charles V. neglected no means of encouraging and keeping up the public impulse. It has been remarked that, as early as the 9th of May, 1369, he had convoked the States General, declaring to them in person that if they considered that he had done anything he ought not, they should say so, and he would amend it, for there was still time for reparation if he had done too much or not enough. He called a new meeting on the 7th of December, 1369, after the explosion of hostilities, and obtained from them the most extensive subsidies they had ever granted. They were as staunch to the king in principle as in purse, and their interpretations of the Treaty of Bretigny went far beyond the grounds which Charles had put forward to justify war. It was not only on the upper classes and on political minds that the king endeavoured to act; he paid attention also to popular impressions. He set on foot in Paris a series of processions, in which he took part in person, and the queen also, barefoot and unsandaled, to pray God to graciously give heed to the doings and affairs of the kingdom. But at the same time that he was thus making his appeal, throughout France and by every means, to the feeling of nationality, Charles remained faithful to the rule of conduct which had been inculcated in him by the experience of his youth. He recommended, nay, he commanded, all his military captains to avoid any general engagement with the English. It was not without great difficulty that he wrung obedience from the feudal nobility, who, more numerous very often than the English, looked upon such a prohibition as an insult, and sometimes withdrew to their castles rather than submit to it; and even the king's brother, Philip the Bold, openly in Burgundy testified his displeasure at it. Du Guesclin, having more intelligence and firmness, even before becoming constable, and at the moment of quitting the Duke of Anjou at Toulouse, had advised him not to accept battle, to well fortify all the places that had been recovered, and to let the English scatter and waste themselves in a host of small expeditions and distant skirmishes constantly renewed. When once he was constable, Du Guesclin put determinedly in practice the king's maxim, calmly confident in his own fame for valour whenever he had to refuse to yield to the impatience of his comrades. This detached and indecisive war lasted 8 years, with a medley of more or less serious incidents, which, however, did not change its character. In 1370 the Prince of Wales laid siege to Limoges, which had opened its gates to the Duke of Berry. He was already so ill that he could not mount his horse, and had himself carried in a litter from post to post, to follow up and direct the operations of the siege. In spite of a month's resistance the prince took the place, and gave it up as a prey to a mob of reckless plunderers, whose excesses were such that Froissart himself, a spectator generally so indifferent, and leaning rather to the English, was deeply shocked. "There," said he, "was a great pity, for men, women, and children threw themselves on their knees before the prince, and cried, 'Mercy, gentle sir!' But he was so inflamed with passion that he gave no heed, and none, male or female, was listened to, but all were put to the sword. There is no heart so hard but, if present then at Limoges and not forgetful of God, would have wept bitterly, for more than 3,000 persons, men, women, and children, were there beheaded on that day. May God receive their souls, for verily they were martyrs." The massacre of Limoges caused, throughout France, a feeling of horror and indignant anger towards the English name. In 1373 an English army landed at Calais, under the command of the Duke of Lancaster, and overran nearly the whole of France, being incessantly harassed, however, without ever being attacked in force, and without mastering a single fortress. "Let them be," was the saying in the king's circle. "When a storm bursts out in a country, it leaves off afterwards and disperses of itself; and so will it be with these English." The sufferings and reverses of the English armies on this expedition were such, that of 30,000 horses which the English had landed at Calais, they could not muster more than 6,000 at Bordeaux, and had lost a full third of their men and more. There were seen noble knights, who had great possessions in their own country, toiling along afoot, without armor, and begging their bread from door to door without getting any. In vain did Edward III. treat with the Duke of Brittany and the King of Navarre in order to have their support in this war. The Duke of Brittany, John IV., after having openly defied the King of France, his suzerain, was obliged to fly to England, and the King of Navarre entered upon negotiations alternately with Edward III. And Charles V., being always ready to betray either, according to what suited his interests at the moment. Tired of so many ineffectual efforts, Edward III. was twice obliged, between 1375 and 1377, to conclude with Charles V. a truce, just to give the two peoples, as well as the two kings, breathing time; but the truces were as vain as the petty combats for the purpose of putting an end to this great struggle. The great actors in this historical drama did not know how near were the days when they would be called away from this arena, still so crowded with their exploits or their reverses. A few weeks after the massacre of Limoges the Prince of Wales lost, at Bordeaux, his eldest son, 6 years old, whom he loved with all the tenderness of a veteran warrior, so much the more affected by gentle impressions as they were a rarity to him; and he was himself so ill that his doctors advised him to return to England, his own land, saying that he would probably get better health there. Accordingly he left France, which he would never see again, and on returning to England, he, after a few months' rest in the country, took an active part in Parliament in the home policy of his country, and supported the opposition against the government of his father, who, since the death of the queen, Philippa of Hainault, had been treating England to the spectacle of a scandalous old age closing a life of glory. Parliamentary contests soon exhausted the remaining strength of the Black Prince, and he died on the 8th of June, 1376, in possession of a popularity that never shifted, and was deserved by such qualities as showed a nature great indeed and generous, though often sullied by the fits of passion of a character harsh even to ferocity. The good fortune of England, says his contemporary Walsingham, seemed bound up with his person, for it flourished when he was well, fell off when he was ill, and vanished at his death. As long as he was on the spot the English feared neither the foe's invasion nor the meeting on the battlefield, but with him died all their hopes. A year after him, on the 21st of June 1377, died his father, Edward III., a king who had been able, glorious, and fortunate for nearly half a century, but had fallen, towards the end of his life, into contempt with his people and into forgetfulness on the continent of Europe, where nothing was heard about him beyond whispers of an indolent old man's indulgent weaknesses to please a covetous mistress. Whilst England thus lost her two great chiefs, France still kept hers. For 3 years longer Charles V. and Du Guesclin remained at the head of her government and her armies. The truce between the two kingdoms was still in force, when the Prince of Wales died, and Charles, ever careful to practise knightly courtesy, had a solemn funeral service performed for him in the Sainte Chapelle; but the following year, at the death of Edward III., the truce had expired. The Prince of Wales's young son, Richard II., succeeded his grandfather, and Charles, on the accession of a king who was a minor, was anxious to reap all the advantage he could hope from that fact. The war was pushed forward vigorously, and a French fleet cruised on the coast of England, ravaged the Isle of Wight, and burned Yarmouth, Dartmouth, Plymouth, Winchelsea, and Lewes. What Charles passionately desired was the recovery of Calais; he would have made considerable sacrifices to obtain it, and in the seclusion of his closet he displayed an intellect activity in his efforts, by war or diplomacy, to attain his end. He had, says Froissart, couriers going a horseback night and day, who from one day to the next brought him news from 80 or 100 leagues distance, by help of relays posted from town to town. This labour of the king had no success. On the whole, the war prosecuted by Charles V. between Edward III's death and his own had no result of importance. The attempt, by law and arms, which he made in 1378, to make Brittany his own and to reunite it to the crown, completely failed, thanks to the passion with which the Bretons, nobles, burgesses, and peasants were attached to their country's independence. Charles V. actually ran a risk of embroiling himself with the hero of his reign. He had ordered Du Guesclin to reduce to submission the countship of Rennes, his native land, and he showed some temper because the constable not only did not succeed, but advised him to make peace with the Duke of Brittany and his party. Du Guesclin, grievously hurt, sent to the king his sword of constable, adding that he was about to withdraw to the court of Castile, to Henry of Trastamare, who would show more appreciation of his services. All Henry V.'s wisdom did not preserve him from one of those deeds of haughty levity which the handling of sovereign power sometimes causes even the wisest kings to commit, but reflection made him promptly acknowledge and retrieve his fault. He charged the Dukes of Anjou and Bourbon to go and, for his sake, conjure Du Guesclin to remain his constable; and though some chroniclers declare that Du Guesclin refused, his will, dated the 9th of July 1380, leads to a contrary belief, for in it he assumes the title of Constable of France, and this will preceded the hero's death by only 4 days. Having fallen sick before Châteauneuf-Randon, a place he was besieging in the Gévaudan, Du Guesclin expired on the 13th of July 1380, at 66 years of age, and his last words were an exhortation to the veteran captains around him never to forget that, in whatsoever country they might be making war, churchmen, women, children, and the poor people were not their enemies. According to certain contemporary chronicles, or one might almost say, legends, Châteauneuf-Randon was to be given up the day after Du Guesclin died. The Marshal de Sancerre, who commanded the king's army, summoned the governor to surrender the place to him; but the governor replied that he had given his word to Du Guesclin and would surrender to no other. He was told of the constable's death. "Very well," he rejoined, "I will carry the keys of the town to his tomb." To this the marshal agreed; the governor marched out of the place at the head of his garrison, passed through the besieging army, went and knelt down before Du Guesclin's corpse, and actually laid the keys of Châteauneuf-Randon on his bier. This dramatic story is not sufficiently supported by authentic documents to be admitted as an historical fact, but there is to be found in an old chronicle concerning Du Guesclin, published for the first time at the end of the 15th century, and in a new edition by M. Francisque Michel in 1830, a story which, in spite of many discrepancies, confirms the principal fact of the keys of Chateauneuf-Randon being brought by the garrison to the bier. At the decease of Sir Bertrand, says the chronicler, a great cry arose throughout the host of the French. The English refused to give up the castle. The marshal, Louis de Sancerre, had the hostages brought to the ditches, for to have their heads struck off. But forthwith the people in the castle lowered their bridge, and the captain came and offered the keys to the marshal, who refused them, and said to him, "Friends, you have your agreements with Sir Bertrand, and ye shall fulfil them to him." "God the Lord," said the captain, "you know well that Sir Bertrand, who was so much worth, is dead. How, then, should we surrender to him this castle? Verily, lord marshal, you do demand our dishonour when you would have us and our castle surrendered to a dead knight." "No needs parley hereupon," said the marshal, "but do it at once; for if you put forth more words, short will be the life of your hostages." Well did the English see that it could not be otherwise; so they went forth all of them from their castle, their captain in front of them, and came to the marshal, who led them to the hostel where lay Sir Bertrand, and made them give up the keys and place them on his bier, sobbing the while, "Let all know that there was nor knight, nor squire, French or English, who showed not great mourning." The body of Du Guesclin was carried to Paris to be interred at St. Denis, hard by the tomb which Charles V. had ordered to be made for himself, and 9 years afterwards, in 1389, Charles V.'s successor, his son Charles VI., caused to be celebrated in the Breton warrior's honour a fresh funeral, at which the princes and grandees of the kingdom, and the young king himself, were present in state. The Bishop of Auxerre delivered the funeral oration over the constable, and a poet of the time, giving an account of the ceremony, says, "The tears of princes fell. What time the bishop said, 'Sir Bertrand love ye well; weep, warriors, for the dead. The knell of sorrow tolls, for deeds that were so bright. God save all Christian souls, and his the gallant knight.'" The life, character, and name of Bertrand du Guesclin were and remained one of the most popular, patriotic, and legitimate boasts of the Middle Ages, then at their decline. 2 months after the constable's death, on the 16th of September 1380, Charles V. died at the castle of Butte sur Marne, near Vincennes, at 43 years of age, quite young still after so stormy and hard working a life. His contemporaries were convinced, and he was himself convinced, that he had been poisoned by his perfidious enemy, King Charles of Navarre. His uncle, Charles VI., Emperor of Germany, had sent him an able doctor, who set him in good case and in manly strength, says Froissart, by effecting a permanent issue in his arm. "When this little sore," said he to him, "shall cease to discharge and shall dry up, you will die without help for it, and you will have at the most 15 days' leisure to take counsel and thought for the soul." When the issue began to dry up, Charles knew that death was at hand, and, like a wise and valiant man as he was, says Froissart, he set in order all his affairs, and sent for his 3 brothers, in whom he had most confidence, the Duke of Berry, the Duke of Burgundy, and the Duke of Bourbon, and he left in the lurch his second brother, the Duke of Anjou, because he considered him too covetous. "My dear brothers," said the king to them, "I feel and know full well that I have not long to live. I do commend and give in charge to you my son Charles. Behave to him as good uncles should behave to their nephew. Crown him as soon as possible after my death, and counsel him loyally in all his affairs. The lad is young, and of a volatile spirit; he will need to be guided and governed by good doctrine; teach him or have him taught all the kingly points and states he will have to maintain, and marry him in such lofty station that the kingdom may be the better for it. Thank God, the affairs of our kingdom are in good case. The Duke of Brittany, John IV., called the Valiant, is a crafty and slippery man, and he hath ever been more English than French; for which reasons keep the nobles of Brittany and the good towns affectionate, and you will thus thwart his intentions. I am fond of the Bretons, for they have ever served me loyally, and helped to keep and defend my kingdom against my enemies. Make the Lord Clisson constable; for all things considered, I see none more competent for it than he. As to those aids and taxes of the kingdom of France, wherewith the poorer folks are so burdened and aggrieved, deal with them according to your conscience, and take them off as soon as ever you can, for they are things which, although I have upheld them, do grieve me and weigh upon my heart. but the great wars and matters which we have had on all our sides caused me to countenance them. Of all the dying speeches and confessions of kings to their family and their counsellors, that which has just been put forward is the most practical, concise, and simple. Charles V., taking upon his shoulders at 19 years of age, first as king's lieutenant and as dauphin, and afterwards as regent, the government of France employed all his soul and his life in repairing the disasters arising from the wars of his predecessors and preventing any repetition. No sovereign was ever more resolutely pacific. He carried prudence even into the very practice of war, as was proved by his forbidding his generals to venture any general engagement with the English, so great a lesson and so deep an impression had he derived from the defeats of Crécy and Poitiers, and the causes which led to them. But without being a warrior, and without running any hazardous risks, he made himself respected and feared by his enemies. "Never was there king," said Edward III., "who handled arms less, and never was there king who gave me so much to do." And more favourable circumstances led Charles to believe that the day had come for setting France free from the cruel conditions which had been imposed upon her by the Treaty of Bretigny. He entered without hesitation upon that war of patriotic reparation, and after the death of his two powerful enemies, Edward III. And the Black Prince, he was still prosecuting it, not without chance of success, when he himself died of the malady with which he had for a long while been afflicted. At his death he left in the royal treasury a surplus of 17,000,000 francs, a large sum for those days. Nor the labours of government, nor the expenses of war, nor far-sighted economy had prevented him from showing a serious interest in learned works and studies, and from giving effectual protection to the men who devoted themselves thereto. The University of Paris, notwithstanding the embarrassments it sometimes caused him, was always the object of his goodwill. "He was a great lover of wisdom," says Christine de Pizan, "and when certain folks murmured for that he honoured clerks so highly, he answered, 'So long as wisdom is honoured in this realm, it will continue in prosperity; but when wisdom is thrust aside, it will go down.'" He collected 950 volumes, the first foundation of the Royal Library, which were deposited in a tower of the Louvre, called the Library Tower, and of which he in 1373 had an inventory drawn up by his personal attendant, Gilles de Presles. His taste for literature and science was not confined to collecting manuscripts. He had a French translation made, for the sake of spreading a knowledge thereof, of the Bible in the first place, and then of several works of Aristotle, of Livy, of Valerius Maximus, of Vegetius, and of St. Augustine. He was fond of industry and the arts as well as of literature. Henry de Vic, a German clockmaker, constructed for him the first public clock ever seen in France, and it was placed in what was called the Clock Tower in the Palace of Justice; and the king even had a clockmaker by appointment, named Peter de Saint Beth. Several of the Paris monuments, churches, or buildings for public use were undertaken or completed under his care. He began the building of the Bastille, that fortress which was then so necessary for the safety of Paris, where it was to be, 4 centuries later, the object of the wrath and earliest excesses on the part of the populace. Charles the Wise, from whatever point of view he may be regarded, is, after Louis the Fat, Philip Augustus, Saint Louis, and Philip the Handsome, the fifth of those kings who powerfully contributed to the settlement of France in Europe, and of the kingship in France. He was not the greatest nor the best, but perhaps the most honestly able. And at the same time he was a signal example of the shallowness and insufficiency of human abilities. Charles V., on his deathbed, considered that the affairs of his kingdom were in good case. He had not even a suspicion of the chaos of war, anarchy, reverses, and ruin into which they were about to fall, in the reign of his son, Charles VI. End of Chapter 22. End of Volume 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black.